Welcome to Nudgestock 2022, our 10th and best ever Nudgestock. My name is Andy Main and I'm the Global CEO for Ogilvy. And I'm delighted to be joined today by Anne Higgins, our EMEA CEO of Ogilvy's consulting business and our interim Global Head of Behavioural Science. Anne's quite busy. Well, we're both thrilled to welcome you to the world's biggest festival of behavioural science and creativity. At Ogilvy, we exist to inspire brands and people to impact the world. And we believe that the powerful combination of behavioral science with creativity plays a central role in achieving this. So many of you will know, and many of you have attended Nudgestock before, that Ogilvy has been committed to applying behavioral science for over an entire decade in everything we do. Our approaches and tools work to better understand the true needs and wants of people, what they really want, to discover and develop those unknown human needs. And this really helps us figure out who people really are, as well as the true barriers and drivers of behavioral change. And over the course of today, we will be sharing a little more about how all this comes to life within Ogilvy and across our many clients and the markets in which we serve. Well, as we did last year, we have thousands of people from across the globe registered and attending today's event. And thank you so much for coming today. It means a lot to us, and just having you participate is huge. So thank you for coming. But it isn't so much the scale of the audience that's important for us, but the diversity of people connecting through Nudgestock. We run Nudgestock to encourage the cross-pollination of ideas, because we believe that impact happens at the intersection of things. That's truly where the magic happens. And this is also where creativity lies. And this is where the opportunities for growth and impact are found. But before I hand to Anne, once again from me, we're so grateful that you could join us today for Nudgestock, our 10th one. And we will continue to celebrate Nudgestock in this digital and truly borderless format. So it's a huge pleasure for us to share this experience with you today. Thank you so much for coming, and I'm now pleased to hand over to Anne Higgins. So Anne, over to you.
As Andy mentioned, Nudgestock truly is a celebration of ideas coming together, united by behavioural science and with the desire to generate more creative and effective solutions that impact the world. Once again, thank you for joining us for this, our 10th Nudgestock. It's my pleasure to now hand over to the team to kick off the day's proceedings.
Hello, fellow primates. It's 5 p.m. in Sydney, 8 a.m. in London, and it's still yesterday in San Francisco. But wherever you are on our little blue planet, now is the time to tune in to some of the world's greatest thinkers at the world's greatest festival of behavioural science and creativity. Welcome, world, to Nudgestock 2022.
In our 10th year, we have an amazing bonanza of speakers to take you through today. We've got Stephen Bartlett, direct from the Dragon's Den, talking about the psychology of your workforce. And we also have Dan Pink talking about the power of regret, and everybody in between.
We have, of course, a sprinkling of the Ogilvy behavioural science practice, beginning here with Dan Bennett, the head of the UK practice. Now, sadly, we cannot have the global head of the practice here with us today, except in book form. And we will be encouraging you to buy and to win Sam Tatum's fantastic book, Evolutionary Ideas, throughout the day.
And I'm joined here by the incredible Tara Austin, who last year, when a speaker's Wi-Fi went down, she completed the deck herself.
It's not happening again, guys.
So she's learned every single speaker today. So if your Wi-Fi goes down, speakers, don't worry about it. And to keep this global, we've also got in the Eastern Hemisphere, Paolo Mercado, who's the Executive Vice President of the Behavioural Science Practice in Asia. And all the way in Washington, D.C., we have Chris Graves, who's going to take us through the last 4 hours. And this year only, we've also opened up a fantastic virtual space for you all to go meet each other in, the Nudgeverse. More on that later.
There will be, of course, opportunities, as usual, to ask questions for many of the speakers throughout the day. Use the Slido URL that you'll see on your screens. And for all of our speakers, we want you to light up our social channels, please, with hashtag Nudgestock 2022. And Fiona Uwagwu, the UK Head of Content and Social at Ogilvy, she will be the steward for your socially acceptable thoughts.
All of them. So please do use the hashtag Nudgestock 2022 today. And how many behavioural scientists does it take to put on a TV show? You're about to find out. We don't do this every day, so in the inevitable situation when something goes slightly wrong today, please be kind to us.
Be gentle with us, indeed. In this truly global extravaganza, we're going to be hearing from the global north, the global south, from an alliance of academics and applied behavioural science practitioners that money simply cannot buy access to. We're going to be talking to them over 10 hours, and we're going to be covering everything from polarisation, disinformation, vaccination, sustainable consumption for all of our nations, absolutely everything. We're going to have a lot of hot takes and cold science. None of this would be possible, however, without the support of our sponsors who've kept this free and fabulous.
But to start us off, I want to introduce the man who started Nudgestock 10 years ago, who is the first man to step onto the Nudgestock stage 10 years ago. He's the co-founder of the Behavioural Science Practice, he's our vice chairman, he's a TED speaker, he's a wiki man, he's the alchemist. It's Rory Sutherland.
Oh, hello and welcome back to another year. And just to say, what a delight it is to be back. Now, I'm going to talk about something really important in a minute. I'm going to talk about the lazy why. The fact that I think we are generally too easily content with one explanation for anything. But then travelling in on the train, I suddenly had an idea about how to solve social media, so I thought I'd talk about that instead. Now, the great commentator Thomas Sowell said that political activism is simply a way for useless people to feel important. And it suddenly occurred to me, it is too easy to express opinions on social media without any particular grounding or without making any contribution to the wider society. So I decided the solution to social media, if Elon's listening, is simply to create a new social medium where every opinion you post has to be accompanied by a useful solution. And only when you get enough votes for the solution does your opinion get published. So there you are, you have a cost of entry. In order to express an opinion, you have to do something useful first. So I think that's a fair principle to establish here. So today, before I start talking about a wider and important philosophical question, I'm going to talk about the problem of commemorative benches, which I spotted only a week ago. Okay? Now, I've got a flat in Deal down on the Kent coast. And one thing Deal doesn't have a problem with is places to sit. In fact, the capacity of the commemorative benches along the seafront probably exceeds the population of the town, even at peak season. Okay? By contrast, when I go to London Bridge Station, which costs something like £750 million, there's absolutely nowhere to sit. And I was trying to work out why this complete uneven distribution was occurring. And I realised there's a feedback loop, isn't there, right? Because if you look at commemorative benches, there's a fundamental logical problem. What they typically say is, in memory of Uncle Bob, dates, who always loved sitting in this spot, right? Now, I don't know if you've spotted this slight problem. I don't like to pick apart the thought processes of the recently bereaved. But the very fact that he loved sitting in this spot probably means that there was already a place to sit, okay? And therefore, by definition, that is not a place where you need to supply a chair. By contrast, okay, places where you don't love sitting because there's nowhere to sit are completely unfurnished. So I think what we need to do is just rewrite that line, okay? And my children have instructions that if ever I die, there's going to be a bench at platform 5 of London Bridge Station, and it says, in memory of Rory Sutherland, who could never find anywhere to fucking sit here. Now, you can solve problems, but you've got to spot them first. You've got to spot the asymmetries, the inequalities, the disproportionate attention given to one thing rather than another. And this is what brings me, I think, to billion-dollar behaviours. And it goes back to a meeting that took place in Napa Valley in about 2008. And it was a mixture of Daniel Kahneman speaking about his latest findings on behavioural science, but present, along with a lot of great behavioural scientists, like I think Richard Thaler, for example, were pretty much, you know, about a quarter of the unicorns at that time from Silicon Valley. Larry was there, Sergey was there. I'm using first names just to flatter your own recognition. I don't know them personally. Okay, Jeff Bezos was there, etc. I think Sean was there from Facebook. Sean Parker was there from Facebook. And as Daniel Kahneman presented, most of these people actually drank in what he had to say and realized that if he was right, and he probably mostly was, this had huge implications for their business. And I think they were right to think that. And shortly thereafter, you had actually Jeff Bezos talking about, you know, machine learning algorithms that could generate 70 million nudges in a day, for example. But the most interesting take, I think, in the whole evening was a behavioural scientist called John Kenny. And he was sitting in the room and he suddenly had an epiphany, which was that it was actually behavioural science, and only behavioural science, that could explain why the people sitting around him were billionaires. In other words, if we want to understand what it is that made Google successful rather than, say, ask Jeeves, okay? If we wanted to understand what it was that made these organizations disproportionately successful, the answer more commonly lay in a behavioral explanation than in a technological explanation. And I think that was a very interesting observation from John Kenny, who's a very brilliant decision scientist. And thinking about that, how often, how much time, how much effort do we spend in business looking at what succeeds and going deeper into the question of why? Now, if you want me to summarize very shortly what I think is wrong with business today, there's a bit too much Taylorism and there's not enough Druckerism. Okay? In other words, there's too much quantification of what already is, and there's too little speculation, exploration, experimentation about what could be. And it occurs to me that if you look at the extraordinary effort we put into data collection, that seems to me completely unmatched by corresponding effort looking for interesting causation. And I set out to wonder why that might be. Why is it that we make so little effort to consider what might be alternative explanations? And I think what I call this is the hyperactive what and the lazy why. That we put an enormous amount of energy into measuring things, quantifying things, assembling effectively statistics for presentation upwards within the organization, for presentation to stockholders, for the construction of narratives to stockholders. But actually, the effort that goes into the assembling of all this information isn't matched by a commensurate effort in asking what the causality might be. And then I thought of the oldest question in behavioural science, which is, why did the chicken cross the road? And I noticed that in this question, okay, there are always two assumptions. The assumptions are that there's only one chicken and there's only one reason. And what we tend to do, I think, is that once, and I think the explanation for this might come down to the work of people like Dan Sperber and the argumentation hypothesis, that actually as human beings, we haven't really inherited or evolved the brains of scientists. What we've inherited is the brains of lawyers. And what I was always taught in negotiation training is that if you have one good reason to say no, advance that one good reason, then shut up, okay? In other words, if you have a great alibi, if you have a single conclusive case for the defense, you make that case and then you stop. You don't go on adding other reasons, because if one of your supplementary reasons is weak, the opposition will then pick that apart. And I think something there, explains quite a lot of human behaviour. I think, by the way, the greatest application as yet for behavioural science won't be in understanding individual consumer behaviour, which is fairly naturally where it has its beginnings, because apart from anything else, that's where it's easiest to measure. I think the really big value for behavioural science will ultimately come from understanding social behaviour, but also from understanding institutional behaviour. Because we always have this view, I think, that individual consumers, when they make decisions, are biased, but then when you put a lot of consumers behind a desk, in an office, in a workplace, and you put them round a room in a meeting, somehow those biases even out. I don't think that's true. I think sometimes those biases actually become amplified. And so understanding what's going on in collective default decision-making in terms of our approach to causality and reasoning seems a really important area for inquiry. What we see time and time again is what I call this lazy why, that once there is a satisfactory rational explanation, we deliver that, and then our brain says, right, got that, move on, nothing to see here. And I think it's a very, very dangerous assumption that there's only one chicken and there's only one reason why it crossed the road. I'll give you a couple of examples of this. Let's take a sale, okay? You're all familiar with it. Everywhere in the world, shops will have a sale. And if you went to an economist and said, why do you think shops are crowded during the sale? Okay? They will say, because the prices are lower. And that, by the way, is perfectly true. It's an absolutely reasonable and accurate answer. But is it the whole truth? And this is the distinction I want to make. Because I think if we delve a little bit deeper into what a sale is, okay? I think you'll notice about 3 different things going on. Yes, there are lower prices, okay? Now, I have a vague contention that if you actually staged a sale and put loads of signs up saying sale and you paid actors to queue outside the shop, okay, that even without reducing the prices, you would create a fairly significant uptick in demand, okay? I think that's possible. I also think it's true to say that if you simply cut your prices and didn't create the theatre around the sale by putting stickers in the window and by creating an air of desperation, I think in that case, actually, to be honest, you wouldn't sell that much more. I think there are multiple things going on. I think it's a Lollapalooza effect. I think there are multiple behavioural things happening in combination. And we will be much better off if we try and understand more than one of them. But what we tend to do is we default to the first plausible, rational explanation. Exactly as a defence lawyer might do. Okay, we've got that point answered. That's it, done, nothing to see here. And so in a sale, I think there are multiple things going on. I think there are lower prices. I think there's also scarcity value, because implicit in the idea of a sale is something very different from ordinary shopping, which is once it's gone, it's gone. There is implicit in it the idea of scarcity, the idea that actually these are the end-of-line things from the last season, and there is a limited number of them available. And there is also a huge amount of social proof going on. One of the really important things about physical retail is it puts you in an environment where lots of people are shopping, which therefore makes shopping seem fundamentally normalised, okay? And I think sales without the crowds, without the queues, don't have the same value as sales which are effectively the product of all 3 of those things in parallel. Now, I've always wanted to do, just in alignment with this, I've always wanted to do an experiment, which is when you have 50% extra free on something, whether it's a bottle of shampoo or it's a chocolate bar or anything else, how much of the extra purchase that results comes from the price change, and how much of it comes from the sense that there's a deal? Okay? How much of it may come from salience, the fact that, you know, the other shampoo or the other chocolate bars or the other soaps or the other soap powders don't have an interesting bright red flash on them, but this one does. I always wanted to do that experiment, but then I realised that, of course, to do that experiment would be completely illegal, because it would actually entail claiming that something was cheaper or on offer while keeping the price basically unreduced. And I asked this question once to someone, not an Ogilvy client, I hasten to add, but someone in a very large client organisation. They said, we already know the answer to that question. said, how on earth can you know the answer to that question? It's completely illegal to do the experiment. You know, to do that experiment, what you'd have to do is put 50% extra free on a box of soap powder and then put the price up by 50%. How can you possibly do that? And they said, very simply, by mistake. About once or twice every few years, someone fails to key in something into a spreadsheet, and so there's a great box of something on the shelf and it says 50% extra free and the price has gone up by 50%. There's actually no saving. I said, well, what happens? He said, I can't give you exact figures, he said, but basically you wouldn't believe it. To be honest, the sales go up by almost as much as if you left the price where it was before. Now that's an interesting finding because it suggests the why of what's going on in a price-value equation is rather more complicated and rather more nuanced than simply comparing utility to the sticker price of the object. It strikes me as very, very interesting because what it suggests is there is a value in feeling that you are getting, compared to some baseline measure, a better deal than you would have done last week, a better deal than you'll get next week, or a better deal than your mate is getting down the road. There's some value to that relative perception. It isn't just about a price-value equation. There's some little element of kind of game theory going on in the process as well. Now, the reason I think it's really important to do this kind of thing is because, not only because, well, two things actually. Why, unlike what, generates ideas. If you ask, you can answer lots and lots and lots of what questions, you can compile a lot of statistics, you can get a lot of factual information. Generally, there are exceptions, and brilliant statisticians can do this, but mostly it doesn't generate the kind of insights that really generate interesting and new ideas. Okay? On the other hand, if you come up with an interesting why, you're probably 75% there. It's a wonderful thing that if you can actually reframe the question, if you can ask a different question or come up with a different explanation, the likelihood that it generates a creative solution which mostly will work but certainly will be worth testing is just inordinately higher. Why is inordinately more valuable than what, and yet businesses spend 90% of their time effectively asking a what. And the reason it matters so much is because if you get the why wrong through a lazy assumption, it leads to a huge amount of misdirected effort. So I'll give you an example of this, which I think has been wonderfully corrected, but it took more or less a lifetime of work by a man called Dr. David Metz, who is the Chief Scientific Officer for the UK Department of Transport. Every single transport measure was based on an assumption, which is, why do people want faster forms of transport? And in every case, for decade after decade, the assumption was to save time. The models that actually justified transport investment were effectively predicated on the fact that anybody in transit was economically useless, economically inert, and therefore the more time they had to do things which weren't travelling, the greater the economic and value they would enjoy. And Metz spent years looking at what people actually did when they got access to faster transport. He discovered something very strange, which is hugely important, because the whole of transport policy changes once you understand this, which is basically whatever forms of transportation you give people, and this pretty much goes back to the Roman era, other than people obviously who are professional drivers or who have very unusual circumstances, most people are pretty happy to spend a 1 hour to maybe 70 minutes a day pootling about the place, okay? And if you give them new forms of transportation that are faster, they do not use it to save time, they use it to travel further afield. They use it to maximize opportunity, to maximize the places they can go, the places they can work, the places they can live, okay? And so this interesting kind of ceiling in what is natural human behavior, which is really something, essentially innate and evolved, okay? It lies outside the field of conventional sort of economic maximization thinking, can allow you now, with a different why, to actually invent completely new forms of transportation or transit. So one of the things Metz understands very well is people care about, in some ways, two things. They care quite a lot about comfort. They also care about the predictability of driving time, that low variance in driving time really matters. Now, I would argue that perhaps for 50 or 60 years, the assumption about what transport was supposed to do has actually massively killed what would have been interesting investment in slow but dependable forms of transportation. Because without a time saving, they couldn't actually see a benefit. And this is what I mean by the fact that if you can discover a new why, suddenly whole new solution spaces open themselves up in a way that's completely magical. I find this fantastic. And I think one of the vital things we have to do is simply spend more time asking why, even when the ostensible answer seems to be obvious and complete. We need to spend more time looking for further and different explanations. And again, as John Kenny discovered, that explanation for why something is happening probably lies somewhere in the field of behavioral science and psychology. There's a wonderful thing, I think, called Dobzhansky's law in evolutionary science, which says nothing in nature makes sense except in the light of evolution. And to a great extent, I extend that and say nothing much in business makes sense except in the light of behavioral science. As I said last year, not everything's behavioral science, but behavioral science is in everything. For a complete explanation of something, the non-behavioral solution to any question which actually involves collective or individual human behavior and decision making probably isn't cutting it, and as a result, your failure to include it is narrowing your solution set and limiting your creativity. Because whats generally provide creative constraints and whys generally create creative springboards. I think that's a vital thing to understand. And so when we go back to that original and oldest question in behavioral science, why did the chicken cross the road? Every single time we ask that question, we have to consider two possibilities. There's more than one reason, and there's more than one chicken. And maybe the chickens don't all have the same reason. Once you do that, you escape from the tyranny of averages, and suddenly new sunlit uplands of creative possibilities start to emerge. That's my promise to you. It's a promise, it's a claim, but since I solved the bench problem, okay, at the beginning, I think it's what you like it's to say is an opinion that I've now paid my dues to share. Enjoy the rest of the day. It's going to be wonderful. What I have in store for you is magical. And thank you very much. Before I pass over shortly to someone who I discovered is a former colleague. But first, a short break.
But instead of a break, we're going to come right back to me. Thank you so much, Rory. We haven't inherited the brains of scientists. We've inherited the brains of lawyers. We never know what he's going to say on stage, but we always know that there are going to be trains involved somewhere. He's the reason we're all here. Thank you so much, Rory Sutherland. The other reason that we're all here is, of course, our glorious sponsors. 42 courses, Attuned, Bear, Cloud Army, Instapanel, the LinkedIn B2B Institute, Relative Insight, Trinity McQueen, and of course, WebHelp. Thank you for sponsoring us here today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here. This would not be free for you and your belief in this influential audience. Thank you for that. Nudgestockers, last year we actually crashed the 42 courses website when we gave out the discount code for their new behavioural science and communications course. Well, we've got another course and we've got another discount code. I hear that they have beefed up their tech, so please stay tuned for that.
Let's crash it again, though, Tara.
Let's crash it again.
So behavioural science can unlock many unseen opportunities to grow businesses and to improve lives. And our next speaker is doing just that. Amal Howitt is Magenta's Regional Manager for Africa and Latin America, and she uses her expertise in behavioural science to save lives from landmines. Prepare to be amazed. She has supported governments and organisations with a particular focus on economic development, governance and public service. And for this talk, you, the Nudgestock audience, can ask Amal a question by going to Slido and using the code #Nudgestock2022, and Rory will get round to asking some of the top questions in his Q&A. But for now, please welcome Amal to Nudgestock 2022.
Thanks, and hi everyone. My name is Amal. I work at Magenta. We're an amazing team of passionate social and behavior change experts, and I'm here to tell you about our work on supporting demining effort in conflict-affected areas. So let me tell you first what I'm talking about here. I think most of us here have watched war movies and seen pictures of bombs, missiles, and heard stories about unexploded warfare. These could be bombs, shells, grenades, and other munitions that did not explode when they were employed and still pose a risk of detonation, sometimes many decades after they were used or discarded. But what we're talking about today here is mostly improvised explosive device, or what we call IED, which are not necessarily that kind of sophisticated warfare. It's not the classical warfare that we know, but it's mostly homemade explosives that are well hidden and especially never easy to spot or identify, which makes them extremely lethal. Where most of us live, we don't often think about mines. I mean, we have been thinking about them recently, haven't we? We don't think about explosive devices, but in some of the countries where we work, they are incredibly widespread, and quite often injuring women and children. In 2020 only, the number of victims of explosive mines rose to 7,000 casualties. 80% of those were civilians, and many of whom were children. At Magenta, we are working alongside our partners in this area, and specifically 4 countries. First one is Mali, where the civilian population accounts for half of the victims. Then comes Syria, where almost half of agricultural lands are contaminated. And what I mean by contaminated here is the presence of actual explosive ordnance. Afghanistan, where renewed access to some territories added to the risk since the Taliban seized power. Afghan casualties represent a third of the total number of casualties in the world. And lastly, Iraq. Iraq is one of the most contaminated countries in the world, with 3,000 kilometers of its surface contains mines and other explosive ordnance. 3,000 kilometers, that's the size of 2 Londons. So think about that. When you look at these numbers of casualties, I want you to imagine who they represent. Young kids playing in newly contaminated lands, women going to the market, or even truck drivers on their way to work. And these are not isolated incidents. They're happening on a daily basis. So I guess the question now is, how do we save these lives? The most obvious one is demining. It is efficient. It should be carried out as much as possible. But demining when and where possible is not an easy task. Specialized organizations do remarkable work in this area, but sometimes the constraints resulting from the security and sensitive political context do not always allow for action. Local authorities can themselves be caught up in power politics that prevent them from demining contaminated lands. Their activity then becomes politicized and does not allow for effective demining operations. This is where risk education steps in. Risk education represents not only an additional solution that should always come in hand with demining efforts, but sometimes is the only solution when demining is not possible. In this presentation, I will take you through some of the most fascinating insights that we have come across at Magenta, how we use them to build effective communications to try and help people's lives. First of all, we are truly convinced that social and behavior change expertise, when applied to risk education, is a game changer. Understanding what are the positive and risky behaviors, the drivers and barriers behind them is key to embed impactful and life-saving risk education. So when we talk about positive behaviors, let's see in what we're talking about here. We're talking about walking the main road that is not contaminated. We're talking about not touching suspicious objects. We're talking about not necessarily going to help someone who's injured. And we're talking about also alerting the local authorities when we are spotting danger. Certainly right now you're thinking that these behaviors might seem quite obvious, but don't be fooled because they are very hard to adopt. These are not the easiest behaviors to adopt in the conflicted areas where we work. So when we talk about using main roads, for example, these might be risky and people avoid them. So just a couple of months ago, I was in Bamako in this workshop, and one of the participants was explaining to me that the truck drivers will not take the main roads. They will not take the secondary roads because there are the bigger chances for them to get carjacked or kidnapped on the secondary roads. So they prefer to take the option of maybe walking on a mine or driving by it. Being afraid of touching suspicious objects could not be well perceived in some cultures. Taking risks is perceived to be heroic, and that reputation is very socially rewarding in Mali, for example. So understanding why people, understanding why people are not adopting these seemingly obvious behaviors is the key for us to make them adopt them and not die. So we do work across different contexts, and they have many differences. But we've come across a few similarities, and that's especially when it comes to audience segmentation. The following audience segmentation is quite relevant, mostly always. The first group would be the unaware. That's the unaware group, those who do not know about the danger of explosive hazards. These are usually returnees, internally displaced population, or truck drivers. Second group is the uninformed group, those who do know about explosive hazards, but don't know about safe behaviors. Then comes the misinformed, and these are the children, adults, and the elderly group. Third group are the misinformed, those who have been given information about safety or believe they are highly informed, and these are generally former soldiers, fighters, ex-miners, scrap metal dealers. Then come the reckless, who know about mine safety but ignore this information, and these are usually young boys playing around. And lastly, the intentional group, those who have no option but to intentionally adopt unsafe behaviors, and these are male youth or adults collecting items because they will be buying them after. So when we look at the psychological, environmental, sociological insights, we come across some quite mind-blowing insights. We hear things like, my destiny is not in my hands. As a Tunisian, I can relate to that because we have that sense of fatalism. Some of us think that our destiny is written somewhere in the stars, and there's nothing we can do about it, so why bother? We hear also things like, I have limited options for how I can make a living and provide for my family. Or, it's very important for me to be part of a group or be accepted. I think all of us can relate to that one. We SBC experts are constantly confronted with challenging insights when it comes to risk education, but the toughest one so far is probably this one. Not dying is not my #1 priority. So how can you go from there? How can you answer that when you're building your recommendations? I think the simple answer could be, save a life now, build a life later. We know that using positive, emotional, inspiring, and educational messaging, we will help people better understand the value of prioritizing safe behaviors above others and times more seemingly pressing factors. And the core idea here was intentionally echoing to the Quranic teaching, which says, whoever saves one life is as if has saved all humanity. So we understand here that the ultimate priority of people's lives is something we must be cognizant of at all times. It positions our messaging to counter fatalism. In Mali, we were conducting some research amongst a quite diverse set of ethnic groups. And one of the most common insights was within the reckless group. Remember, the young boys who are playing, wandering around their houses and exploring new territories, exposing themselves to risks because that would make them perceived as heroes. So what we recommended in our strategy was to redefine who true heroes are. The true heroes in Mali are the ones who are actively trying to be safe, to protect others by promoting these positive behaviors. And you can all imagine what's possible in the realm of communications when you talk about superheroes. Basically, superheroes, comics, can save young children's lives. In Afghanistan, we developed this entertainment radio ad using engaging storytelling. And we partnered with very local Afghan radios that help us develop the dialects, the scripts in the local dialects. The ads delivered messages around traveling safely, safe behaviors after recent attacks and conflicts, and encouraging parents to protect their children from explosive hazards. A large audience exposed to explosive ordnance education engaged with the messages on a regular basis, and therefore had an increased capability and motivation to practice safe behaviors around explosive hazards. These are kind of the messages that we have conveyed through the radio ads. You can see that 74% of our messages were about do not touch foreign objects. That's as easy as it is, but you need to say it and repeat it and to tell it to everyone. In Syria, we developed a gamified application inspired by the children's favorite book, Choose Your Own Adventure. The process has facilitated a user-generated experience by allowing the audience to pick their own path. For instance, the user was able to select their gender, age, and the content that was showed to them was considering their profile. So the approach has allowed for a targeted and interactive experience for the user, keeping them better engaged in the learning process. Also, this app was the first risk education application that was in Arabic, and since most of those are in English, obviously, that was a game changer as well. We all know that entertainment can be a powerful lever for risk education. In Iraq, we created a TV series that puts women in a position traditionally occupied by men. So this gender approach was not only a way to fight traditional gender stereotypes, but also a way to approach the issue of risk education through entertainment. This approach that has proven its worth and which, above all, makes it possible to cover the whole range of population concerned by risks is in the sense that women are also exposed and potential victims of explosive ordnance. So now, when we talk about impact, as I've started the presentation about saving lives, and you're expecting me maybe to give you a number of how many lives we've saved, that is not an easy question. And while some casualties are still being killed by explosive ordnance, we cannot talk about success. It's not great. So it remains to track how many lives have been saved through our risk education interventions, but we know that our content has reached millions and millions of citizens across these 4 countries. So it is not possible to measure the number of lives that have been saved, and this requires also to know in advance who would have been a victim of an explosive ordnance. However, what we do know, for instance, is that in Afghanistan, for example, 90% of the victims have never been exposed to any risk education content. Through our project only in Afghanistan, a partnership with the local radios, we had almost 800,000 people that were reached by the campaign. The project has also strengthened the CSO, civil society organization skills, and local actors who then became this relay of information and awareness to the populations under their responsibility. And that has reduced the number of victims. In Iraq, the drama series that we have produced reached more than 6.6 million people on social media. And the social media posts only, they had an audience of more than 35 million people, which increased the dissemination of the good messages and the safe behavior content. Lastly, you can help. If you're interested in helping, you can donate to UNMAS. UNMAS is the United Nations Mining Action Service. They depend on donations, so yes, you can help donate and increase the activities of risk education. If you want to get in touch, that's me, that's our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I discovered that you'd actually worked for 5 years in Ogilvy in Tunisia, which I, as a quick plug, is actually one of our most magnificent offices. It's always been an absolutely fantastic creative beacon there. So it's really good to welcome an alumnus on board as well. And I'll just have just a few questions. Is this actually on? Because it needs to be unlocked. That's the only problem. If you can unlock that for me and bring it back. But I'll ask you, I mean, one of the really important points here, by the way, is that there are really, really important activities of this kind which you'll never be able to measure the effect of.
Sure.
And one of the things that slightly worries me about the cult of quantification is that I worked in direct marketing for many years, and the great thing about direct marketing is you could measure. The downside is you were never allowed to do anything that you couldn't precisely measure. And I think it's perfectly well possible. However, your point that actually 90% of the victims had never been exposed to the message, if that is then disproportionately high, it's impossible to correct for all the variables. But nonetheless, that's indicative, and I think it's highly indicative. Exactly. The other thing I think that's really important is the role of the of edutainment.
Yes.
So The role that soap operas can play, the role that narratives in, for example, telenovelas can play, can be an extraordinary form of persuasion simply by example and storytelling without actually ostensibly being a piece of persuasion at all. Are you planning to do more of those, as far as you can, more media partnerships?
Yes, actually at Magenta we do not only work on risk education, but we work on education, health, gender issues, and we saw that edutainment is always the most impactful type of content. People project themselves in those characters, they start relating to them, and that start changing their own behaviors. It's the best way to challenge social norms as well.
There's a really interesting story from Latin America, which is they tracked the spread of telenovelas across certain parts of Latin America, and it absolutely coincided with the reduction in family size. And the irony of this was that the wealthier families portrayed in the telenovelas tended to have fewer children, which just set a social norm of having smaller children, possibly associated with wealth. It turned out this was not intentional at all. It was simply that the people who made these programs found it a pain in the arse recruiting child actors. So they got the script writers to write in smaller families simply for the convenience of making the thing. It had no social purpose when it was actually done. But I think that's really potent. The app is interesting also because it's a very clever way of getting people to self-target.
It's gamification,
words,
isn't it?
Gamification.
It is gamification,
gamification actually makes personalisation rather easy because it's actually done by the participant.
Exactly.
What are your future plans? What do you see as the next big priorities?
I think for us the next big priorities are really, I'm working on Africa and Latin America, is really supporting more countries and more partners across both continents. But our teams across the world, they are really supporting these very important matters. And I think our priority is always to stick to the truth and be the voice of the actual insights and build actual efficient communications and interventions and provide that authentic research and just link the people to the truth.
Because you mentioned, there's a great question here from the fabulous Louise Ward, which is, one of the things you spotted is the absolute problem that young male bravado causes in so many settings. And I think that's a persistent thing. But Louise asks, how important is it using a cultural lens to come up with behavioural solutions?
You cannot do it without a cultural lens, and that means sitting with communities and consulting them and co-design solutions with them. We do not design things and solutions for people, we design them with people. So yes, having that cultural lens, being there on the ground actually, and having the local staff as well, that would give you the nuances. You and me were talking about foreign languages yesterday.
Yes.
I was telling you, I think the importance of speaking a foreign language is not actually the jargon, it's the silences, it's the unspoken words. And you need that to understand what's not being said. You need to be able to read it between the lines. So yes, Louise, having that cultural lens is absolutely crucial.
And then the other problem someone's asked here, actually anonymously, no reason for them to be anonymous, obviously one of the problems is these are not people who are generally the target audience for large numbers of advertisers. So as a result, the number of media supported to reach those people is correspondingly low. How do you overcome that problem that they're in many cases not just an under-advertised group, or they're almost very hard to reach by definition?
You get creative, isn't that the sense of very creativity? It's not depending on channels, but finding the right channels. So because again, we sit a lot with communities, and there was an interesting insight in Mali, for example, where the level of literacy is quite high. And we saw that the insights when we were studying the media landscape, that the number of use of WhatsApp was high. And we're like, that does not make sense. And one of the focus groups, or the key informant interviews, respondents was telling us that's because they send vocal notes.
Of course.
And that insight is a game changer, isn't it?
Of course.
So we started recommending building content that is sent.
So audio content sent through WhatsApp.
People do not read, but they can record themselves and send those messages on WhatsApp.
Fantastic.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that occasionally, but that's out of laziness, I might add. But a very interesting question here. Someone's asked, have you ever attempted to communicate with the opposing military? Or is that considered, in other words, is there a solution?
The question would be why
people doing it in the first place?
Because that means that, because you're considering that they are ready for dialogue.
Yeah.
I think when people have arrived to the point of violence, they're not interested in dialogue, are they?
No.
So it's really about saving people's lives and actually focusing on the potential victims.
That's absolutely fantastic.
And it's not our job either, it's the job of other organizations, but yeah.
And what's probably the favourite, wonderful last story, what's the favourite thing you've done?
Recently?
Yeah, the thing you're most fond of. Is it the voice notes? I think
it was the voice notes. I think being able to action such wonderful insight and see it happening, it's amazing. Because in our job, we see the impact. Yeah. And that's really great.
Well, Mum, I don't want to keep you from your work any longer, okay? Because I think there are more important things you can be doing. But we're just going to lead to a commercial break here. Thank you very much indeed. It's absolutely tremendous. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks all.
If you want some high quality behavioural science from me and the team at Nudgestock, then check out 42courses.com. And for this weekend only, if you use the code Nudgestock22 at checkout, you'll be in for a fairly pleasant surprise.
Welcome back, Nudgestockers. Hasn't the first hour, not even the first hour of this, been absolutely amazing? We've had Rory Sutherland talking about more chickens and more eggs. You're going to want to go watch that one back. And also we've had Amal Howard. I mean, wasn't that incredible? Saving lives with landmines. I mean, just an incredible situation. Now, it isn't all about here in London hosted today. We're going to bring in our global host today right now. So someone else who's using behavioural science for a force for good is our man in Manila, Paulo Mercado, all the way from the Philippines. He's our Vice President of Behavioural Science out of Asia. Come in, Paulo Mercado. How are you today?
Thank you, Dan. I am well, and hello from Asia. So I'm here to introduce our next guest, who is a very good friend of mine and a big inspiration for me on how behavioral science can be used to decode shopping behavior through the power of observation. This is Paco Underhill. Paco Underhill is the best-selling author of the landmark book, Why We Buy: The Science of Shopping. His most recent book is How We Eat, where he explores the brave new world of food and drink. Paco Underhill is known as the world's leading retail anthropologist, and he is the founder of the shopper research company called Behavioural. Paco uses the principles of environmental psychology to understand and also to structure retail environments to nudge shoppers and also uplift sales as a result. Paco joins us today to share his views on the future of retail in a post-pandemic world. So let's hear it from Paco.
She left the web, she left the loom. She made 3 paces through the room. She saw the water lily bloom. She saw the helmet and the plume. Anyone remember that? That's the BBC warm-up from the 1930s that contains every sound in the English language. Is it Nudgestock or is it Nudgestock? I am so happy to be here. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I often introduce myself as a refugee from the world of the university. That some 35 years ago, I used to teach in a doctoral program in environmental psychology, or the effect that space has on people's behavior. I taught fieldwork, and I came up with a way of using a motion picture camera to measure how people move in interior spaces. I coupled it with a practice of observation and started knocking on doors. I thought I could work on retail and banking. I'd never taken a retail course in my life, never taken a business course, never taken a marketing course, but I knew a lot about understanding how people move. My first job was working for Citibank, looking at the first installation of ATMs, and that was in 1977. Part of what was interesting back then is recognizing that as I stepped off into the world of commercial research, there were two systems that people used. First was borrowing the tools of media research and asking people questions. You can do it quantitatively, you can do it qualitatively, you can do it in a focus group, you can do it in person, you can do it online. But one of the things that I know is that what people say they do and what people actually do are often different. The other tool people used is sales research. I called it the myopic view of the functionality of the space, whether real or cyber, from the vantage point of the cash register. It's a way of understanding where you're winning. But all of us in the broader world of retail and of marketing and of advertising recognize that while it's important to understand where you're winning, some of the easiest and most important victories you can win is understanding where you're losing. What is the difference, whether it's in a real space or a cyberspace versus one of your familiar customers' behavior versus somebody who's coming in for the first time? Before long, we expanded. Part of what was interesting is that in the latter half of the 20th century, while lots of business schools, McKinsey's, the BCGs of the world were talking about strategy, part of what we got to was tactics, meaning that we could walk into almost any retail space or any cyberspace and start to make some immediate, in some cases, very minor changes where you could see the results almost immediately. Part of what is interesting in our broader world of retail and of consumption is that while there are a set of biological constants, those biological constants may be 90% of us are right-handed. Our eyes adjust to changing light based on our age. The way I see color at my age and the way someone sees color at 20 are predictably different. There's some gender issues. There's some generational issues. But part of what is interesting also about retail and consumption is that they are a reflection of the changes in us. And if I look at what made a good store in 2000 and what makes a good store in 2022, there are some radical differences there, and they are a reflection of the evolution of us. We tested prototype stores in 50 countries across the world. If you think of the Fortune 100 list, we worked for more than a third of them. And that work took us everywhere. And part of what was interesting is understanding a series of consumer trends across the globe. Part of what we know is in our post-pandemic world, there are 5 things that were happening before the pandemic hit. And in our post-pan world, those things have either accelerated or morphed. First is the evolution of our relationship to screens. The connection between our eyes and our brains is affected by our exposure to our phones, our exposure to our laptops, our exposure to digital screens in the context of whatever space that we're in. And that part of the irony of our world is that if I go to the design studios, whether they're at Ogilvy in London, or they're in New York, or they're in Tokyo, or they're in Beijing, the person sitting at the CAD CAM screen doing the design work is generally under age 30. And if you're Abercrombie and Fitch, that's fine. But if you're Tesco, or you're Mars, or you're Selfridges, understanding the difference between how someone sees at 22 and the way someone sees at 60 is a really important issue. How do we see and how do we process what we see? And in our post-pan world where some of us got locked up at home, whatever, this is in a remarkable state of evolution. That's one. Second issue here. the most seminal event in the history of our species since we tamed fire is birth control. Part of what that has done is change the relationship between procreation and sex. And it's changed what the role of gender is in the context of our own lives. Is there a glass ceiling? The answer is yes. Are there issues that are categorically unfair to females? The answer is unequivocally yes. On the other hand, particularly in retail and in advertising, we often live in a world that's owned by men, designed by men, managed by men, and yet women are our most important customers. How do we look at our world, whether it's a cyber world or a physical world, through feminist glasses? Part of what we know, for example, here in North America, with each passing month, the number of households where the woman is the dominant bread earner goes up with each passing month. If I look at institutions of higher learning, the graduation rate for females versus males is often very different. There are professions that 50 years ago were totally dominated by men, and yet today, for example, pharmacists. Back in the 1920s, there were no female pharmacists. Today, if you walk into virtually any drugstore anywhere in the Western world, the pharmacist is often female. How do we understand the impact of women? How do we understand their issues of security and the fact that when they move through a commercial space, what they look at and how they look at is often very different from guys? What makes the world female friendly? And that issue is something that is going to be with us forever and ever. Praise the Lord. Third issue is the role of time. Almost all of us are struggling with multitasking issues, particularly in a post-pan world. Again, I can go back to the example of a female who is having a job, looking after her kids, trying to deal with school issues, trying to deal with the home, and also trying to do some of her shopping. How do we understand that? And I can stand at a doorway of a Tesco or an Asda and watch somebody walking in the door, and I can almost imagine how loud that clock is ticking inside their heads. For every time that you walk into a store ready to spend some time browsing and buying, there's another time you walk in desperate to get in and out. And that's true not only of physical spaces, but of cyberspaces too. How do we understand the role of time in our selection process? And in our post-pan world, time is morphing. That clock ticking inside our heads ticks at a relative degree of loudness. Fourth issue is what is global and what is local. The way someone shops in Macclesfield versus the way someone shops in East London, versus if I'm a technology company and I'm selling the same software, but the difference between the mindset and the knowledge base of someone walking into my store in Dubai versus my store in Albany, New York, or in Leeds, England, is often different. And it doesn't mean that there's an infinite degree of differences, but it does mean that one of the keys to our world, whether it's advertising, design, management, retail, cyber, whatever, is understanding what the role of local is. We know that historically retail is about birth, life, death, and compost. And we're at a point where there's a certain degree of compost. There is change in the mix. That if the 20th century was about letting us get bigger, think about the global food giants that Ogilvy works for. The interesting issue is that in the 21st century, technology is also letting us get smaller, and it's letting us get more local. Do you know, for example, in the 1950s, the family farm was dead. The family farm was dead. Today, thanks to solar power, greenhouses, and the ability to go direct to a customer and not through a wholesaler, the small family farm in parts of the world is doing just fine. In fact, I was interviewing farmers in the Hudson Valley, not that far from where I live, who are throwing off six-figure incomes off of a 10-acre plot. And that was because they found ways to go direct and because they found ways to lightly process it. There was a woman who inherited a potato farm from her grandfather, a marginal farm at best. She looked at the potatoes, she looked into her screens and go, what could I do with this? So what did she do? She got a distilling license. And she's now making artisanal vodka out of her potatoes and selling them at the farmer's market for significant amounts of money. Is she doing just fine? The answer is she is. I think for those of us, whether it's in the commercial world, the advertising world, is understanding that role of what is global and what is local. I can remember going to Japanese supermarkets where in the produce section, they had pictures of the farmer in the field that those tomatoes or potatoes or kumquats were born in. That global versus local is something that is going to be with us. And it is in a way a very positive change because we need to find ways to engineer cost out of our supply chain and to get things to us that are healthier and fresher. The final issue here is one that I've worked on, again, all over the world, but we as a species passed over a very magic moment in the late 1990s, where up until that point, the overwhelming majority of global wealth was in the hands of an aristocracy. If you think about Selfridges and Harrods, the roots of those companies were based on selling to people who were royalty, dukes, sirs, whatever. Today, if I look at the 20 wealthiest people across the globe, 19 out of those 20 earn their money in the course of their own lifetimes. If I go to the cosmetics counter at Selfridges, peaches and cream doesn't rule anymore. There is a wide array of skin tones. But part of what is interesting and challenging for our world, particularly those of you at Ogilvy, is that one of the challenges that we face is that often in order to sell, we have to first educate. Why does this t-shirt sold at Primark cost €3 and this t-shirt sold at Harrods cost €20? Some of it is the quality of the cotton, some of it is the feel, some of it is the construction. But part of what that process of educating is one that makes our challenge at a Nudgestock and moving into the advertising future both poignant but also interesting. It is a very interesting time for us as a species. I have three things that I believe in with messianic fervor. The first is that amenability and profitability walk hand in hand. We can feel good about what we do if we recognize that we are looking out after the best in our customers. Second is that giving good store or giving good web is looking at the interrelationship between what we sell and how we sell it and the operating culture. And for those of us in the broader world of commerce and those of you at Ogilvy, understanding that there is a relationship between marketing and operations, store design, visual merchandising, and all of those things need to be strung together. And finally, I believe in rubber-soled shoes. Rubber-soled shoes, what are you talking about, Puck? Part of what my message is here is that all of us have gotten much too comfortable staring at our screens and thinking sitting down. I am reminded, having served on the board of multiple Israeli technology companies, that one of the lines that they've used often is that wars are won when generals get to the front. You know, one of the ironies of our retail and advertising culture is if I walked into the Ogilvy office in London and I found the desk farthest away from the front door, that's probably where the person in charge sat. I think it is very important for us to get to the front lines. It's very important for us to put those rubber-soled shoes on and go look at the parking lot, go look at the distribution center, and get comfortable with what's going on where our products and our customers are meeting. Thank you for listening to me. I think I've run through my 18 minutes.
He's run through his 18 minutes, but wasn't it fabulous? Are your minds blown yet, Nudgestockers? Did you manage to catch Rory's billion-dollar behaviours? He answered, by the way, the big question of why did the chicken cross the road? So if you've missed that, you'll have to go back and catch up. As well, we've been speaking to Amal about the behavioural science of bomb disposal, and we just heard from Paco there about the webs of retail in the post-pan world. There's so much more to come, but whatever you've seen, if you've joined us already, please do get tweeting out there with hashtag Nudgestock 2022. We want to get that puppy trending, and if you've got a puppy or a baby or someone who's watching along at home with you, why not show us? We want to share as much as we can on social and bring some more people to the party. We've still got about 9 hours of content. So if you invite your friends down now and social, even on your WhatsApps and your MySpaces or wherever you're DMing people, then you might well even run into them later on in the Nudgeverse. But talking of social, our next speaker is all about the Twitter storm. We knew when we were putting together the lineup for Nudgestock 2022 that we would need to speak to a world that is conflicted, and that we would need a speaker who could really help us illuminate the underlying psychological mechanisms involved in so much of the nasty political polarization that we see today. Just such a speaker is Alex Chesterfield. Now, Alex has she really brings together the applied and academic worlds, but she's held leading behavioural economics teams at Which, at the Financial Conduct Authority, and that she is currently leads behavioural risk for one of the UK's largest financial institutions. She's a speaker, author, and behavioural practitioner, co-host of Changed My Mind with Open Democracy, the podcast, and of course the co-author of Poles Apart on why we divide and how to bring people back together. She recently produced an online course with Cambridge and edX on workplace division. Absolutely no need for any of that around here. But please get your questions to Alex in on the Slido that you'll see on your screen, Nudgestock 2020. But for now, let's come together with Alex Chesterfield.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here to be talking about polarization. But before I get on to polarization, I just wanted to share a little bit more about myself. If we can just go to the next slide. So I'm Alex Chesterfield. I'm a southerner with northern roots. So I grew up near Brighton, went to my local state schools, used to have a very strong Scouse accent, believe it or not. I'm married to Will, and I'm mum to Ted and Evie, so they're now 7 and 10, so a lot older than you can see in that photo. As you said at the beginning, I'm an applied behavioural scientist, and I'm also a formally elected Conservative councillor and activist. So that picture at the bottom you can see on the slides is me back in 2010, canvassing on election day. I wasn't successful, with my little blue rosette and blue balloon. So note how I have deliberately put things that I might have in common with people first, before revealing things about myself that might trigger a more negative reaction. And on that note, some of the points in this session might make people feel a bit uncomfortable. Polarization is incredibly hard, complex, and messy. And the polarization that we talk about in the book is not at the extremes. So we're not dealing with extremes here. It's polarization in the relative mainstream. And when people typically think about polarization, they think about scenes like this. So they think about Trump, they think about America. But polarization involves these really natural processes that are happening much closer to home. So America isn't unusual. In fact, it's not even the place that has the worst levels of polarization currently. And it's often a problem in Europe too. So think about the Green Party in Germany, think about Orban in Hungary, think about Le Pen in France, think about Brexit in the UK. In pre-pandemic, a survey was done, and just over half of the UK population said they thought the UK was more divided than at any point in their lifetime. So the key message is that although most of the research that's been done on polarization is from the US, we have reason to be concerned much more widely. And another assumption that people often make about polarization is that when they think about it, they typically think about polarization around issues. So how far people are divided on a set of issues or a particular issue. So for example, gun control, abortion, climate change, etc. So the question has traditionally been, how far apart are those views? And that's what's known as issue polarization. But what that misses out is our identity. So identity is also a key part of this polarization picture, or polarization problem. Now, identity is about who we are as individuals. So I describe myself at the beginning, as a mother, as a behavioural scientist, etc., as a southerner. So who we are as individuals is at least partly about the groups that we belong to. And our group identity, as I said, might be gender, they might be based in our nationality, they might be based in our political outlook. And what we're seeing is division around these group identities, which then, what we're seeing are these increasing levels of distrust and dislike of the other side, irrespective of whether or not people agree or disagree on particular issues. Now, this phenomena is known as affective polarization, where feelings become much more important than facts, and partisan labels, so think about words like anti-vaxxer, woke, Guardian reader, latte drinker, gammon, etc., come to act as proxies for differences in values and beliefs that go way beyond politics. And affective polarization will impact you. So even if you think it's not going to, it will impact you, your customers, your communities, your businesses. And there's some evidence suggesting it will impact you, especially if you think it isn't going to. Okay, let's talk now a bit more about the psychology behind this affective polarization. So as I said earlier, to recap, affective polarization has its roots in this idea of social identity. So the groups that we identify psychologically as belonging to or not, which might be social class, nationality, region, football team, etc. And humans love groups. So I think it was John Haidt, he's a professor at NYU, described the defining characteristic of humans as groupishness, as their groupishness. And for good reason. Groups bring us a bunch of benefits. So think back to our caveman days. Groups brought us safety, they brought us protection from wild animals, they helped us get food, they helped us find a mate. But as well as physical benefits, groups also bring really important psychological benefits. So think about the effects of not belonging to a group. So, it physically hurts not to belong. Think about loneliness, which is obviously a massive problem in the pandemic and continues to be. But belonging to a group also has benefits for our self-esteem. So it makes us feel good, especially think about when your team or your side wins, that makes us feel good. Now, the process for dividing the world into in-groups and out-groups has broadly 3 stages, so the ones that you can see at the bottom. So first of all, we categorise, so northerner, southerner, conservative, Labour, progressive, liberal, man, woman, etc., etc. And that happens quite automatically. Once we've adopted a particular group identity, and we typically have lots of them, we then sometimes adopt that identity visibly. So that might be, for example, my little blue rosette or blue balloon. It might be adopting an accent, so I quickly lost my Scouse accent growing up near Brighton. Or it might be wearing your football team shirt. And then once we've adopted the identity, we then compare our in-group to out-groups, and we like our group, in-group, to come out on top, because that's what gives us the self-esteem and makes us feel good. So when our group wins, it feels good. And the key message, or the key point, is that once we've identified with any group, that group will fundamentally shape our experience of the world. So our beliefs, our emotions, our perceptions, and our behaviours. And this cartoon you can see on the screen illustrates just how much our group identities shape our reality. So our blessed homeland versus their barbarous wastes, our glorious leader versus their wicked despot, our great religion versus their primitive superstition. You get the gist. And critically, once we have picked a side, it can heavily influence how we then behave towards both our in-group and that out-group, often without our awareness. And there's a great experiment from a professor called Mark Levine. So he was at University of Lancaster, and he did this experiment that illustrates this point beautifully. So he did an experiment with Manchester United fans. He got them into the lab. And the first part of the experiment, these Manchester United fans had to fill in a questionnaire that was designed to strengthen their team allegiance. Once they filled it in, they were then told that the second part of the experiment involved them walking to another university block. So off they trotted. And en route to the second university block, they saw a runner fall down in pain, so trip over and fall down in pain. Now that runner was actually a Confederate, so he was in on the experiment. And the question that Mark Levine and his team wanted to know or ask was, will people stop and help this runner crying out in pain on the floor? And the answer depended on what football shirt the runner was wearing. So when the runner was wearing a Manchester United shirt, which was obviously a fellow in-group member, 92% of participants stopped to help him. When, however, the poor guy on the floor was wearing a Liverpool shirt, so a rival football team or the out-group, or a neutral football shirt, only 30% of participants stopped to help him. So, key message, we like to put people in in-group and out-groups, and that then alters how we behave towards them. Okay, now what we're seeing more and more are these spillover effects. So where our in-groups and out-groups affect decisions way beyond the political realm. So for example, investment decisions. So there's evidence showing that fund managers are more likely to invest in companies managed by co-partisans, that consumers are twice as likely to engage in transactions when their partisanship matches that of the seller. There's evidence that it impacts treatment advice for politicised health issues like abortion or vaccines, not apolitical health issues like I've got a corn on my toe, but the more political health issues. And the list goes on. So it affects who we hire, who we marry, who we date, who we live with. Now, these spillover effects are only beginning to be studied outside the US, but they may be affecting many different areas of our lives. And I'm going to channel a bit of Michael Caine. The odds are that things are going to get worse before they get better. And the reason we make this argument in the book is that there's various factors, macro factors, let's call them, that have been identified that are associated with polarization. So they're likely to exacerbate this innate tendency we have for tribalism. So these factors include things like uncertainty, rising inequality, so the gap between rich and poor, rising unemployment, and more information. Now, all these factors are likely to go up in a post-pandemic world. And staying on the theme of macro factors, we often like to hold up social media as the poster boy for why different countries are currently so polarized or experiencing high levels of polarization. But we make the argument in the book, it's far too simple to hold up social media as that poster boy. Now, what the research suggests is that social media typically mutes moderates and amplifies more polarizing positions. So this both distorts and reinforces perceptions. We also know that social media business models are designed to monetize negative and more emotional content. So for example, they're the tweets that typically get more shared, they get more likes, they get retweeted. So it pays to polarize. So on that note, social media companies undoubtedly bear some responsibility, but they are certainly not responsible for all polarization, as if that was the case, we never would have been polarized before, which is definitely not the case. So being polarized kind of goes up and down. It's a state that there's always some level of polarization throughout history. So this is nothing new. And in 2016, the group that was most polarized in the US was actually the group that was offline. So just blaming social media underestimates the influence of more traditional news channels. So for example, think about Fox News in the US, think about radio here in the UK, or local news. They also have a lot of influence on this polarization problem. Right, let's end on a more optimistic note. So what can we do about this? Now, the last third of the book talks about what we can do, so potential solutions. So what we can do as individuals, what we can do at a group level, and then what we can do at an institutional level. Given time now, I'm going to focus on 2 areas that you can start doing straight after you have watched all of Nudgestock. So the first one is to activate elements of your shared identity. So when you're in conversation with someone, say, for example, describe yourself as I'm a Londoner, not I'm a Remainer or I'm a Leaver. And let me take you back very quickly to that football experiment we talked about to illustrate the power of the common bond. So Mark Levine did a second experiment, so a replication and an extension. He kept everything the same as the first experiment apart from one small tweak. So this time, rather than asking Manchester United participants to fill in a question at the beginning about their love of Manchester United, he asked them to fill in questions about their love of the game, so football in general. And there was a huge effect of that tiny tweak. So what he saw when that poor runner was on the floor, this time, around the same proportion of Manchester United fans stopped to help their Manchester United fellow fan on the floor. But this time, they also stopped to help around 70% of Liverpool fans, so the outgroup, or when someone was wearing a neutral football shirt. So key message, find common ground first, and that our identities are flexible, so they're not fixed, and we can leverage that inherent flexibility to build bridges. Okay, last one is use a trusted messenger to engage with other groups and frame the messages in a way that appeals to the other side. And in the book, we tell the story of Lewis Lang, who was a lifelong Republican who had followed his party line and not signed up for the Affordable Care Act, or more colloquially known as the Obamacare. And he jeopardized his health when diagnosed with a partially detached retina. So his partisan decision not to sign up for Obamacare literally risked blinding him. Anyway, academics at Berkeley wondered, was Lewis Lang an isolated case, or was polarization affecting the uptake of Obamacare, and would reframing it lead to wider adoption? The short answer was yes. So when they reframed Obamacare as signing up or enrolling into a health insurance website, not a government website, Republicans were more likely to enroll by 20 percentage points. So find the right messenger and frame your messages in a way that appeals to the other side. Okay, that's me. Thank you. Last 2 key messages really from the book. One is that polarization can be deeply corrosive, from those kitchen table conversations right up to trying to solve global problems like climate change. Second, on a more optimistic note, is because we are all part of the problem, we are therefore also part of the solution. Great. Thank you.
Alex, that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And I can highly recommend the book. Just be careful when you're ordering it, because when I first ordered Poles Apart on Amazon, I ended up with a children's book about an unlikely friendship between a polar bear and a penguin, which seemed both improbable on geographical and biological grounds, to be absolutely honest. But Poles Apart, absolutely fantastic. I've got one question here is interesting. Can you think of societies, if people are perceiving the UK to be very, very polarised, can you think of any nations or societies which are remarkable for their lack of polarisation?
Yeah, great question. So the literature suggests actually Japan as one place that historically has seen very low levels of polarisation. Now, this is on talking about issue polarisation. So right back to that first slide on this, generally 2 types of polarisation. There's affective, which is more around the kind of groups we belong to, and issue polarisation, which is more around divides around issues. So if we think about polarisation more in that issue-led way, yeah, Japan is one country, and some of the hypotheses around why Japan has seen lower levels of polarization include, for example, a more it's a cultural phenomena. The fact that they think about others first, and they're much more community based. So they're much more all of us together, as a collective, rather than us and them.
It's very interesting because someone else has asked a question, which is interesting. Do you think that there's a focus too much on rights and too little on obligations in terms of political discourse? And so Gillian has raised a question about motorists versus cyclists, which is an ironic kind of polarization because in many cases people are both. And yet where they sit on that particular divide seems to have driven, it never occurred to me to see a bicycle car divide, in my early youth, for example. And yet that's something that has become a real hot button divisive issue. What's going on there, do you think?
Yes, an interesting question. So I mean, most of us, I think, don't think at that level. Is it a right or is it an obligation? I think it's more around we think first of who we are. So are we a motorist versus are we a cyclist? And depending on what those norms are within each of those groups, that will then affect how we behave. So I think one of the things we point out in the book is that often I think we think that facts might work, for example, or more information might work to change the other side's mind. So actually, if we inform people about actually motorists have this right, or actually you have this particular obligation, it's unlikely to work. What we've actually maybe should be thinking about is actually what have those two groups got in common, and how can we start from there?
There's a good question here as well. Again, this one from Trier Gvenda, which is when polarization is based on unchangeable aspects of identity like race, do you think these solutions can still apply? In other words, what you might call the football shirt experiment, can that actually work similarly even if your identity is to some extent not a matter of choice?
Yeah, really good question. So actually, Cass Sunstein describes, and this is obviously, is in the context of the States, but describes affective polarization as partyism, so a bit like racism or sexism. And some of the effects that I was talking about, those spillover effects, the effects are larger than, for example, religion or race. So there's been various experiments done on the effect of polarization on job hiring decisions, and those effects of someone's political affiliation are larger than, for example, their race. So I think we can. I think some of the potential solutions or ways to reframe can apply. So, for example, I'm thinking the way that a lot of companies, for example, approach D&I or diversity and inclusion often highlights what's different about us rather than what we have in common. Now, that's not to say that those differences are absolutely important. They are, but it's just psychologically, by drawing attention to what we have what's different between us, rather than what's in common, that can exacerbate the divides. I'll tell you a good example. I went to university, my undergrad was in Cardiff. So I said I grew up in Brighton, never thought of a divide between English and Welsh. And Rory, I know you're Welsh. Never thought of a divide between us. And when I got there, my first week in university halls was described as khaki size, which means English, I won't swear, but SHIT. I was like, whoa, never realised that there was this kind of divide before. And it made me quickly realise, wow, this is a divide. But it created that division where there was one, at least for me, that never existed before. So coming back to the question of race, I think something like race clearly needs, at that institutional level, protection in regulation to guard against or safeguard against biased decisions. But I think the way that a lot of companies and organisations approach the issue could benefit from some of the psychology, because the underlying psychology, going back to the Cass Sunstein point, between effective polarisation and prejudice against, for example, based on ethnicity, gender, is exactly the same. So yes, some of the same solutions can certainly be used.
Quite well-intentioned things could backfire. There's the famous scene in Derry Girls, apologise to overseas listeners who may not have seen it, where Catholics and Protestants are brought together and they end up just compiling lists of differences to the extent that Protestants keep their toasters in a cupboard and so on. And actually, my friend Dave Snowden did an interesting experiment across the sectarian divide. He took mixed groups of Catholics and Protestants to Latin America, at which point they all absolutely identified as Irish, and the divisions more or less disappeared. So I think there is there's a huge comparative frame question here, and in some of our well-intentioned activities, we may be absolutely emphasising difference rather than similarity, which is a really interesting. Well, stay on the line because you've got Rob Henderson coming up later with luxury beliefs. So I'll give a little pre-plug for that. And next, thank you enormously, Alex, and over to another commercial break. A few words from our sponsor. Thank you very much indeed.
Bye.
If you want some high quality behavioural science from me and the team at Nudgestock, then check out 42courses.com. And for this weekend only, if you use the code Nudgestock22 at checkout, you'll be in for a fairly pleasant surprise.
Oh, Tara, we're only an hour and a half in. I already don't want it to end, but luckily we've got a lot more. But so far we've already heard about how to overcome polarisation. We need a common identity. Perhaps we think that we're all Nudgestockers. Well, there might be slight differences between us all, but together we're all Nudgestockers. That will overcome polarisation. We've heard about the behavioural science of bomb disposal, and we've even heard about our post-pandemic shopping behaviours.
But Dan, there is still so much more to come. Another goodness knows how many hours and hours, including Channing Jiang from the Basara Centre. We've heard a little bit from the Global South already, but Channing is going to speak to us about doing behavioural science in non-weird countries. And if you don't know already, weird stands for Western, educated, industrialised, rich and democratic. So we're going to be talking about doing behavioural science in non-weird countries, a critical issue. And you're going to be hearing a lot today about the global and local dynamics within our field.
Aston Martin doesn't run ads anymore. So how is it that people keep referencing an ad from 50 years ago when purchasing a car today? It's because ads work over the long term. 95% of category buyers are out market at any given time. Buyers are either in market or out market. Most buyers are future buyers, and future buyers are the source of future cash flows. Shake up your buyer journey, not stirred, and find out what this means for your brand marketing strategy.
And Tara, is one day of Nudgestock enough for you?
Dan, one day could never be enough.
So you'd say you want more than one day. So, okay, if we want more, we'll give you more. So you may have heard of our podcast. The artist formerly known as O Behave is now called Nudgetalk Radio. You can also read about our Nudgetalk POVs, articles written by the team on behavioural science. But this year, because Tara wants more, we're actually going to start with Nudgetalk Live. Because it's our 10th birthday, we're going to have 10 mini sessions, 10 mini Nudgetalks that dive into specific topics throughout the year. You'll be able to find out what those topics are by going to nudgestock.com right now. Open a new tab, keep this one open, of course. And if you can't attend those sessions, you'll also be able to go to nudgestock.com to read more about our case studies. Practice that, and a couple of times, and it all went fine, so that's good. And within here, you've got the top work from the last year of behavioural science as made by our team. So enjoy the read of the Behavioural Science Annual.
So while you do that and look up Nudgetalk, register your interest in some of the fantastic sessions. We've got everything from behavioural communications like the Mayor of London campaign you just saw through to health and safety, all kinds of stuff. Whilst you do that in another tab, please keep us open here, Nudgestockers, because there's so much more to come, including one man I am going to really fangirl over. He's going to tell us what top hats have to do with defund the police. That's it. What do top hats have to do with defund the police? We're going to find out soon. But for now, a few words from our sponsors who keep this festival free and fabulous.
If you want some high quality behavioural science from me and the team at Nudgestock, then check out 42courses.com. And for this weekend only, if you use the code Nudgestock22 at checkout, you'll be in for a fairly pleasant surprise.
Welcome back, Nudgestockers, to this free Festival of Behavioural Science and Creativity, the world's biggest festival of behavioural science and creativity, only because you are watching at home. So thank you for that. Or maybe in your offices now. We didn't have that privilege last year, but now we can touch each other. It's all good. What a wonderful world to live in today. Nudgestock 2022. And we're here only really because of our sponsors who are keeping this free to air for all of us. And one of our incredible sponsors is, of course, Cloud Army. Cloud Army neurotest nudges through a potent cocktail of marketing science, computer science, and hard neuroscience. And this allows them to evaluate implicitly almost anything. I actually scoped them up just the other week for an implicit association test, and they shared with me some data that suggested that the Pantone Red of Burger King is significantly more delicious implicitly than the Pantone Red of McDonald's. But lots more insights such as that coming up soon. The mantra for Cloud Army is that if behavioural science interventions are inspired to work at a deeper, more intuitive level, then they should jolly well be tested at that level too. Cloud Army is the place at Nudgestock where nudge meets neuro, and we're very pleased to have in the studio here today with us Tom Noble from Cloud Army and the wonderful Dean Field from our very own Ogilvy design and branding agency, Coley Porter Bell. Tom and Dean, what have you got for us?
Hi. Well, thank you, Anna. Welcome to everyone to Nudgestock. I hope you're all having a great day. I'm Dean Field, and I'm a creative director at Coley Porter Bell and work with our corporate clients to tackle some of their most complex brand problems. Now, I've always had a keen interest in behavioural science, and I've been lucky enough to have worked with Rory's team on a number of different occasions.
And I'm Tom Noble. I'm co-founder of Cloud Army, and have had a lot of fun over the last 20 years working closely with neuroscientists, behavioural scientists, marketers, and creatives as well, in trying to find smarter ways and techniques to evaluate and optimise strategy, design, and creativity.
So today we have a few short sessions, and we hope that will provide a glimpse into the worlds of design and science and how they can come together to help deliver more intuitive and more compelling creative solutions. These short, sharp snapshots are timetabled throughout the day, and we hope that they will help explore each specific segment. We'll be asking you different questions via Slido and discussing your results. So please get involved, snap the QR code, and get going on question 1. But first, a bit of background about CPB and Cloud Army. Coley Porter Bell is Ogilvy's brand and design business. We exist to help our clients seize opportunity in moments of critical change. And whilst change has been constant in the lives of our clients, right now we are seeing really seismic change. Change from We're seeing change from an exponential progress in data and tech to shifting societal attitudes, endless disruptors and innovations in every category and ever heightening consumer expectations. And change of this magnitude means a new era for branding. We do branding which has had to evolve and change to successfully create and design brands that will succeed today and tomorrow. We call our approach immersive branding. We've moved from thinking about brands in a singular way, i.e. what's their purpose and their proposition, to realising that brands need to be managed across multiple dimensions, and that's across both strategy and expression, from the more traditional dimensions such as being distinctive through to more recent dimensions which have been driven by tech and by data, from creating holistic brand experiences to being digitally coherent, to being adaptive, responsive and intelligent. We use our immersive branded thinking and framework to help us manage all of these dimensions and to create brands and brand expression systems that are fit for today and for the future. And of course, it's critical that we create work that actually works. And because we know that people respond to design and brands, first and foremost with their intuitive System 1 brain, we're always looking to create immersive brand and design solutions that tap into the brain's more intuitive response networks.
Thanks, Dean. As Tara said, we're known as neuro nudge testers, and what we do is we use a whole bunch of different neuroscience tools to try and understand and uncover how people really think and really feel. And what we're trying to get at is the non-conscious implicit biases and those intuitive kind of responses that Dean's just mentioned. Recent advances in brain science have cast a lot more light on how attention is grabbed, how emotion is engaged, how perception is shaped, and how behaviour gets triggered. And these kind of powerful guiding forces all tend to operate at the non-conscious level, i.e. below our radar. And typically, we're not even aware of them. So in parallel, it's now been pretty well established that traditional surveys and qual methods can only go so far because they simply cannot access this intuitive System 1 level, cannot isolate it. We tend to partner, originally it was brand owners, but increasingly now creative agencies such as Ogilvy and management consultancies, government agencies are getting drawn into using these kind of techniques to creatively optimize all kinds of strategic and creative explorations and activations. And we earnestly believe that if creatives are designing solutions that are inspired to work at the kind of intuitive System 1 level, they really do need to be measured at that level. So,
how have we come to be sharing the stage? Well, put simply, if you're trying to improve performance across immersive dimensions, you need a way to measure progress. And because a lot of branding effects happen at a subconscious level, you can't ask respondents as you may normally do. So implicit association is a great way to understand the effects a piece of design might have. And of course, if we can pick the brains of some of our experts in neuroscience, to best practice, so much the better.
So brands, experiences and relationships can be considered to be stored in like a sort of neuro web or a constellation of associations, triggered, stored and accessible in memory. And typically many of these associations are implicit, i.e. they're sort of unknown to us. And frequently they're more emotional than they are rational. And all kinds of implicit associations and biases and heuristics will influence our perceptions and attitudes and how we make decisions and how we behave. Next slide please. So how can we uncover these kind of deeper level associations? Well, there is a fundamental neuroscience tenet that the stronger an association is held in mind, the faster it gets triggered. And on the next slide you'll see you can then, and again, by triggering these associations we can capture the speed of response. So we have a whole suite of tools, an ever-growing repertoire of tools that allow us to measure these strengths of associations in time response and map the consumer patterns of associations and the impact on nudges, designs and activations. And talking about patterns, decades of testing in doing these kinds of work in labs and now increasingly online have built up a whole sort of series of best practice principles, which dovetail very nicely with heuristics and cognitive biases, which behavioural scientists talk about a lot. And the tendencies that in many contexts, these things tend to guide and explain perception and behaviour. One of the overarching ones is processing fluency, and that relates to order versus chaos. Essentially, the brain is looking to take the easiest path in processing information, and the cruise control of system 1 works so much better than the heavy slog of system 2. Therefore, designers who intuitively design ideas to work at that level are helping the kind of processing of those ideas and the full decoding of those designs. Thank you. So, Dean and I will be talking a bit about processing fluency in the sessions that follow on from this one. You remember last year we were at here with on the NALISADD workshop, working with Dan and the team, looking at all kinds of different concepts and ideas and colours. Remember, we tested 6 or 7 different colourways and claims, and these kind of interventions can work, and the tests can work all the way through the development process. So this year, Dean, we're going to be doing something that's a little bit different.
This year we've decided to do something a little bit different. Firstly, we've conducted a series of these implicit level tests where we discover how our audience really felt about a number of different design features and their implicit responses to potential enhancements. And as I mentioned earlier, we've made things a little more interesting and have created a short interactive pub quiz of sorts of our very own for you all today to test how design intuitive you are. So please download the quiz and the questions by pointing your phone's camera at the QR code, and let's get on with our first question. We'll be back later with some answers. Our first question aims to help us understand how we can use visual appeal to motivate a decision or a purchase. So question number 1, quite simply, which of these designs is more appealing? Pack A or Pack B? We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time to share our findings and see what you all think.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Tom. I'm excited to hear what the results would be on that one. So, is behavioral science too weird? Does it suffer from the biases of Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic cultures? How is behavioral science practiced differently in non-weird cultures? Our next guest is Channing Jiang, who is the CEO of the Busara Center of Behavioral Economics based out of Kenya. It's a nonprofit organization that uses social and behavioral science to solve problems in development and poverty alleviation. Busara's broader ethos is to build a behavioral science organization rooted in the context of the lives of the people that they want to serve. Let's now listen to Channing as he talks to us about practicing behavioral science in non-weird countries.
Welcome, Nudgestock 22 audience. My name is Channing Jiang. I'm the CEO of the Busara Center for Behavioral Economics, and I'm giving a talk called Behavioral Silence, Open Secrets, Lessons, and Failures from Working in the Global South. The third story I want to talk about is about the decoy effect. Is it really an effect, or is the decoy effect a bit of a decoy? So what's the decoy effect? Again, this should be well understood, a very classic heuristic here. With the economists, we have an economist online subscription for $59. We have the printed web subscription for $1,200. People don't want the printed web until you throw in the decoy of the print only for $1,200. All of a sudden, people gravitate towards the printed web. That decoy that is strictly dominated makes the more expensive option look more attractive. So again, we're able to replicate this in Princeton with other researchers from Princeton University. But we didn't replicate, and it also replicated in a high income area in Kenya at a local private university, at a rich private university. But it didn't work at all either in Trenton, a low income area of New Jersey, and it didn't work in Kibera, in a low income area of Nairobi. And one of the things that we thought was, well, of course it's not going to work. Do Kenyans even read The Economist? So we so we actually contextualized this version out to talk about something that they would understand, like airtime and data bundles. But even then, it actually got even worse. And I think since then we've learned that some of these phenomenons, when it comes to costs, don't really translate, don't replicate across different contexts. Now, they might replicate across culture. So if you remember, it did replicate across rich US and rich Kenya, but it didn't replicate across context, low income and high income context. So you have to think really carefully that it's not always just culture that we think about for behavioral biases, but it's about low income and high income context. The next set of stories I want to talk to you is about failure to see. What are we really not seeing when we're designing our interventions? So this is a really quick story about a cute baby. We were working with the Center for Social Behavior Change out of India to create interventions that increase the uptake of iron folic acid in pregnant and lactating mothers. And one of the interventions that we developed was a calendar. Think of it like an advent calendar. The idea is that lots of families in the area that we were working had calendars up on their wall. We thought it would be a really fun thing for them to kind of remember to take an IFA pill, remove a little sticker, and then they would get feedback and they would see some image or some reminder about their growing baby and the importance of taking iron folic acid. So we took this to the field. This was really well received in the area that in the region and with the women that we wanted to work with. You can see the prototypes here on the left and some of the images of us prototyping on the right. But when it came to the final version of the calendar, we were struck with an interesting problem. We assumed that people wanted to see pictures of their own babies, images of Indian babies that look like them. But what we heard very resoundingly was that they wanted to see pictures of white babies, which led to a very interesting and sort of uncomfortable realization that the images that we show people are often the images of the idealized versions of what they want to see. And so are we showing people, are we really helping to inspire people to have healthy babies that really are like them, are in their image, or are we pushing our Western culture a little bit too perniciously on others? In the end, the calendar did work, and I think we ended up with a version with an Indian baby. So all is well, maybe that ends well, but it's a really interesting thing on like, what are we looking at when we're designing interventions? The next story is about when sexual reproductive health might get a little bit too sexual. So we were working with a population of men who had sex with men to try to encourage a dialogue and conversation about sexual reproductive health and eventually create better sexual reproductive health habits, right? And so we thought, great idea, why don't we create this dialogue through WhatsApp groups? Why don't we create groups where people can talk to each other, share their issues, and we can moderate a dialogue? What we didn't realize was that people would, unmoderated, even with moderation, people would start using it for other purposes. And our WhatsApp kind of eventually became a grinder, and it became very not suitable for work. We had to leave the group and eventually delete that account. Again, we don't expect this all to end up this way, but it does show that, you know, some of these things are out of your control and you have to think really carefully about before you're designing these interventions. That was a huge failure of ours and something that we didn't see beforehand. And then the final story about interventions I want to talk about is thinking overall, is our intervention a scam? When we're working in the Global South, are our interventions real or are they scams? And of course, they're not a scam, but let me tell you a little story. So when I first started at Busara, we were working with an agriculture insurance product, and we wanted to help launch and increase the uptake of this agriculture insurance product. If you don't know agriculture insurance, the way that this particular product worked was you redeemed it, it monitored where it rained based on satellite data and your location based on your cell phone. And then if it didn't rain at the right time when you planted your seeds, you would get an M-Pesa transfer. You get a mobile money transfer. So it's really kind of magical, right? You don't really have to do anything. And I didn't add, it's a free intervention. So you don't do anything, you give us your number, we know where you are, we measure this rain in your area, and then we send you money if it doesn't rain right. This sounds perfect, but nobody was taking it up and we couldn't figure out why. And then I started thinking, and I was reminded of this quote, Clarke's third law, which is that any sufficiently advanced technology is really indistinguishable from magic. And I thought, is this really magic, or are we trying to sell people a scam? And so a quick digression, here's a picture of a scammer, which isn't really a picture of a real scammer, and here's a picture of my grandma, which isn't really a picture of my grandma. But suffice to say, I spent a lot of time trying to convince my grandma not to pick up the phone and not to answer calls from scammers who were promising them some amazing technology, some amazing return, getting rich, or fixing some problem that she may or may not have. And it made me realize that the things that we might be doing when we're working in communities that may not be used to this technology is we might be doing the exact same thing. Is it really any different on what I might be telling a farmer about a technology that knows where he is, can predict where the weather and whether it's rained or not, and send him money through his phone? Is that any different than what a scammer might be selling my grandma? I don't think so. And I think it's something that we really need to think about when we're designing interventions. Are we telling a story that's compelling and reasonable to someone, or are we selling something that's so magical and so advanced that it just feels like a scam? 3 tips here that your intervention might be a scam, something to think about, both if you're working in the Global South, but other places as well. Are we asking for money up front, like insurance? Give me money and then I promise something good will happen. Is the technology magical, right? We hear so much about blockchain. We hear so much about chatbots. We hear so much about AI. Is it so magical that it doesn't really make sense? And the third thing is, do we rely on a tell your friend scaling? So much of development is, oh, if you can just get other people to tell other people about it, it'll scale magically. And is that any different than pyramid schemes or multi-level marketing? I'm not so sure. And so maybe a good hint for us when we're thinking about, is our intervention a scam? Can you explain to your grandma, would you let your grandma sign up for something like that? And if you wouldn't, maybe you should really reconsider how you can tell that story and how you can increase the uptake of your product. The final set of stories that I want to talk about is our open secrets, things that we might have in the industry that we really don't want to talk about. So the first one is about diversity and inclusion at Busara. Is it weird that we're mostly Western educated? And so I think people by now know what the weird acronym stands for. It stands for Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. And that is to say, right, this is a term coined by Joe Heinrich, that most of social science, most of research is weird, right? And so when we're thinking about applying these weird concepts into these non-weird places, I think we've got it wrong. And that applies even to Busara and the people that work at Busara. So if we think about weird as Western, educated, that's one thing. But if we think about Western educated as a hyphenated, Western educated, I think we have a very different problem on our hands. So some hard numbers, I pulled these numbers today from our HR system. If we have about 75 people at Busara who are managers and above, and I'm using managers and above because below that we can only hire local staff. So this is a relevant distinction. Of that, about 21 of them, or 28% of our staff, are weird. So they're citizens or residents of weird countries, right? And so, even though everyone works in the Global South, people are citizens and from weird countries. And that seems okay. That's kind of like where I would want to see it. We want to have a global and diverse set of people that work at Busara. But that's only weird. If we think about Western educated, actually 60% of our managers and above were educated at one point in their careers in the West. And I think that the fact that that fact really is hidden, and it really belies the fact that we might be just hiring people, even if they might not have the same experiences as us. They might have the same way of speaking. They might have the same way of learning. They might have the same way of communicating. And are we really valuing diversity if we end up hiring people that went to the same universities, the same master's programs, the same PhDs as we did? And so it's a problem that I see at Busara that I'd really like to invest in, so that we have kind of less Western educated and less weird, right? Those things can be very different things. Next story is, why don't people show up to the lab? We do a lot of work with PIs. We do a lot of data collection. And we always wonder, why don't people come to the lab? Why is it that our sessions are always underfilled? A rule of thumb for us is, if you want to get 100 people, data from 100 people, you usually have to invite 200, 100, 250 people to come. And we always wondered why that was. And it took us a long time. It was kind of this open thing, and we made a lot of assumptions. And finally, last year we sat down with people that came to the lab, and we asked them, why is it that you don't come? And what it uncovered is a huge gender gap in the real costs of participation. So here are a few quotes. You can pause it if you want to take a look at them. But we noticed that women they have a huge share of unpaid labor. They have to take care of their kids, they have to do the washing and chores, and they also might have interesting inter-household dynamics. That means that they can't take the time out. They have to they can't walk to the sessions as freely as men can. They have to take public transportation or private transportation. It becomes a lot more expensive. And so the costs of participation aren't always the same. So filling the sessions and making sure that you have equal gender balance means that you have to think about how to encourage that participation or compensate that participation in very different ways. I think this is one of the interesting kind of meta secrets of the meta science issues in social science research, is that participants aren't all equal, and we can't all think of them as equal. And then the last kind of open secret that I hear a lot at Busara is, why are you so expensive? And I think the assumption here, we get this a lot from funders and clients and partners, and why are you so expensive? And I don't think that we're more expensive than counterparts in the global north, but I think the open secret here, the subtext is, you work in low-income countries, you should be less expensive. And I actually want to flip that on the head and challenge people to really think about it. You know, what I just talked about, finding really talented staff, right? Where they might be educated and have the behavioral science skills that you can't find in the West. Bringing people and building that infrastructure to get to participants, that's not easy. That's really expensive. And in fact, I would love to see a place where people start to say, wow, that's so worth it, right? It's so worth the investment to do behavioral science here. Here's a few photos of just some of the infrastructure that we've had to build to be able to do some of the testing. It's not the same as it is in maybe the US or Europe, where you can do a lot of testing, maybe over email or sending letters or on an app. These things, we have to set up physical infrastructure. We have to pay people to come in to actually do the testing that we want to see. On the top left, we see an image of our testing infrastructure in Nairobi. This will look very familiar if anyone's been to into a experimental lab in the US or Europe. We create these mobile labs we set up in community town centers and churches, whether it's in Uganda, in northern Nigeria, or even in Fiji. And at the bottom right here, this again was a project we did with the Center for Social Behavior Change. We actually had to rent out a bus, outfit that bus with a bunch of tablets to drive from village to village to get the people that we needed onto the bus. And so this costs a lot of money, and it's a very expensive thing to do. And so I'd love to hear less of why are you so expensive, and more, it's totally worth the investment. So really, what have we learned though? I've shared these nine failures and these 9 lessons. What are some of the things we learned? What are the big takeaways, right? I've learned that failing fast means failing forward. So it's okay to fail as long as we're failing quickly and we're learning from it. Something that's really important, especially when you're going to do work in difficult to work settings. Work with what you have. It's really important to make the most of what you have, to really think about being resourceful and not letting constraints bog you down too much. I've alluded to this, listen, and focus on the context. If we're not listening enough, if we're bringing our preconceived notions into it, we're going to fail every time. And if we're not thinking about the context, not just of different cultures, but of different populations, of different incomes, we're going to fail. And so it's really important to listen and pay attention to the context. And overall, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Sure, we call it behavioral science, but it's a little bit messy, and we have to be okay with that. At the end of the day, we're trying to make a change, and some of that change is really clean and easy, but most of it isn't. Finally, where are we going? These are things where I think that we should go with this. After 9 years, where do we want to go in the next 10 years? I think I'd really love to see a more indigenous demand for and understanding of behavioral science. I'd like to see really strong and meaningful collaborations between organizations, researchers, and participants. All 3 are really important. And that includes both north-south, south-south, and really south-north collaborations. Think about where those power dynamics are and what kind of collaborations we're funding and what we're really participating in. I want us to be really invested deeply in talent and infrastructure. That's really important if we want to do kind of behavioral science in a really all-encompassing and inclusive way. And then a culture really that rewards processes and results equally to novelty and innovation. So much of work in development is about innovation, but I think a lot of it doesn't have to be. A lot of it is really about process, iteration, getting results, doing a little bit of the dirty work rather than trying to come up with something that's new and innovative all the time. But these are just some of my ideas. Do you have your own secret to share? I'd love to hear it. I have my email down here. Please reach out, and I look forward to hearing from you. that's all for me. Thank you so much, Nudgestock, and look forward to the conversation.
Channing, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. It was so brave and courageous of you to share so many, so many things that hadn't gone quite right. We really appreciate it. I wondered, why did you choose to share your failures with us today?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I really think that behavioral science is, maybe it's not at its absolute peak, but it's really reaching its peak. And I think if we're, when I started, behavioral science wasn't even a thing. People didn't even know what it was. And now I'm meeting undergrads who learned about economics through behavioral economics. That's just such a foreign concept to me, right? That this has now become the norm. Behavioral economics, behavioral science is now the norm on how social science research is done. But with that, there becomes a risk that we get crushed under our own hype as a field, right? If we only are selling our successes, and every organization, everyone has their 3 things that make you sound incredible. We're no different than that. We peddle out our same 3 success stories all the time. But if everyone does that, we're not going to learn, and we risk falling into a hype territory, falling into a failed silver bullet, like many other things, many other disciplines in the past. So I thought it would be really important for us to really start sharing our failures very openly, and not just failures like, failures, haha, we did it and then we fixed it and everything's perfect now, but like actual real, like, we didn't do it right. This is uncomfortable. We don't know where this might go. And hopefully that will spur some conversation. We can learn from other people about their experiences. We can learn what worked for them, what didn't, and we can just move the field forward a little bit.
Yeah, people should share their failures right now with hashtag Nudgestock 2022, shouldn't they? So we can all learn from each other's.
Absolutely.
We've got plenty to throw in there as well, Channing. The second question was, how did you reduce unintended consequences over time? Are they kind of an inevitable thing that's with us forever, or do you have ways of now learning from those things you shared us today?
Yeah, I think some of the lessons highlighted them, but really there are kind of two ways that we've done that. The first one is in investing better in qualitative research and qualitative methodologies, both within the design thinking methodologies, but then qualitative research itself. So I come from an economics background, and when I was doing my work in my PhD, they would call qualitative research anything that wasn't a survey, right? And so you go out to the field, you'd ask someone about how their day was, and all of a sudden that's qualitative research. And who knew there was an entire field of social science dedicated to qualitative research? And so investing in that really helps you kind of avoid really, really huge problems that would stick out in your face. And then the second thing, as I mentioned, is investing in people that know that area really well. So making sure that you're always there with someone that knows the community well, you're entered into the community. They can tell you and help you avoid a lot of the pitfalls early on. And so as we talked about this kind of like weird problem, if we can get people from the community to talk to us and work with us before we even enter, before we even think about those interventions, it really helps a lot. But honestly, I think some of it is inevitable, and that's why you have to fail forward and kind of keep working at it.
I love it. I heard a term for it being known as being flawsome. So this was a flawsome session today. So thank you very much. And you've been very generous in sharing many of your open stories so far. I want to give you a chance to share your best success.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think this is maybe going to be unsatisfactory to people who are looking for a X return or a scale in some particular way. Really, the best success that we've seen at Busara is when people who started at Busara or worked at Busara or an intern at Busara are now working in behavioral science at other organizations. Because that means that our ethos of creating great behavioral science in the Global South really means that we create great behavioral scientists across the Global South. And it's something that I don't think a lot of people appreciate, whether it's a Busara or a JPAL or an ID Insight, there's a lot of capacity that's built up through the work that you do with the talent that you're developing in these different countries. And nothing gives me more pleasure than seeing people at these huge multinational organizations that are now like really at the top of their field that spent some time at Busara and maybe learned a little bit from our experience there. So my greatest success is seeing the talent scale. And that's really ultimately what we think is going to get us to where we want to go, where behavioral science is really well understood across the globe.
Well, Channing, it's been such a thrill to have you with us today. Thank you so much for sharing your failures and the spirit of making this discipline and the world a better place. And everyone should share their failures too. We'll start a failure movement, hashtag Nudgestock 2022, hashtag Flawsome, and we'll collect them today and read them out. Channing, it's been a pleasure. See you soon.
Thank you, Dan. I really appreciate it.
What an incredible man, Channing Jiang from the Busara Center. in Kenya. Incredible. And we're hearing some really good stuff today from doing behavioural science in the global south and the challenges of that, context. But Channing was also talking there about being messy in behavioural science, being flawsome. And the eagle-eyed amongst you might have noticed that Channing's presentation actually cut in to point 3. We missed point 1 and 2 somehow. This is the challenge, the messy behavioural science of running a television channel for just one day a year. But the full presentation will be made online, so you'll be able to see what Channing had to say in points 1 and 2 a little bit later. But now, I hear, are trending, Nudgestockers. We are trending. And in the UK, we're trending above the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak. Quite right. But sadly, we are trending underneath knitting songs. So I think we can do better than this, Nudgestockers. Hashtag Nudgestock 2022. We've been talking about weird, Western, educated, industrialised, rich and democratic countries. Well, I'm a bit weird, but I'm a bit weird generally. I think it's a good question to ask yourself, how weird are you? How weird are you generally, Nudgestockers? Wherever you are, in the global north or south, you've probably got a little bit of weirdness inside you. We'd like to see it because this is all about the community here. How are you watching? Where are you watching? Who are you watching with? And what are you wearing? This is festival. What's your festival outfit? Are you in your pajamas? Are you in the classic Nudgestock Hawaiian shirt? Maybe a little bit of glitter? Rory's not a fan of glitter, apparently. No. But what are you wearing? Show us. Let's get trending above the Chancellor of the Exchequer, please. And if you've got a great, fantastic photo, then a copy of Sam Tatum's book, Evolutionary Ideas, could be winging its way to you. But now, let's head over to, I don't know if you've noticed some subconscious priming that's been going on right here. Let's head over to Cloud Army, to Tom and Dean from Coley Portobello to give us the answer, because Rory told us earlier, or he asked, why did the chicken cross the road? Well, these guys know, what chicken do you want to eat? A or B?
Well, thank you. So welcome back, everyone. So we asked you, which of these designs is more appealing, A or B? Actually, the only thing that differs between them is the arrangement or layout of the elements. Pack A leads with a description on the left, an image on the right, and Pack B vice versa. I promise we'll come to your results in a sec, but first we asked 200 consumers what they thought. In short, layout B with the image left, text right is the one that tends to appeal more. And as you can see from the consumer results, option B shows much stronger scores for attractive design, taste appeal and purchase intent. Tom, what's
going on?
Yeah.
Right, well, over maybe 20 years of testing thousands of these kind of questions about pack layout, or image layout in terms of posters or point of sale material, we see a very consistent pattern emerging. Sometimes the effect is very marginal, but it's definitely there. And it's always about B. It's B tends to score better than A, i.e. the image on the left and the text on the right is a more favourable decoding, if you like. Why is this? Well, I don't want to get too complicated here, but essentially the asymmetry of the brain means that the wiring and the way that we kind of decode things means that we have a very slight preference for decoding images on the left and text on the right. And this is something that is a subtle effect, but it can make quite a difference. We'll come to have another chat about that in a second. So if you've got complex cues that are embedded into images and you've got some really sort of important info that's embedded into the text, that layout is a preferable way to do it in terms of getting faster decoding. And this is another example. We talked about processing fluency in that intro session about 20 minutes ago. This is the classic example, another example of processing fluency.
Actually, we asked consumers an extra question and created a new option, option C. We increase the space available to the image, which drives taste appeal and appetite. Placing the white box across the two panels creates this sort of layering effect, which brings the information to the front and makes it easier to process. And we place the upper left corner of the box deliberately over a dark area of the image, which creates high contrast, which focuses the eye and grabs attention. So we asked consumers what they thought, and this is what they thought. Option C was a clear favourite on the would buy attribute, which clearly trumps option B.
Yeah, and this is yet another kind of best practice in a way, by increasing the visual saliency to the right-hand side with that little box that you've moved against an area of sort of sharper, deeper colour contrast. You've sort of encouraged the eye to flow from the left of the pack, looking at the image, across to the right-hand side. And this kind of thing allows for a fuller decoding. But you know, that's C option, but you didn't have the option on Slido for C. You had A or B. So the science says B, and the consumers tested at a more non-conscious level said B. What did your Slido results suggest? If we look at the Slido results, that looks to me about 60-40 in terms of B versus A. So you're in amongst you. There are some fairly intuitive ones out there. 60% of you are intuitive on this particular test and in these particular conditions, this particular context. So sometimes these effects are very subtle, and people ask, does it really matter? Well, in the world of clutter and confusion, anything that helps to speed up the ease of processing fluency provides an advantage, and a competitive advantage in many cases, and can make the difference between success or failure. Every millisecond of processing counts. Anything that triggers confusion is to be avoided. These principles tend to be quite universal and cross-cultural, and they seem to hold whatever the media, whatever the category, and whatever the business vertical. So as a best practice, it generally works, but you can always point to examples where it might not. So that wraps up our 3-minute segment on layout. Let's turn now to the next intuitive questions. Dean, would you like to introduce those for us, please?
Sure. So our next question really, which is about font and typefaces. Quite simply, which brands are these?
Get everyone to the Slido.
Thank you.
Get everyone to the Slido. Click away. Hope you got the QR code there.
And so it turns out you have to put the highly visual, gorgeous-looking hook on the left, and then the information transfer bit on the right. So Tara, I feel like we're sat the wrong way around here. I feel like we need to change places to be more intuitive. Anyway, let me tell you a bit more about what some of our wonderful sponsors today that are keeping this festival free for all of you Nudgestockers out there. The Behavioural Economics in Action at Rotman Group, lovingly known as BEAR, are situated at the Rotman School of the University of Toronto. With many academic, government and business partners, they seek to co-create agenda-setting research that brings out the promise of behavioural science. And together, their new book, Behavioural Science in the Wild, with the wonderful Nina Mazar and Dileep Soman, is sure to be a massive hit. You should definitely buy it, as it helps to understand that million-dollar question that's on all of our lips, which is, how do you get behavioural science to scale?
Now, we want to keep Nudgestock as interactive as possible because we really believe that this is for the community. Whether you've entered just today and you're a behavioural science virgin, or whether you've been doing it for 10 years like the rest of us. Either way, send in your tweets. Let's get tweeting and trending over Rishi Sunak, over knitting, please, and keep them coming. But for now, we've actually got a little update because Ogilvy UK's head of social and content, Fiona Uwagwu, is going to share with us what's going on in social. What's happening, Fiona?
Back again for another year, Tara. So we've got our team working downstairs as furiously as they always do, and our Nudgestockers never disappoint. So we've got tweets coming in from all over the place, and what we're seeing is inattention from our pets. Yeah, we've got Kevin Chester's and his dog's waiting for Pete Dyson. So you might want to wake him up later on because we'll have some giveaways featuring Pete. But otherwise, he'll have to hop onto YouTube just to see Pete from last year. And then we've also got Bree Williams, who you can see there on our left. Bree's been tweeting how much she's loving it. However, her Labrador Retriever isn't loving it as much. Yeah, the dog didn't quite make it through Rory's billion-dollar behaviour speech. So, you know, Rory, one to take note of. Yeah, but on the positive side, there's always a positive side. On the positive side, we've got fans out there doing everything necessary to ensure they're giving this day that undivided attention. And we've got Jake Courage's little one. She's opted to skip nursery to make sure she doesn't miss a minute of today. And then we've also got Dave Thackeray up there, and Dave has a special request for you, Rory. He says, is there any chance you can wear a suit that's indistinguishable from an Excel spreadsheet so his boss thinks he's working all day?
Next year.
Something a little like this, perhaps, Rory? Something like this, you think?
Oh, wow.
Might work? But that's it. That's it for us, for our tweets. What I'll say now is just keep them coming, everyone. As Tara says, we want to make sure we get over Rishi Sunak on that list. And in the meantime, it's back to Dan. Yeah.
Thank you, Fiona. How wonderful to see those pets
We've got
coming
Rory
in.
as an emoji later, but we've now got him as an Excel spreadsheet as well.
I mean, that's the first time we've done that in the 10 years we've been doing that. So thank you, Fiona, and thank you, Nudgestockers. Let's keep those tweets coming in to hashtag Nudgestock2022. Now, many celebrities have what's known as a rider. It's the kind of the request list that they give when they come and do an event like this. And I'll let you into a bit of a secret. Rory's rider every year is a personalised dressing gown, which you'll see in the electric ride later on. And Tara's rider, we're not going to talk about Tara's rider because it's illegal in most countries that we're broadcasting out to today. But you may have heard the story about Van Halen, when Van Halen, the man and the band, insisted on having no brown M&Ms inside of his dressing room, of their dressing room. And you might ask why. Is it because Van Halen, the man of the band, are a load of divas? Well, perhaps. But actually, it turns out to be another behavioural science reason. So the reason why they asked for the brown M&Ms to be taken out was to check that the event organisers were actually reading the specifications they were giving. If they weren't and they spotted the brown M&M, it might suggest that the event organisers haven't seen some rigging or safety requirements for the stage, which would make the whole thing unsafe. So the brown M&M became the canary in the coal mine to make sure that the event organisers are actually reading that. So Van Halen aren't divas, they're actually early behavioural scientists.
What the bloody hell is this? David Fanner? God. Well, that story and many, many more in Sam Tatum's brilliant book, Evolutionary Ideas, which is pure behavioural science and well worth a read. But next up, talking about great authors, we have yet another treat for you here today. Perhaps you've heard people talking about the left and the right brain, and you might have thought, well, I don't know anything about that, I've just got one brain. Or you might have thought, left and right brain, that's a bit 1980s pop psychology, that's been debunked, they don't know what they're talking about. Well, wherever you are on that spectrum, prepare to get the update from the world's leading expert on the left and the right hemispheres of the brain. Dr. Ian McGilchrist is not only a clinical psychologist and director of psychiatry, but he's also a fellow of Oxford, Johns Hopkins, the Institute of Advanced Studies at Stellenbosch, all for his studies in hard neuroscience. Dr. McGilchrist has written many, many books, but perhaps his most famous is The Master and the Emissary, The Divided Brain and the Making of the Western World. And last year he produced a new 2-volume book, The Matter with Things, Our Brains, Our Delusions and the Unmaking of the World. Dr. McGilchrist will be interviewed today, or really he's in conversation with another man who needs very little introduction. Matthew Syed is a man who has written many, many best-selling books, if you don't already know them, about performance and mindset. He's also a commentator, often featured on the radio and the television, and an award-winning journalist for the Times and the Sunday Times. So Matthew is going to be speaking to Dr. McGilchrist about the left and the right brain. He's going to be pulling apart the hemispheres, sharing with us those intricacies and putting it in the context of creativity, because this is a festival, after all, not just of behavioural science, but behavioural science and creativity, and why the diverse brain and the left and the right brain are so important to that. So here with you today, we're delighted to speak with Dr. Ian McGilchrist and Matthew Syed.
What a great honour to be at Nudgestock this year, a festival of ideas that I've followed with interest and admiration for a very long time. My name is Matthew Syed. I'm an author, columnist for the Times and the Sunday Times. I'm going to talk a little bit about my book, Rebel Ideas, and with me, joint host for this 25-minute session is one of the great thinkers in the Western world, Ian McGilchrist. I think the plan is I will set out some of my thoughts about creativity and innovation for 5 minutes or so. Ian you very kindly agreed to give your elevator pitch on some of your ideas and thinking, perhaps across two of your great works. And then we'll have a conversation and probe what this means. Does that sound like a plan, Ian?
Sounds like a good one. Thanks.
Okay, great. Well, look, I'll perhaps start and I'll
yes, yes.
address my remarks to you. So I've written a book called Rebel Ideas, which is about the power of diverse thinking. And towards the beginning of the book, I draw a distinction between two types of diversity. So in the modern world today, I think you'll agree, we tend to think about diversity, which is a buzz topic at the moment, in demographic terms. Differences in race and gender and social class.
Exactly.
I try and focus on cognitive diversity, differences in insight and perspective and information, and the heuristics that we deploy, consciously or otherwise, to filter information and to reason through problems. I'll perhaps say at the outset, Ian, that I think in many contexts there's an intimate link between demographic and cognitive diversity, if I may put it that way, because our different demographic backgrounds shape the way we reason, shape the way we think through problems. So to use a slightly simplistic example, and quite an appropriate example given where we are, if you imagine putting together an advertising team to come up with a creative campaign to connect with a broad demographic of consumers, if everybody in the creative team came from exactly the same demographic background, they would probably lack the tacit knowledge to connect that campaign with those consumers whose lives are very different from their own. You know, if they were all white, middle-aged, middle-class, private school educated Oxbridge graduates, of course there's nothing wrong with that nothing wrong with that background, but if 100%,
yes,
they're just going to be too narrow in coming up with really great creative ideas that can make that campaign work.
And you would expect that different constituencies would think differently because we are not atomistic, we grow out of a culture.
Precisely.
We have a context.
Exactly. Although I wonder if you'd agree with this sort of secondary claim. I think it's fair to say that there are some contexts where the link between demographic diversity and true cognitive diversity are less significant. So to give one, again, slightly simplistic example, designing an aircraft engine.
Right.
You clearly, it's a multidimensional, complex problem. And I would suggest that you need cognitive diversity, perhaps people with backgrounds in materials and in aerodynamics and related disciplines. But my sense is that doesn't map quite so obviously onto demographic differences. You know, the fact that I happen to be mixed race, I don't know if you know that, I'm half Pakistani, half Welsh. It's quite an unusual combination. But the fact that I had a distinctive set of experiences as a mixed race boy might give me tremendous insights into intelligence
Indeed.
or to various other human-facing activities, but I'm not sure it's giving me any germane insights into how tweaking the design of the engine might improve its aerodynamism. It's just not a clear correlation. It may have longer-term implications. People from my background thriving in the domain of engineering sends a signal to the next generation that they can do the same, and I want to acknowledge that, but it's not really helping the short-term engineering problem. And the reason I say that, Ian, is my own sense in the corporate world is it is a profound strategic mistake to reduce diversity to a box-ticking exercise based on demography alone.
Absolutely.
I think that there is a lot more subtlety and power in this thing. And what I'll do in my last minute and a half before perhaps throwing over to you, Ian, is just give one example of what I think optimizing cognitive diversity is all about. Do you have any interest, and don't worry if you don't, in football?
Not a lot, I have to admit, Matthew.
well,
not a lot.
But the England men's football team, Gareth Southgate, the manager, the waistcoat wearer.
Right.
I sit on a group that advises him on performance, but it's quite an eclectic group because also on the group is a guy called Dave Brailsford, who's not a football coach, he's a cycling coach.
Right.
And Manoj Badali, who's an AI person. Lucy Giles, who runs the Sandhurst Military Training Academy. Michael Barber, who's an educationalist. What fascinated me is when it leaked the identity of this advisory group is football insiders were horrified. Football insiders were horrified. Forgive me. Football insiders. You know, how dare these people come in from outside the game and tell us what we should be doing. You know, why isn't Southgate advised, like all previous England football managers, by good old-fashioned English football men?
Yes.
Harry Redknapp, for example, who's an English-based football manager, why is he not in this setup? And of course, Redknapp knows a lot about football, and Tony Pulis and Sam Allardyce, and they know more about football than I do, or Dave Brailsford or Lucy Giles. But the problem when it comes to creativity and innovation is Southgate already knows, broadly speaking, what they know. They were socialised into the, as you made clear, into a context, how to set up tactically, how to recover. You know, that is an echo chamber. It's not an innovative, creative team. They're agreeing all the time. It's probably comfortable, rather clubbable, but they're way too narrow, I would suggest, on the assumption. And what's fascinated me about the group that I sit on is when somebody offers an idea not known by the others in the group. Like, you know, Brailsford might talk about how big data sets in cycling enable you to tailor a diet for the specific metabolism, gut microbiome of an athlete, rather than using standardized dietary guidelines, like when I was playing table tennis, complex carbohydrates. And that improves cardiovascular endurance, recovery from injury. That's divergent thinking, the cross-pollination of ideas. And I'll just finish with this. I think that cognitive diversity is a mission-critical attribute in the post-pandemic age, which is changing fast and is highly complex. My sense is it is under-optimized in many organizations, and I think getting that right not only has great social and moral implications by bringing a wider array of talent into great institutions, but also provides a performance cutting edge, particularly on creativity and innovation, that is so important.
Yes, while you were talking about designing an aircraft, I was thinking of the extraordinary insight that somebody had. You'd think designing a plane, one of the first things is it must be stable. But the designers of the Eurofighter created a plane that's deliberately unstable, because only a plane that has that degree of recoverable instability is capable to maneuver at speed in the way that they wanted it to as a fighter plane. Somebody in there had an extraordinary moment of insight.
Yes. That's brilliant.
Yes, I mean, what you were saying, of course, is quite relevant to my work. I've been for 30 years engaged in researching differences between the two brain hemispheres. If any of you in the audience think that you know about this topic, please forget everything you've been told, because it will all be wrong. This was a subject that is said to be debunked and rubbished a long time ago. But in fact, if you look at it calmly and scientifically, there's a massive wave of information and differences between the two hemispheres, and you can't just say we're going to ignore it. So I've done that unpopular thing and published 2 books about 10 years ago, The Master and His Emissary, and about 6 months ago, The Matter with Things. And what I'm really emphasizing there is that the two brain hemispheres attend to the world in different ways, and therefore bring to our attention a world that has different characteristics. So the left hemisphere's world will end up being, because it's a very narrowly targeted beam of attention, which gives you precise information about a detail, but it produces a world made up of fragments. And these fragments are static, isolated, disembodied. They have no unique qualities. They just live in categories. And they are basically inanimate. And you've got to recognize that at the same time, the right hemisphere is delivering a world which is quite the opposite of this. It's extensive, it's fluid, it's interconnected, it's animate, its context changes everything. It can understand implicit meaning. The left hemisphere understands really explicit meaning. So the whole richness that we prize in the arts, in drama and poetry and music and all these things, is left out from an explicit account of what one's thinking. So what I've suggested in these books is, in the first book I suggested that this was something that had come upon us rather recently in terms of the overall history, i.e. about the last couple of 100 years. And that we have become focused on the way the left hemisphere sees the world at the expense of what the right hemisphere tells us. part of the reason for that is that when you live you're not living life headlong, but you're stopping and considering and being philosophical. You find that when you have what are called paradoxes, things that seem to be true at the same time but are apparently opposed, we think that can't be right, one of them must be got rid of. And that's how the left hemisphere creates a very simple, serial, analytic model, which is fine, it does some work. But unless that is taken back into the much greater cognizance of the right hemisphere, which can see the whole picture, we get stuck. And in the later book, I explore the philosophical consequences for that, of how we think about one another, what we are as human beings, what the world is, and how the two relate. So when it comes to things like creativity, the left hemisphere's insistence that things must be clear-cut, must be either or, must be black and white, is obviously a disadvantage, because then you have to inhabit a place where at the moment nothing is certain and clear, where you're aware that something may be quite unusual, that's unlike anything you've experienced before, has unique qualities. You have to be able to see how things fit together in a broader picture, not just this isolated, siloed piece of knowledge that you're dealing with. You need to be able to be happy with the fact that we can only partly ever know anything. And if the left hemisphere is busy dictating the way we do, you must tick these boxes, you must do it in an explicit serial manner, you will not be very creative. And I think actually that, although there's a lot of talk about creativity now, I think we are less creative than we were, say, 50 or 60 years ago. And I put that down partly to the fact that our mindset is this mechanical reductionist way of thinking that is stale and dead and doesn't tell you anything new. It can only express the things you already know. To make the leap to something new, you need this open, receptive attention of the right hemisphere, which is willing to say, this might be something I've never seen before and it might be important. It's also willing to accept that there are anomalies that don't fit in with the broad model we have. The left hemisphere wants to deny either that those anomalies exist or that they're important. But the right hemisphere is saying, actually, hang on, there's probably something very important here. And paying attention to that is how the great shifts in scientific thinking have occurred, as well as the great movements in the history of ideas generally across a society and a people.
That's wonderful and very difficult, I think, to summarise the richness of what you say, because I know a lot of effort came into trying to, as it were, reduce it, if I can use that term, into a perfectly formed 5-minute sequence. Let me just ask you one question. You mentioned towards the end of your remarks about the history of science and how we've had a great deal of innovation since the scientific revolution. I wonder if people listening in will think of science, particularly Western science, as breaking complex wholes into parts, thinking about the relationship between parts, the properties of parts, using data to measure. I think some people do think of Western science as reductionistic in a good way. How would you respond to that sort of light challenge to what you've said?
Well, I don't think it's a challenge at all. I don't deny that these processes are important, but there needs to be a reciprocity between this way of thinking and a much broader, a more alive way of thinking, more open to intuitive understanding, to seeing what psychologists call a gestalt, which is an overall shape that is greater than any of the parts when you look at the thing analysed into parts. So that's the balance. And in fact, in brief, I believe that everything that we understand comes to us first to this open receptivity of the right hemisphere, not trying to close it down to something, oh yes, I know what that is, but having it look at it. It then gets processed by the left hemisphere, taken apart, bits put into categories, and the left hemisphere saying, I know what that is. But then there's a very important part of that process. We often stop there and say, well, the world seems to be a heap of fragments. I have no idea. It doesn't seem to have any meaning at all. It's just chaotic. But if you allow the right hemisphere with its understanding to take over this in the broader picture, then it starts to come alive again. And an analogy that I use is with learning a piece of music. At first, you're interested in and attracted to the piece overall. You start to try and play it. You soon find you have to break it up and play many times to get the fingering right at bar, whatever it is, and you see something about the way the thing progresses harmonically. But when you go out onto the stage to perform, you must forget all that. And it's not being wasted time. It's terribly important time, just as that analytic mode you were referring to in science is terribly important, but it needs to lead back to a vision of the whole, and if it doesn't, it's not really meaning very much at all.
Well, I wonder if there's a connection there with my old world of sport. I, as you know, was a British table tennis #1 for 10 years. Don't call it ping pong, by the way. We get very offended. Makes it sound like a jumped-up parlour game, roughly equivalent to tiddlywinks. As we all know, it's a globally competitive. But when you're learning table tennis, you often need to think very carefully about the arc of the wrist when you're hitting the ball. And coaches will deconstruct table tennis into lots of different component parts as you build up the explicit awareness of how to execute the different parts. One of the problems when you play on the very big stage, as I did at the Olympic Games in Sydney in 2000, when you play table tennis at a high level, you don't want to be thinking of these components because it's way too complex to manage. You want to be playing seamlessly, and the skill migrates from, I'll get the terminology wrong, but the prefrontal cortex to related areas in other systems. But when you're under pressure, and you're very keen to get the ball on the table, it's very easy to explicitly think about how am I moving my back because I want to get the ball on the table. And of course the gestalt falls apart at that point. And we describe this in sport as choking.
I know, yes. And in my latest book, The Matter with Things, I take examples of a racehorse trainer and his ability to assess over a matter of a few seconds whether this horse will win a race or not. And the physician who looks after the motorcyclists who take part in the TT races on the Isle of Man, the most dangerous sporting event in the world, in which people race at speeds up to and over 200 miles an hour on ordinary roads with potholes and drain covers and have to take steep corners. What is revealed by that is if they think at all in that explicit analytic way, they simply fail. It's actually dangerous. They have to have internalized information and they're taking everything in at the periphery, using mainly their right hemisphere to assess things. They're described as being aware of tiny elements in the broad picture, but not focusing on them at all. Because if they do, then they'll fall off.
And it's interesting, the terminology we use often in sport is the zone.
Yes.
When there's this seamless interaction between the self and the world, you almost melt into the external reality, and it's a beautiful thing. Didn't happen often in my table tennis career, I have to say. but perhaps like trying to fuse what we've been saying today. I was thinking about how we can look at the world one bit of a time and miss the big picture.
Absolutely.
And I wonder if we sometimes do that when we're trying to come up with great creative ideas in the following sense, Ian. That if you took a team of 10 people and you say, right, let's try and come up with some great ideas for the future, and each one of these 10 people comes up with a genuinely brilliant idea, and you're trying to take 4 or 5 to market, you might think with 10 in the team, 10 genuinely brilliant ideas, you've got 10 brilliant ideas. But if these people were socialized through a similar process, perhaps worked under the same professor at the same university, they happen to think about the world in very similar ways, use similar heuristics to reason through problems, and they come up with the same idea as one another, you've only got one. All it takes is one person to think differently to the group, and you've potentially doubled your creative idea output. And my sense is, you can therefore have 2 teams of 10 people of equal talent, if we measure talent by creative idea output in this case. And if HR departments are hiring people on the basis of individual talent, this person's talented, this, even if that tool is rigorous, the more diverse team, if each of these 10 is coming up with a different idea for one another, is almost 1,000% more creative. That is not attributable to any one person in the diverse group. It is an emergent phenomenon that emerges at the gestalt. So it seems to me that there are lessons both in your work for individuals about getting a better balance between left and right, both of which are important, but also perhaps for corporations looking to innovate.
Well, I'm drawing attention to the fact that people do sometimes largely prioritize a way of looking at things, either in a very reductionist, narrow-focused, analytic way, which is a valuable piece of work, or are able to make distant connections see how things fit together and come to an intuitively rich insight. But what we do know is that it's quite ineffective telling people to be creative. I mean, this actually closes everything down.
Yes.
What happens when you're stressed is that your left hemisphere recruits very tight networks of neurons that are largely self-referring, and it blocks out the possibility of that something coming that you feel is there coming into being for you. So anything that takes that kind of pressure off people is what's required. The difficulty is nowadays is that we cannot see that by not monitoring and not over-controlling, we may indeed have some pieces of work that go nowhere, but we will get the really creative ones that we want. Whereas if you over-control, micromanage and put pressure on, you will not get any good results. In other words, nothing is risk-free in life.
Yes.
And it's not accepting risk that is so, dangerous.
Would you draw a distinction on that, on risk and having a tolerance for failure in the innovation space? I was thinking of a conversation I should perhaps say to the audience that Ian and I met through a very dear mutual friend called John Cleese, who is a big admirer of your work, and I think you reciprocate towards his, as I do. You had the most wonderful conversation with him in London that I and Rory Sutherland, who I know many of you know and big fans of, as are we, was also at. And he was talking very eloquently about this tolerance for failure and not to narrow and to put pressure on the creative process. Do you have any reflections about the conversation with John? I thought it was a marvellous conversation because, of course, if you think about the history of British culture, Life of Brian, Monty Python, Fawlty Towers, I think in a poll of expert TV critics at the turn of the century, three of them were in the top 10 of the best television programmes. I mean, he's a true innovator.
He is, and he's also, of course, has a wonderfully richly furnished intellectual mind. A man trained in physics and the law. He's not just a comedian, as it were. So we always have a great time when we get together, even if it's over Zoom, but so much better when one can sit next to a person you're talking to. There are all sorts of advantages to that, and it became obvious to both of us in doing that. But if you think about what I've been saying about certain kinds of style, the Monty Python humour is effectively being able to make very broad connections that nobody would normally make at all, to being able to convey things that are implicit. Of course, if you explain humour, it becomes terribly dull and loses its power, much as if you explain a poem, it ceases to have its power on you as a poem. So he is a master of the art of implying, of seeing broad connections, of leaving areas of uncertainty for one to inhabit as the listener or the viewer.
Let me just throw this into the mix. I think there is a certain type of innovation which is more incremental. If you imagine, there's a concept called marginal gains that is very familiar in sport, where you break down the problem of winning a bike race into all of its component parts and then try and improve each by a very small amount, and you get a big cumulative effect, like the bike design and using antibacterial hand gel, taking pillows from stage to stage to improve sleep quality. You're talking about innovation of a more path-breaking kind, where you're taking ideas from completely different contexts or silos or subject specialisms and connecting them in the way to, like perhaps, forgive me, wheels and suitcases. It took a long time to bring wheels onto luggage, and this was a problem that seemed to be out there waiting to be solved, but it took people from two different disciplines to come together. As the steam engine would be another great example of that. Would it be fair to draw a distinction between these two kinds of innovation?
Yes, it would, and we know from psychological studies of people solving problems that, broadly speaking, there are two ways of arriving at this. You can either do it sequentially, and people have a vague feeling that they may be getting warm, but they're slower and often don't achieve that end. And there's another group who, for a long time, may feel quite cold in terms of, am I near the... And then suddenly they will go. And they are the ones that produce the really important results. So, and I've spent a lot of time looking at the ways in which the great mathematicians and great scientists reach their discoveries, and they almost never reach them through what's called the scientific model, the scientific method. Of course, some of that had to go on at some stage, but there are periods of time when early in the creative process when you need to do some explicit conscious thinking. That's like preparing the bed for a plant. Then there is the period of incubation, which is when you don't keep pulling the plant up to see how it's doing, because it will never have a plant. So you leave it alone, having prepared the ground. And finally, there's illumination when the flowers come out.
Yes.
And that's totally unconscious, that moment.
It's wonderful. And I can't quite believe that our 25 minutes is already up. I've got my timer on the table, and time is not
really
quick.
sad.
Yeah, I am. I could have gone on for, but that's a good way to finish, is with Karl Popper, a wonderful philosopher of science, John Cleese, one of his intellectual heroes, who talked about science as a bold, imaginative discipline.
Exactly.
And I think that really captures a lot of what we've been saying today. It's been a huge honour and pleasure, Ian, to chat and to share with you, and thank you very much.
And for you, Matthew, thank you.
That was a very thought-provoking, insightful discussion on diversity, cognitive diversity, cultural diversity, the creative brain, and even Monty Python. If you like, or if you're inspired by that talk, please share with us your thoughts using hashtag Nudgestock2022.
Now, get ready, because we're about to take you into another dimension, because we're going to take all of you out of your current universe and supplant you into the metaverse, the Nudgeverse, a space where you can learn about the latest in applied behavioural science and meet your fellow Nudgestockers. And who wouldn't want to meet those dancing fellow Nudgestockers in there from the behavioural science team?
But Dan, do I need a headset in order to do this thing?
No, absolutely not. You can use your Google Chrome browser. You can use a headset if you would like, but if you don't have a headset, you can use your Google Chrome browser, log in and experience the Nudgeverse that way. It's free of charge, and it only takes you a couple of minutes to make your avatar. And in the Nudgeverse, you can be whoever you want to be, Tara.
Whoever you want to be. Get ready to make that avatar. But first, have you ever played the game as a child where you whisper into someone's ear and they whisper something to someone else, and it goes down the chain until the message at the end is nothing like the message at the beginning? Well, imagine doing that with thousands of people. Our next speaker is going to share with us some insights on miscommunication in large organizations. Casey Wall is the CEO and founder of Attuned. And Attuned, as well as being one of our sponsors today, and thank you for that, are a digital platform, AI empowered, and powered by psychology and AI, that allows managers to really understand what's going on in their workforce. The platform allows the visualization of and the measurement of the things that really matter to people, their values, their intrinsic motivations. And this means that managers can very quickly get to know their team on a very deep level. They can look for blind spots, and they can try and optimize their communications around what really matters to those individuals. Casey is going to share with us, as I said, how miscommunication happens and how it increases exponentially as businesses scale up, and how that can have really adverse effects on productivity, on innovation, and of course on morale. So we are delighted to have live, linked from Japan, Casey Wall from Attuned.
Thank you. Delighted to be here. That was a mouthful about what we do. And as we get into my presentation here, there's a mouthful of the title. I think I got carried away in the whole Nudgestock festival spirit to do this. But it's really about good management is what I want to talk about today. And in order for us to grow our organizations, whatever organization that is, we have to have good management. That management has to be so good, it really has to be leadership. Now, why is bad management so pervasive? And why is management so hard? So we try to go out there, we try to do good management. We spend lots of time, it's absolutely pervasive. So like our working lives, it's management all around us. Our companies spend lots of money on training, and we really try, whether we're as a manager trying to better this skill or this art, and it really is an art of management, but it's hard. No matter how much time we put into it, even as an experienced manager, we make mistakes. And why is it so hard? And I really kind of want to explore some unseen dynamics that are happening that I think are putting a limitation on the amount of good management in our organization. And really at the root of it is misunderstanding and miscommunication, and it's pervasive. So let's dig into it. Now, I think most of you have probably heard of Dunbar's numbers, and the number that you'll most be familiar with is 150. So this is where we've evolved as from kind of our tribal origins, where we felt as part of a group. And at this number, when we start to be in this size of a group, our bonds start to break down, our communications start to break down. So this is a number that's pretty pervasive, important in psychology. But there are other numbers, and today I want to kind of dig into these a little bit more. So there's 5, and these are our closest relationships. So 5 people that we can really intimately have a connection with. Then 15 who can know deeply. And then the next one, the next layer in this concentric circle going out is 50 people that we would invite to a party. And then going back to that 150 that most of us know, that, thoughtful organizations in military units that, okay, once it gets to about 150, we'll break it down, we'll start up a new unit because we want to keep those bonds. But today I really want to dig into the 15. I think this 15 is a number that's a key part of the equation that's keeping good management from happening so pervasively. So 15 really is kind of the number that we can know deeply. And if you imagine, okay, that's not just people in your organization, that's not just people that you're managing, it's your personal relationships as well. So there's this evolutionary limitation on our brains about how deeply we can know people. And on average, again, those are averages, but it's useful to know, 15 is how many we can know. Okay, how are they going to behave if I talk like this? What gets them excited? Is their kind of emotional response to things? And what motivates them? And there's these limitations going on. So this is one of the unseen forces that as our teams grow, as we get assigned to a new team type of thing like that, or a different project, our brains aren't being able to keep up. Now there's another force that's going on as well. And as our organizations double inside, or as the population that we're working within double, the speed, and what I mean by speed is the number of interactions that we have. So the number of ping messages that we're getting, the emails that we have to respond to, meetings that we have to get in, these are growing faster than the size of the organization. So again, the organization doubling in size in population, but these interactions are growing at a 15% higher rate. So it's super linear. And what we found over these last couple of years in the pandemic is humans have a real hard time with exponential math. So let's put this into other numbers and kind of show it specifically within an organization. So let's say we have an organization that got 7 times bigger, or we're comparing two that's 7 times bigger. The amount of how somebody feels busy, how many kind of requests on their time, how much demands, how much output they have to do gets exponentially higher. It gets 11 times faster. So if we're taking a 100-person organization and an 800-person organization, 7 times larger, they're going to have to do 11 times more interaction. So it's these two unseen forces that I think are keeping us at a limitation within our organizations. Even though we're throwing lots of money on training, we're putting lots of time to develop our skill set. It's an art. And within art, not everybody gets there. But we've got this constraint on our evolutionary brain about how much we can know people deeply. And if we can't know people deeply, can we really inspire them? Can we really motivate them? Can we get them excited to do difficult tasks and stick with it and be creative? And at the other side, as organizations or the amount of customer, as the populations that we're working in are getting larger, this is growing at an exponential rate. So we're getting pulled this way and not being able to keep up. And then our brains are limited to here. So we've got these two forces pulling on the sides of how much real good management we can have, because it's too busy and we can't understand people very deeply. And now so far, the way we've chosen to manage people is with pretty rough tools. So we use incentives systematically. These can be quite good. These are more classical economics. We say, okay, if you do this behavior, if you do this outcome, we as an organization will reward you in this way. And it works relatively well. But we as managers, individual managers, we often fall to extrinsic motivations, right? And this is in our tool bag. So this is the carrot in the stick type of thing like that. And extrinsic motivations have very limited kind of ability to get the desired outcomes that we want. So they're proven to be useful and can get that marginal performance that was just talked about in the last talk, that marginal performance in a repeatable task. But if you've got something that's messy, that's hard to understand, that's group work, that's creative, it doesn't work. Extrinsic motivation just doesn't work for that. And it doesn't overcome very, very difficult tasks. So, you know, coming from sales, and when I was like a sales manager, you know, I'm trying to create the right incentives for my teams. And what it became is diminishing returns. I would think really deeply, okay, come up with a crafted, okay, are we going to go to Disneyland? Are we going to do this? And how many populations' desires and wants can I meet with the incentives to get them excited? But it barely changed performance, and only on a couple members in here. So I posit that what we have is we're using really barbaric tools to manage people as managers, right? So it's kind of saying like, okay, we're doing heart surgery, but we've got a bread knife and a screwdriver. Nobody wants that. That's horrible outcomes. So we've got a broken formula. We've got our brain limitation, about 15 people that we can understand deeply. We've got exponential growth as the population sizes that we're working within. And then we have poor tools that we're using, extrinsic motivation. So misunderstanding is rampant within our organization, and miscommunication is huge. So there's a real deep limitation on the amount of trust that we can build within our organization. Now, I'm presenting here from Japan, and I'd be remiss if I didn't throw in a Japanese kind of concept here. So in Japanese, we have two words for trust. So there's shinyo and there's shinrai. In shinyo is trust in somebody in a work context, trust in somebody that they're going to complete the task that you've given them. Then there's shinrai, and this is a more deeper human trust. So this is kind of if somebody comes with an idea or a problem and you don't think it's absolutely great, but you inherently trust them because you have this deeper shinrai trust. You trust them as a whole person. And really what we need more pervasively is this shinrai, this deeper trust of the person. We default to believe what they're going to say. And I really think we're on the verge of a new revolution in terms of intrinsic motivation and behavioral science. So on the left-hand side here, you can see my intrinsic motivation profile. And this is what we're doing here at Attune every day. We can show everybody's intrinsic motivation for work, no matter the scale. And then in the middle, you can see we visualize the differences in motivation or value hierarchies. So what really drives people, what goals they're going to set, and this is where a lot of conflict comes. And you can think of this as an up-to-date GPS on how to motivate your team, especially people different from you. And then on the right-hand side, and this is where the behavioral science and nudges is coming in, is we can deliver it at nudges at scale. So, you know, it's like that GPS that tell you to turn right. In 100 meters, it's giving you that ping right there. And this is what nudges can do. So it's starting to get the ability that we can grow past Dunbar's number. So we had the old constraint of 15, but the new is going to be 40. And we're looking at a new equation. And this is what I believe the future is not too far from, where we can know 40 people deeply, not just the 15. If we're delivered their intrinsic motivation in those nudges at the right time, we're still going to have to deal with those scaling difficulties. But if we know intrinsic motivation, which is a much more refined surgery skill set, we got the right tools, we're going to drive down misunderstanding, drive down miscommunication, increase shinrai. And ultimately, we're going to create the organizations of the future with more trust, stronger psychological safety, and places where people are just going to go and be happier, where there's going to be more meaningful work, more personal growth because of intrinsic motivation, using technology and psychology to grow beyond our current limitations in these unseen forces. I've been Casey Wall. Thank you.
With
background
in protecting
children online,
relative insights,
comparison platform, extract
value
from any
text data.
Language is fascinating, but it's the differences that matter. It's all relative.
Wow, Nudgestockers, you're still with us, and we've got so much more to come. Hopefully you've got to grips with the left and the right brain, and now you can correct everyone in classic black and white left brain style when they get it wrong. But we've got so much more. You will regret not hearing Dan Pink speak about the power of regret and how you can harness it in your own life later on. We would really think you ought to choose to listen to Eric Johnson and his presentation about choice, and you maybe make a habit of listening to habit legend Katie Milkman later on. And who are you going to hang out with in the Nudgeverse later? Which of your speakers is the favourite so far? Could it be Rory's Electric Gang?
So, here we are, world's premier festival of behavioural science. I can't wait.
There is still so much more to come, but first, let's head over to Fiona. What's happening in social?
Well, this is how live we are at the moment, Tara, right? Obviously, we were expecting to come back with a bit on the, what are you wearing? Where are you? But we've got far more than that going on, and the guys downstairs are still going through some of that stuff now. So, in the meantime, we've put up a message of appreciation from Sheldon. Thank you, Sheldon. Sheldon really appreciates how much hard work has gone into planning and organising Nudgestock. He's absolutely enjoying the fact that he can see down to the last 5 minutes exactly what's happening, when and how. So thank you, Sheldon. And also, James Boot has made this link between Rory and the Backstreet Boys. I know, very unlikely, but we're loving it. So he's making this connection between their Tell Me Why, exactly. Thank you, Tara, I was about to do that myself. And Rory's Tell Me Why rather than what. So thank you, James, that's lovely. And then, we were also looking at all the discussions around packaging has made a few tweeters come up with some really interesting things. So the guys at Saddington Baines tell us they now all fancy a curry for breakfast. And then we've also got Kenneth Collum, who's saying his morning porridge, he's tweeted us that his morning porridge, is made, he feels like he wants to have a curry. But looking at that, I feel like his morning porridge does look like a curry. But anyway, so this is what we've got going on. And you know what? I'm going to hand over back to you and Dan, and I'm going to run out of here and go and join the Nudgeverse.
Please keep it rolling for Fiona and the Fionettes. Keep them entertained back there, please. We, want to feel the love. Keep that love flowing, and let's get us trending well above the Chancellor of the Exchequer, but above the knitting, please. We want to trend above the knitting. Hashtag Nudgestock 2022. We love what we do in the behavioural science community, and so do WebHelp, one of our lovely sponsors. WebHelp is a leading global customer experience BPO, that's business process outsourcing for those not in the know. They create game-changing customer journeys for more than 1,300 brands worldwide, designing tailor-made digital solutions using best-in-breed technology and data-driven consultancy. WebHelp is recognized by top analysts for its innovation, but it's recognized by us for being wonderful partners. We're ever so grateful. And now back to another partner, because I know you're all desperate to hear the answer. What's going on? What brands are they? We've got Cloud Army's Tom Noble and our lovely Coley Porter-Bell, Dean Field. What's happening there, guys? How do people vote?
Hey, well, thanks, Tara. Welcome back, everyone. So we asked you which brands are these and gave you a dozen or so brands to choose from on Slido. I promise we will come to your results in a second. But once again, we asked our consumers a slightly different question. We tested these three fonts, not just in monochrome, but also in colour.
So, what we've got here is a slide which shows you on the right-hand side is percent attribution or recognition, and down the bottom, in reverse, time in milliseconds is speed. So where you really want to be is top right. So what have we got? We've got Dunkin' Donuts and Nike that are sort of, I would say, in these results, a bit sort of soggy and a bit sort of slow in terms of their response. So people aren't instantly recognizing in monochrome Nike and Dunkin' Donuts, not especially fast. and not especially at all, around sort of 40% for Nike. For those of you in the UK, EE is a sort of giant powerhouse brand, and you would probably expect to recognise that. It's hovering around sort of 50-60% from the consumer, deeper level kind of responses.
So what we know about this, that typefaces are a really important tool in our visual identity arsenal. Fonts which themselves are either original or unusual are obviously more likely to be noticed and recognised versus standard off-the-shelf typefaces. They build mental saliency, recall and engagement with brands. The curve-friendly nature of the Dunkin' Donuts typeface is no accident. Designed to evoke not only the doughy donut shape, but also the feeling of satisfaction you get from eating one. EE's technical dots of light are suggestive of the network. They're gridded, connected and fast. Nike uses an impactful typeface which is set in a style that's more akin to political posters, and they use that to amplify their personality and their tone of voice.
So when we've added colour, the consumer kind of deeper level responses, you have a transformational effect. You can see here that Dunkin' Donuts has gone from being catapulted from bottom left hand right across the screen there, super fast at just under 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds, and up from about 20% to, what's that, 40, 50%. And likewise, EE has been shot up there to the top right, faster and much better recognition. So colours definitely adding there. But what's happening with Nike? So Nike was hovering around sort of 40%. It actually has gone backwards. And the red colour hasn't seemed to elevate its scores. It's made it slightly faster, but it hasn't really moved it. So, Dean.
So in a multi-sensory sense, a font with a distinctive colourway provides more memory hooks and associations with which to be embedded in memory and recalled when triggered. Combining a distinctive and ownable colour with a distinctive and ownable typeface has a multiplier effect. There's a real opportunity for more brands to establish ownership of typefaces, fonts and type styles that can go way beyond simple attribution. They add brand personality and engagement in terms of feel and tone to suit specific or general context. Let's see what you thought.
So let's have a look at the slider results. Duncan, you would expect, wouldn't you, that the Nudgestock audience would be slightly more brand literate than a bunch of random NatRep consumers. Well, what it looks like is there is indeed, in black and white, remember these results, you've got Dunkin' Donuts at 74% versus around 20% for the consumers. You've got Burger King, we've got Nike. The Nike results were coming in about 80 or 90% when we looked on Slido earlier on. So that's way above, like nearly double what the consumers were showing. And EE, which as I said is more of a local brand, was around 60% with consumers. And I think the results are around about the same for the Nudgestock audience. So I think this says you are more brand literate out there. You'd expect to be, and congratulations.
Thank you. So this is a great example from UK broadcaster Channel 4. They've created an elegant, really distinctive typeface which is full of personality, is really flexible and more importantly, really usable. There's a delicate balance here to be struck between ownability, recognition, recall and real-world practical use. So on to our third question. Why do we see so many curves in tech? Now you'll see here the QR code is in the corner, the question's gone live on Slido and on Twitter, so please remember to snap that QR code so that we can gather your results. Thank you.
See you later.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So the power of colour, let's see how we go, and are there any curves in tech? Now, before 2020, virtual reality was an emerging technology which was fun, it was cool, but it wasn't really making a massive difference to our daily lives. Since then, we've all had a forced system into this world through work, through socialisation, finding love and even grieving in the virtual world as the pandemic prevented many of our face-to-face interactions. In the virtual reality world, our next speaker is absolute royalty. Dr. Sylvia Pan is a senior lecturer at Goldsmiths University in London. She's interested in using virtual reality for a range of social interactions, from training to therapy and much more. Don't forget, Nudgestockers, that for this session you can indeed ask Dr. Sylvia Pan a question by going to Slido. And Rory will get round to those when he does his Q&A at the end. So with that, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Dr. Sylvia Pan in the real verse, right here with us today. Dr. Sylvia Pan.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I will be talking about the psychology of the metaverse. And just to make it perfectly clear that it's not about NFTs. So no apes or frogs will be featured in this talk. Sorry about the disappointment. But it's very much about the metaverse, which for me means an emerging technology that is going to have profound implications for our future. But let's first go back to the past and take a look at a classic moral dilemma that has been puzzling philosophers for centuries. So there is a train running down the track about to kill 5 people, but you are standing next to a switch. If you push the switch, you can diverge the train onto a side track, therefore saving the 5 people, but you kill 1 other person instead. Should you push the switch? And now let's look at a very similar situation. A train is about to kill 5 people, and this time you're standing on a footbridge, and next to you is a person with a very heavy backpack. If you push him slightly, he will tip over, fall down the track, therefore stopping the train, saving the 5 people, but as a result, he will die. Should you push the man? This kind of questions moral psychologists have been trying to study them over and over again. Surprisingly, our reaction to them is very robust. So the majority of people will say yes to the first scenario, but only about 10% will say yes to the second one. So here's an interesting question. The outcome of these 2 situations are exactly the same. If you choose yes, you're choosing to sacrifice 1 person in order to save 5. But why do we react so differently to these 2 scenarios? So for decades, moral psychologists have been trying to understand this problem, normally using questionnaires. But the problem is that questionnaires only give us the judgment to the description of a situation rather than the actual situation. And even when we try to use images or videos, you're still only getting people's judgment rather than their real action. Just imagine how many times you might be watching the news or watching a movie, and then you think, oh, if I were there in that situation, I would definitely have done something. But when that actually happens to you in real life, you'd realize how little or how much you would do. So in our work, we, in order to study our reaction towards those moral dilemmas, we recreated those situations in the metaverse. So here is an immersive cave-like situation. You have those little stick figures come into the cave-like system, where is an art gallery, and some of them choose to go to the first floor, and some of them stayed on the ground floor. And now you're in a situation where you have 5 people on the first floor and 1 person on the ground floor. I'll leave you to watch the video.
Can I go to the first floor, please?
We have also conducted this experiment in both the immersive VR system and the desktop system. The 2 systems are exactly the same with the same interface. The only difference is the level of immersion. And here's our result. So basically, in the cave-like situation, about 1/3 of participants immediately brought the lift down, choosing to sacrifice 1 person in order to save 5. But what we noticed is a lot of them quickly shift the person to position C, but then they quickly took some other actions and brought the person down back to position A. So we also looked at the final position, which is where they left the lift for more than 5 seconds. And in this case, the majority of the people in the cave-like system actually chose to bring the person downstairs, sacrificing 1 to save 5. So this basically shows that our questionnaire, our cave result is actually similar to what we find with questionnaire results. But it also shows that more than half of the participants in the cave-like situation actually had a change of mind. Maybe they did something and then they panicked, they then did something else. So basically, people in the VR situation were more likely to make mistakes. It could be because in VR, the experience is more visceral, more real, so they're more likely to panic. And we found something else which we didn't quite expect. So after their experience either with the desktop or the cave-like situation, we gave them the classic moral dilemma questionnaires. And the question of should you push a man down the footbridge, a third of participants who have done the cave situation chose yes, and this is significantly higher than the desktop situation. And we think this is very interesting. This is evidence basically showing that after the immersive VR experience, participants became more willing to sacrifice one in order to save the five. They became more utilitarian. This is slightly unexpected, but it also makes sense, as we all learn from our experience in reality. And in the immersive VR technology, it is capable to deliver an experience that is so real that it actually shifted participants' perceptions. So how does virtual reality work? Before jumping into the topic of VR, I have another question for you. Which one is longer? I'm going to play the video, which hopefully shows. So despite knowing very well these two pieces are exactly the same, we can't stop ourselves thinking that the one on the left is longer. And this is called an illusion. And VR is nothing but an illusion, but it's supported by technology. So my definition of VR is that through real-time tracking and graphics, VR taps into our interface with reality. And by replacing the world around us with simulations, it can trigger illusions that could reshape and challenge our belief of the world we live in. So technically, when you put a VR headset on, three things happen, as summarized by Professor Mel Slater back in 2009. First, you have 3D vision. You have one image in front of each eye. That's how you see 3D. And secondly, there is no escape. It's literally in your face. So you're trapped inside a simulation, just like how outside of VR, we're trapped in reality. Last but not least, VR provides sensory motor contingency. In real life, as we move our body, our brain constantly integrates visual inputs with our movement to automatically develop our perception of reality. And thanks to tracking technology, we're able to update graphics in VR to match our movements. So in VR, when our vision and motor system work together exactly the same way as they do in real life, we have this strong feeling of being somewhere else. Or in a social interaction, we have the strong feeling of being with somebody else. And that's how I started in VR. I'll play another short video.
That shirt looks great on you. How much was it?
I think it was about £20. It's quite cheap. Thank you very much, though. You look very nice too.
Oh, thank you very much.
This is something I developed more than 15 years ago. And as you can see, she paid a compliment to him, and he enjoyed it and paid a compliment back. He swings his body left and right. He's really enjoying the social interaction. And that's exactly was our intention. We wanted to use VR to create a positive, happy social interaction with the idea that we can hopefully use it as psychotherapy for those who struggle with social interaction. So hopefully they can practice, they can interact with virtual characters, so they can build their confidence until they're ready to embrace the real world again. We have also been working with medical doctors on using VR to develop scenarios to help them to train to communicate with their patients. And this work was about antibiotics prescription. I don't have time to go through the background, but basically it's about dealing with demanding patients, and medical doctors can practice their consultation skills with our virtual patients over and over again so that they can deal with real patients better. We've been also working with Oxford Psychiatry on using VR to study smoke cessation, about using cue exposure therapy. So basically, for those who try to give up smoking, when they are doing that, they go to the pub, they see somebody else smoke, and they have a beer or they see an ashtray. It triggers their craving for nicotine. And if at this moment they're then offered a cigarette, they go back to smoking, right? So we developed a scenario in VR where we have all these cues, but in a very controlled environment. So they can sit down, put a VR headset on, go through the scenario, maybe with a therapist next to them as well, to really help them deal with the anxiety this might trigger. And if they do it over and over again, they will be desensitized to these cues, and it will break the association between seeing the cues and having access to a cigarette. So I just want to emphasize that VR is not only just an immersive display. Most VR headsets now come with the capacity to also track our hands, so we can drive the body language of our avatars, and this is very important. And I have spent the majority of my lockdown inside the metaverse quite a lot. We had our student welcome week in Outspace. I attended international conference social sessions in Mozilla Hubs. We had project meetings with partners over the world in Engage, and we had our lab social in Rec Room, where we were playing paintballs and shooting at each other, which was really fun. And we were just like using our body as we do in real life, which was really important, in particular during a time when everybody was deprived of social interaction during the lockdown. And it is just a matter of time before we can also have facial expression inside VR as well. So the new headset now comes with the capacity of eye tracking and lip trackers, so we can drive our virtual character's face with our facial movements as well in real time. So I just want to emphasize that our ability to drive our body movement in VR is extremely important. And this is an example from many years ago where the participant is hooked up with a full body mocap suit so she can drive her avatar, which she can see in the mirror. And in this case, the avatar is of a similar gender and race and appearance as the participant, but you can easily use the same setup to put the participant into the body of someone very different from her. So VR can transform not only where you are, but who you are. And neuroscientists actually have been trying to study this for many years as well, mainly through visual tactile synchrony. And this is because there's evidence that the illusion of owning a different body could really change our perception. And in VR, we can do it much easily. And actually, there's a study which has been done over and over again, always the same result, showing that putting a Caucasian participant in the skin of a dark-skinned avatar would reduce their implicit racial bias. So, come to the kind of concluding slides. When we talk about the metaverse, I don't think everyone wants a digital twin of reality, because reality sometimes is boring or even painful for someone. And some may choose to be in a different gender or race, or even choose a completely different body, like a chili pepper or a mushroom, right? And knowing the psychological impact owning another body you would have could shift our perception and cognition. I think this is going to shape the future of humanity, and it's definitely going to be the most interesting aspect of the metaverse, and hopefully that's food for thoughts for behavior scientists as well. And we have a team of brilliant VR researchers in our lab who are more than happy to help you design the metaverse you want for your research. And we do enjoy meeting with each other in real life as well. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
That was amazing.
That's amazing.
Sylvia, thank you very much indeed. I mean, absolutely superb. I've got to ask a question first before I take the Slido questions. That fact that your judgment in the trolley car problem is disproportionately affected by a VR experience. And it could be consistency bias, but it carries over in a way that it doesn't from two dimensions, if I'm right. I mean, that's both, I suppose, something we can be very optimistic about, because for things like training, I've seen promise, for example, people who are frightened of flying, experiencing flying in VR overcomes their fear in a way that watching hundreds of YouTube videos of takeoffs wouldn't.
Exactly.
Is there also a dark side to that? Yes. In that, oh, good, okay.
Very much.
I guess you spotted that.
Yeah.
In that, there are huge debates about, say, pornography and violent video games, but the general consensus is that people are pretty good at separating the one from the other. Okay.
Yeah.
Or to some degree. Is there a danger then that actually habits, behaviours, actual behaviours that are literally embodied in physical behavior in VR effectively then carry over to the real world?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. If it has so much positive impact, it's going to have the power to do exactly the opposite if it's not used wisely. And actually, in one of the studies I showed were about reducing implicit racial bias by putting someone in a dark-skinned avatar. And if you actually put someone in a dark-skinned avatar but let them experience something really negative, it actually increases their racial bias. Right. And so basically everything we've done in VR, you can easily do it slightly differently and resulting in something you don't want. Or intentionally want something equivalent but negative.
So it's consequential in a way that obviously augmented reality or simple video stimulus isn't.
Exactly.
Which is kind of interesting and obviously, as I said, I mean, in some cases we can be highly optimistic. The other interesting question I suppose I have to ask is, we're not quite sure how much people want this, are we? In the sense that, I mean, if old people like me can remember Second Life, which was briefly the most exciting thing on the planet, but weirdly it died almost as rapidly as it rose. It still exists, actually, I think. What do you think? Do you think there are sort of problems to be overcome in terms of technology and experience before people can spend comfortably significant periods of time in this environment? Or is it something like a little bit like 3D TV, which always has a sort of resurgence every sort of 30 years when a generation grows up that hasn't had the chance to reject it, and then it disappears again for another 3 decades?
Well, I've been kind of, in the VR drive. When I started, it was actually dying off in the sort of mid-2000s, right? And nobody talked about VR for a while. I was doing my PhD in VR from 2005, and people were saying, "Oh, you're not doing a real PhD," But I've really seen sort of a couple of cycles going on in this area. But I think my motivation of doing VR was actually always about improving our real life, because I enjoy real life. Real life is fun. So that's why I've been working on trainings and things like that for people to improve their skills in real life. That was my motivation. But at the same time, not everybody enjoys real life. I think it's also important to notice, people who maybe suffer from autism or other neurological disorders or just disabled, right? And I think VR is a great opportunity for them to actually have some enjoyment, some social life. And I think we should not overlook that as well. And I think that's a very strong motivation to push this technology to make it more accessible to everyone.
I think you've answered one or two of the questions on the screen, because someone here made a very good point, which is they said that your own physical presence is the most valuable wager you can make on any activity.
Definitely, definitely. Can I just add that I see VR as a sort of something in the middle between real life meetings, which is always the best, comparing to computer-mediated meetings, which we often have now on a 2D screen. I see VR as an opportunity for us to bring some of that meetings closer to real-life meetings. Especially in the near future, we can use our facial expressions in VR as well. So we'll be standing next to each other, we really feel each other's presence, and when I lean towards you, really feel that, and lots of subconscious things will be going on in our social interaction, and we have group interaction. We'll use our body orientation to indicate turn-taking. All these subconscious signals we're sending will be preserved in VR. And I think that's really, really important.
Do you think my only little worry here is that we've just had the world have a crash course in using video conferencing, and I think there's potential value from that. I slightly worry that sometimes some of this is obviously driven by Facebook needing to build a defensive moat, essentially, by investing in this heavily to prove that they won't be blindsided by some new technology that may supplant them. There's a little bit of me which thinks that futurologists are always keen on the next thing. And actually we could spend some time usefully over the next 2 years perfecting our use of fairly standard video technology and also improving the hardware for that before we move on to this. What do you think about that? That's my Luddite, inner Luddite speaking, if you like.
So I don't think there are lots of technology is shifted in building the metaverse. I think video conferencing is going to be there to stay, and it's really great for like climate change reasons, so we all fly less and everything. But very often we would have a meeting, video conferencing meeting, maybe 5 or 6 partners, and afterwards we have a social session inside VR. And that's really when it makes everything a lot more organic, more wholesome. We get to sort of socialize with each other. And a lot of the times, that's then afterwards what I remember. I wouldn't remember anything discussed on the 2D conference. For some reason, my memory doesn't really work in those situations as well as in real life. But in VR, I felt because of the spatial information we're getting and because just we're a bit more relaxed, we don't have to constantly sort of focus on the screen, I was able to remember the fun we had or topics we have discussed, and it's more inspirational. And I think relationship or partnership built during that session is more valuable.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And also both and is better than either or in this case.
Probably,
But that,
yeah.
I mean, as I said, the audience will get the chance to experience this in the Nudgeverse later today. Will you be joining us in the Nudgeverse?
Yes,
You will.
I will.
Well, that's
Yeah.
even better still.
Looking forward
Sylvia,
to it.
all I can say is thank you
Yeah.
very much indeed.
Thank
That's
you.
fantastic.
Thank you.
Wow, wow. Well, in England, we already have a queen, and long may she reign. But in the metaverse, I think we might have just found our queen, Dr. Sylvia Pan. Wow. God, so much to think about there. I am terrified, of course, about what she's going to make of the of our Nudgeverse later. Of all the critics, she's probably going to have the keenest eye. But very exciting, fantastic work.
That's amazing. And now, if you're curious how behavioural science plays into the metaverse, we've actually pulled together a paper that explains more. And now we're going to précis it very quickly. So not only is our next speaker a behavioural science celebrity, he's one of the most popular ones on YouTube that many of you will recognise. He's also a member of the behavioural science team, and he's a co-author of this paper. So it's my pleasure to introduce Pete Judo-Jahajo to talk about behavioural science in the metaverse.
Thanks, Dan. So the metaverse industry is estimated to be worth $400 billion by the year 2025, which is why we think that businesses and brands should be paying close attention to this space and seriously considering if they want to get into it. But we also understand that words like the metaverse, Web 3.0, virtual reality, it's all very new to us and can seem a little bit intimidating. And that's why we wrote this paper. This paper was written in collaboration with the Ogilvy Metaverse Acceleration Team, Ogilvy Italy, and as Dan said, the Ogilvy Behavioural Science Practice. And we called it Nothing Changes, Everything Changes. And the reason we called it that is because it's centered around the idea that despite this world of rapid technological change, there is one psychological constant, the human brain. Our brains work the same in virtual and actual reality, subject to the same biases, the same heuristics, the same drivers of our behavior. And so by combining our cutting-edge understanding of metaverse technology, along with our unique perspective in psychology and behavioral science, we've identified 6 brand opportunities in the metaverse. And I just want to zoom in on 2 of them to give you a taste of what you can find in this paper. The first one is constant feedback. We know from behavioral science that feedback is a massive driver of our behavior. Ever since B.F. Skinner put a pigeon in a box and fed it some food, we've known this. But in many different aspects of our lives, especially in those behaviors that are good for us, we don't often have a lot of feedback. Thinking about exercising, working out, being productive, we don't often have feedback in these environments. But virtual reality can change all of this. Using VR technology, we can develop extremely engaging experience for almost any behavior that we have. And as a result of that, we think that people will experience a whole new era of health and productivity as customers will find it easier than ever to engage in those long-term payoff behaviors that help them achieve their goals and therefore remain loyal to the brands that provide those services to them. Another thing that we look at is the second identity. As Dr. Pan just said earlier, we don't often interact with each other in virtual reality as ourselves, but instead through avatars. Now, what will prolonged use of these virtual bodies really mean for us? Well, we think that effectively in the future, brands will be marketing to alter egos. As we spend more time in these virtual selves, we begin to identify more with them. People will value their alter ego in the same way that they value their ego today, which, if you know behavioral science, you know ego is a huge driver of our behavior as well. And that's why in the future, we think that brands should pioneer the market for digital status symbols. We see Balenciaga already doing this in early versions of the metaverse in Fortnite, but as VR technology becomes more mainstream, we think that this opportunity will only grow along with it. So that's just a flavor of the kind of insights that you can find in this document. If you want to read the full version, you can go to nudgestock.com/nudgetalk very soon, or if you want to read it right now, then you should head over to the Nudgeverse. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you, Pete. And we're so nearly ready to go into the Nudgeverse, and what an amazing presentation to tell us more about the behavioural science of it. So we've had 4 hours, a little bit over. Whoops, apologies, everybody. Rory, what's been your favourite of the morning?
Obviously, I mean, Ian McGilchrist and Matthew, what they both talk about, both cognitive diversity and the importance of it, and also this whole idea of the divided brain and the idea of a slightly disturbing change in the last few hundred years, where essentially, I suppose our two hemispheres have become imbalanced in the influence they have over decision making and perception. So that has to fascinate me. But actually, I'd combine it a little bit with Casey Wall's insights into essentially how you manage and how you get teams to perform. Because I think, generally, I think labor economics is literally sort of 300 years behind psychology. And these dangerous assumptions like productivity being proportionate to hours worked, I think, and the idea that there are necessarily economies of scale in the size of a team that don't break down with scale, those seem to be incredibly important for a knowledge economy.
That's fascinating. And Tara, you've had 4 hours of watching this as well?
Oh God, my mouth was open with Dr. Sylvia Pan just then. I think there's so much more for us to learn and explore. I was going to say Ian McGilchrist though, because as you know, I am a bit of an advocate of psychedelic medicines, and I tend to think that psychedelic medicines have the opportunity to bring more of that systemic thinking, right brain online for people and for the world in the future. But wow, Dr. Sylvia Pan, incredible.
Dr. Sylvia Pan, and 4 hours in, and Tara hadn't mentioned psychedelics at this point. We did better than last year, I think, at least with that one.
We're microdosing it this year.
We are microdosing.
Yeah, very occasional references.
Yeah, we're going into some other verse in a couple of hours. So we are nearly ready to take you all out of this dimension and into the Nudgeverse to meet all of our behavioural science dancing gang there that you can see. It's a space where you can find out about the latest of our behavioural science work and also meet the Nudgestock audience. You're no longer going to be anonymous beings separate to each other. You're going to get the chance to meet in virtual reality and do all the wonderful things that Sylvia talked about. Please don't shoot anyone, though. That video was quite terrifying, wasn't it?
But Dan, do I need a headset?
No, as I told you a couple of hours ago, Tara, you don't need a headset. You can log on through your Google Chrome browser and have your first experience in the metaverse that way. It's free, totally free, and it only takes a couple of minutes to create your avatar. And as I said earlier, you can be whoever you want to be in the metaverse. So head over to nudgestock.com/Nudgeverse, and we will see you in there virtual.
So we've heard about billion-dollar behaviours and asked the question of why did the chicken cross the road. We've heard Paco Underhill talk about post-pandemic retail, Amal talk about the bomb disposal, behavioural science of bomb disposal, and Channing talk about how weird we are. There is so much more to come. For all the sleepy guys down under who are still tuning in, well done and thank you for being here. Let's push you a little bit further. Please get into the Nudgeverse with us. But for everyone else, we're going to be coming back to live content in just under 2 hours' time at 2 p.m. British Standard Time. And when we come back, we've got an awful lot more. We're going to be talking about polarization, disinformation, vaccination, sustainability behaviors for all of our nations. We're going to be talking about how to save spaceship Earth by wasting less food, how to frame sustainability with the right language. There is just so much more to come, and there's Dan Pink and Maya Shankar, and God, there's an awful lot more. We've got another whole 4 hours, but that's on the other side of the Nudgeverse. So take these hours, put your avatar together, we'll meet you there. A little bit of networking, learning, lunching, dancing, dating, who knows what you're going to do in there, but we'll see you in the Nudgeverse now. Welcome back, fellow primates, to Nudgestock. And it's 2 o'clock in London, it's 3 o'clock in Durban, and it's time to wake up in Austin, Texas, because you need to join the world's biggest festival of behavioral science and creativity. As our North, Central, and Latin American brethren fire up the laptops, we'd like to hear from all of you who have been luxuriating in the Nudgeverse for the last 2 hours. What did you see? Where did you go? Who did you meet? What did you learn? And do you think that the Ogilvy Behavioural Science practice is brave to experiment with this new technology, or just a little bit mad? Tell us what you thought with hashtag Nudgestock 2022. We have been trending here over the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK, and we want to push that up a little bit higher. There's every possibility we could trend at #1 on Twitter. So everything, all your thoughts, hashtag Nudgestock 2022. We have so much more coming up. If you thought this morning was good, this isn't a conference. This isn't training. This is a festival. The world's biggest festival of behavioural science and creativity, only because you make it so. What's coming up in the agenda, Dan Bennett?
In the agenda, well, Nudgestockers, open up your calendar, look at the next 4 hours and cancel all the meetings, because you're going to want to do this instead. You're going to find out in this 4 hours how children can fight food waste with Shalina Jan Mohammed, how can text messages save lives with Katie Milkman, and can Rory get the clients to Nudgestock on time in the electric ride? Take a peek.
So, here we are, world's premier festival of behavioural science. I can't wait.
But someone who would never turn up late in their dressing gown is a colleague who would never do that, is Chris Graves. Chris Graves is our man in Washington today, and he is a co-founder of the Ogilvy Behavioural Science practice and our lead on decoding human behaviour and the hidden aspects of what makes us who we are. Chris has been working on some very whizzy data science and behavioural science, bringing together personality traits with worldviews and cognitive thinking styles to really understand human beings at a deeper level. And he's going to be talking to us about that. Chris was, of course, formerly the CEO and chair globally of Ogilvy Public Relations. He's also the only member of the team who's actually trained in television, having worked as a journalist at CNBC and at the Wall Street Journal. Chris has a Rockefeller Foundation Bellagio residency and is a lifetime member of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's going to tell us today why we need the sense-making genome. If anyone can make sense of human behavior, it is Chris Graves.
Tara, thank you so much. And I tell you, you and Dan are living east. To be easy, attractive, social, and timely. You're making it look easy. So great job to you, Dan, Tara. To Anna Cairns, great job to the tech team there, led by Dan. You're just doing an amazing job. Now, you just said a second ago, you know, how it's important to delve down to individual scale, where for 6 years you've been pioneering an approach. And I'm going to take quickly through it with a brand new study that we partnered with Instapanel to do just this week of 52 respondents. And so let's get going there on the deck. This Who is a kind of sense-making genome that we're going to talk to you about. And it's really stacking a number of behavioral science lenses to test every individual and then look at that in scale. It's very different from a traditional behavioral economics nudge, which is sort of looking at the whole species. But we're finding out more and more different nudges work different. They don't work the same on every individual. And that's because, of course, we're wired very, very differently. Now, this has been, as I said, for a number of years. We've garnered 6 global awards, so we're beginning to get a little more self-confident about this approach of delving into the human sense-making genome. And this is what we mean when we say sense-making genome. There are these tests and a whole bunch of others. But if you start from the upper left, you're looking at Big Five personality. Then in the middle and the top, we're looking at cultural cognition. This is your identity tied to your worldview. We look at degrees of religiosity, locus of control. Are you chronically more external, feeling the world has control of your life and any change that might come, or internal, that you have a lot of self-agency? We also test for regulatory focus, whether you are more promotion-oriented, going for that big new attainment for a goal, or you're mission-oriented, where you really are all about avoiding risk and harm. We also test for John Haidt's moral foundations theory. You see the 5 pillars there. We test for time perspective. You may recall the Zimbardo time perspective. We test for need for affect. There's those who avoid emotion and those who approach emotion. And we test different forms of Gordon Pennycook's comprehensive thinking styles and bullshit receptivity. So put it all together, it is indeed a kind of new genome. It's not good enough to just find out attitudes or even behavior. This is down into that real why inside of people. Now, as I said, we partnered with Instapanel, and they got us very rapidly 52 respondents across many countries. They break out this way that you see on the screen, but it is a quant and a qualitative. And you're going to see some short clips of video how the respondents feel about the different questions we put to them. But we gave them a stimulus. And in this case, the stimulus, first instance, were our Ogilvy colleagues in Chicago have been working with the City of Chicago Department of Public Health to try to promote vaccine uptake during this pandemic. And they've created a number of different assets, materials, PSAs. And what we're going to show you now is a kind of head-to-head battle and how the respondents reacted to them. So this first one we're going to show you is Dr. Joy on the left.
The COVID-19 vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds contains 1/3 of the adult dose.
And on the right, Dr. Trotter.
Over 8 million children have already received the COVID-19 vaccine.
Note these are very, very short. This isn't a long narrative. These are meant to be in social and in digital. They're 6 seconds long. It's incredibly challenging. But to still each one down, you see Dr. Joy on the left is talking about dosage for children. And the goal here is vaccines for children. How the dosage for children is only 1/3 the adult size dose. Now that's important because we saw signs of hesitancy of parents worrying that their tiny child might be overpowered by this vaccine. So that's testing avoiding harm. But Dr. Trotter is using the tried and true approach of norming. He tells you that 8 million children have already been vaccinated. So what happened here? Well, in this last week, it's very, very recent, we saw that social norming was the giant winner compared to avoiding harm in this head-to-head. With content and with different audience conclusions that this context for vaccine has for every culture or every country. But you can see in this case that it was a clear win for social norms. Now, when you take a look at another head-to-head battle, this is Dr. Joy, again on the left, and on the right is young Bryn. And here what we're testing is sort of the cognition of an authority figure with a fact versus the feeling you get from listening to this child. So let's take a quick look at Dr. Joy.
The COVID-19 vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds contains 1/3 of the adult dose.
And now let's take a look at young Bryn.
My name's Bryn and I'm 6. I'm vaccinated.
So here you had the cognition versus the affect. See, here. Now, on the first one, you had everyone. There's quite a different split here. So first, I'm going to show respondents. The first respondent, the Dr. Joy read better.
When you're targeting children to be vaccinated and you see kids interacting and being healthy and being happy as far as getting vaccinated, I feel like that's going to encourage more children to want to get vaccinated and encourage parents to want to to vaccinate their children as well.
And now let's go to the left video and let's hear from her.
So the video that Dr. Joy, I'm more interested into that one. And the reason why is because it gives me more insight as of what the vaccine contains. It tells me it's 1/3 of the adult vaccine. And that's more interesting for me, because then I'll think about it. Okay, well, let me think about it. Let me do my own research. And then I'll decide if I want to get my kids vaccinated or not. Also, looking at a video.
So what you see there is not a giant insight that two different people find two different messages that resonate. But what is new is that instead of just dividing these by demographics, we're looking at those who are very similar in demographics. But if you look at this graph, look how they split by the way their inner wiring is different. So they're almost half and half in the audience who, like Dr. Joy, the very cognitive doctor, versus Bryn, the joyful, full of affect child. And as you step down through every test, you begin to see a very different split from the hidden who, not from traditional market research of demographics. So with Dr. Joy, here you're finding that those who are more prevention-oriented in their regulatory focus are gravitating to her message, but those more promotion are much more towards young Bryn, brimming with affect. And then we look at internal locus of control. That goes along with Dr. Joy, but locus of control with Bryn. Next, you begin to see, we asked a question about science versus religion. When they come head to head, which do you trust? And those with science leanings went with Dr. Joy, and those with religion leanings went more with Bryn. But here's a bizarre one that I cannot answer. When we ask them about beliefs and facts, those who put more emphasis on beliefs and will discard the facts were more aligned with the cognitive message. Whereas those who put facts over beliefs were kind of relieved, I guess, with this little piece of joy from Bryn. If you had the science-loving belief, facts over belief respondent would go with Dr. Joy, you'd probably be wrong. Hence the importance of these new, very in-depth tests to reveal the sense-making genome. Now, one that has been developed all over the planet, but more the US perhaps than anywhere, is something called cultural cognition. It's how our identities are mapped to our worldview. And you can see on the screen here what that looks like. And in the United States, there's been a huge battle between worldviews for a long time, but during this pandemic, wow, they've really ahead. I mean, you see it in everything from how we react to climate change communications, to mask wearing mandates, to vaccines, and now, of course, the hearings going on in the cap of Washington. And so let's look at a couple of respondents during this latest InstaPanel piece of work this past week, who illustrate the individualist versus the communitarian. Let's take a quick look at this individualist.
I believe that as I wouldn't want any other parent to tell me what to do with my child, so am I not in the position to actually give or say what other people are doing with their lives. As far as I'm concerned, it's none of my business and I don't even really care.
Boom! Arch individualist. Now look at his opposite, the communitarian.
Why parents should vaccinate their children. You're protecting them. It's a short-term pain for a long-term gain. You're protecting them, you're protecting your own family, you're protecting their classmates, their friends, their teachers, their bus driver, their dance teachers, their swim teachers, their soccer coaches. By getting your kid vaccinated, you're protecting not just them, but everybody else.
Here you have it, stark, side by side from the individualist versus the communitarian. Again, graphics are not issued there in terms of those insights. But if you use this new set of tools, this battery of tests that come from peer-reviewed behavioral science, you can uncover what is truly a new kind of taking genome. Beyond this study we did, a very small study, but directionally interested with InstaPanel, we have done studies in the thousands of respondents. And I'll tell you, we're going to one pretty soon, but here's a sneak preview of what we're finding in other studies. What we're finding is that upper left tends to be the personality profile of the most hesitant. When you look at the top center, who are more individualistic in their worldviews, are more hesitant than the others. When you look at religiosity on the upper right, those who self-test at being much more religious are much more vaccine hesitant. When you look at the second row left, locus of control, those who are external in their locus of control, meaning they think it's fate or luck, chance, or God, where it's written, they are much more hesitant in the large study. When you look at regulatory focus, you remember that's whether you're really play to win, play not to lose. That play to win promotion, that gotta go for it to attain the next highest goal, they are by far more hesitant than those who are prevention wired. When we look at John, we find that those who are more wired towards cherishing the traits of loyalty, authority, and purity are more hesitant when it comes to vaccines. And when you look at time perspective, those who are very much present bias are the more hesitant when it comes to vaccines. Now we test for need for and need for cognition. Need for affect splits into two ways, whether you avoid emotion or approach emotion. And we find that those who avoid emotion are much more hesitant than those who are okay with wanting to share emotion, delve into their emotions, and do it with others. And then finally, when you look at cognitive reflection tests and comprehensive thinking styles, clearly, those who say that it's okay to cling to your beliefs despite what evidence may be put in front of you. And hey, that's a large percentage of the population. It's fine to cling to that belief even when you've been proven that it's wrong, are hesitant. So when you put this together, you see that it's a really special new kind of. Now, a huge hat tip to my research partner, John Poulston, Cantor. He has co-pioneered this with me for the last years, and we're using it in an array of challenges, as I said, from climate change communications to vaccine hesitancy to polarization, and lots related to healthcare. But it could also be used in travel and tourism and just about any domain you can think of. The point is, nudges may or may not work, and they may or may not work differently for different people. This uncovers why. With that, I'd like to thank you. This sense-making genome is a powerful new tool, and we're just delighted as hell to be able to continue this work in it. Tara, Dan.
Thank you so much, Chris. This is such important work, and it's something that we're going to be exploring more in our Nudge Talk series, which we've launched onto the world today. Apologies for anyone with the quality of that feed. We're going to hopefully get Chris up to speed and make sure his Wi-Fi is working a little bit more smoothly for the rest of this afternoon, this morning. But yes, we've got one of our Nudge Talk series is going to be on what I keep calling it Be More Netflix. If you don't have Netflix's level of data about people, nonetheless, there are other ways that we can access these questions of preference and personality type. I think everyone's quite familiar with the idea that when I watch Stranger Things, I might get served an ad that's all sort of lovey-dovey and people kissing, but when my dad gets served that same program, he's going to have a great big monster, and that we are adapting lots of communications to target different kind of preferences. Well, this sort of work, the work that Chris has been doing with the sense-making genome, is really tapping into that and a whole lot more that's going on a very deep level. So it's really great stuff. And that piece of work that you just saw was in partnership with Instapanel, who is one of our sponsors today, but they really are a partner. In the last year, I would say that they've become a go-to partner, certainly for me. I scope them into things all the time. What have we done? My God, we've done deprivation studies. We've got people to look inside their own fridges. It's such a lovely, intuitive tool in that people are making videos with their own phones that they're very used to doing in a very intimate environment, just them and the phone, telling us about their lives, giving us answers to questions. But we've even taken, I think, 1,250 video diary entries that were created in about a week. And we've taken the auto-transcribed verbatims from Instapanel, and then we've run those verbatims, we've split them by whether or not they're using a particular product, and then we've been able to compare them using one of the other sponsors for today, Relative Insight, which is a big data natural language analysis tool. And we've been able to see in spoken speech how these different audiences talk about a particular issue, which I can't share with you. I would love to, but that's going to stay top secret for now. But the process that we ran with Instapanel was really very illuminating, and we were allowed to see things that we couldn't really, we wouldn't have been able to pick up with the human eye or ear. So they're a kind of pitch-winning secret for us, in fact, but we are being forced to share them with you here today because we're a sponsor, and they've kept Nudgestock free to air. So thank you so much to Instapanel. What's coming up now, Dan?
Well, now, Tara, we have a woman who knows how to make a habit. Katie is an economist at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. You may know her as the host of the popular podcast Choiceology. She's a TEDx speaker, and she's also a top management and strategy thinker, as voted for by the Thinkers 50. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce Katie Milkman to talk about how she uses the humble text message to save lives.
Katie Milkman, and I am so excited to be presenting to you today about some of my research on the question of whether or not text messages can save lives. I'll tell you about some work we did nudging vaccination. I should say before I go any further that this is joint work with an absolutely incredible team, including notables such as Angela Duckworth and Mitesh Patel, who were key point people with me on this project, as well as the Behavior Change for Good Initiative staff. I want to take you back in time to explain this research project to late spring of 2020, which was right as we were all thinking maybe about coming out of COVID-19 lockdown to some degree, and really hoping that vaccines might be developed that could get us out of this pandemic, or at least ease the burden. And we saw an issue coming down the line as we were looking at data and as we were looking at the past, frankly, which is that lots of Americans were not that interested in vaccines. Even if they were readily available, many people said that they would not rush out to get vaccines against COVID-19. And this is not just the case in the United States, which is where we were interested in doing research, but this is the case globally, that there were lots of people who were anxious about the idea of taking a vaccine that had been developed so rapidly. Not only that, even if people weren't anxious about the vaccine, they might not line up quickly because lots of people don't follow through on their best intentions when it comes to things related to their health. So as a result of this, Mitesh Patel, Angela Duckworth, and I all saw an opportunity, and we wrote an op-ed in USA Today, which basically argued that not only should we be paying lots of attention, devoting lots of time and energy to developing vaccines that might help us ease the burden of this awful pandemic, not only should we be thinking about scaling up the distribution of those vaccines quickly once they became available, but we should be thinking about the behavioral approach we would take to encourage vaccination. And again, remember, this is summer of 2020. No one was really having this conversation yet. It would become a hot topic in the summer of 2021, but it was not yet on most people's radar. But we thought, let's get out ahead of it. We knew already that just half of Americans get a flu vaccine, even though it's recommended for virtually all. And we thought this is sort of a similar problem that's likely to come up down the line when we have COVID-19 vaccines. Maybe we could actually use flu season in the fall of 2020 as a bit of a pilot test to try to figure out how can we encourage vaccination effectively in this one setting that's so similar to the pandemic setting coming down the line. And then we would have ideas and insights ready to go, ready for use as soon as vaccines for COVID became available. We felt this was actually a problem right for something we call a mega study. So essentially, when we define a mega study, we think of it as a massive, massive field experiment in which all of these ideas are tested simultaneously. And it can be really valuable in a setting like this one, where we want to rapidly develop insights and best practices that are going to have relevance to policy. So a few of the benefits of this approach include allowing for comparability of results across studies. So you don't have to worry, oh, well, this worked to change behavior by 3 percentage points in a population of Danes, and this worked to change behavior by 7 percentage points in a population of elderly female Californians, but will those effect sizes translate when we roll them out in the same setting? So the comparability is really valuable of the mega study. It can also be run as a tournament and draw from ideas across disciplines. So you don't have to worry about scientists having sort of their own siloed ideas and wanting to work in different disciplines, but you can actually pool them all together and just compare what's the psychologist's best insight, what's the team of economists' best insight. Let's put them all in one massive study and see. It can accelerate the pace of scientific discovery, which is extremely important in this context, by instead of running studies sequentially, running them all at once. And I should say that you can pool many mini studies, right, with a control and treatment condition into one massive mega study and just have them all be different treatment arms. Okay, so we said, let's do this. And we went out and found some wonderful partners that allowed us to test different ideas for encouraging flu vaccination, with the idea that each idea tested would be designed so it could easily be ported and transported to encourage COVID-19 vaccination. So our first pilot was with Penn Medicine and Geisinger, two large US health systems with millions of patients. And specifically, the people who became part of this project were patients who had a routine primary care appointment during the 2020-2021 flu season at either Penn Medicine or Geisinger Health. And we had about 50,000 people who came through in the fall of 2020 and who were candidates for a flu shot at one of these healthy visits, who were randomly assigned to different treatments in our mega study. Specifically, those patients were randomly assigned to one of 20 different experimental conditions. There were 19 different treatments tested to encourage vaccination, and one control group that got sort of business as usual care, where they're still getting reminders to come in for their doctor's appointment, but they aren't focused on flu vaccination, and they're still being invited and encouraged to get a flu vaccine at that appointment. So there are about 2,300 people per experimental condition. And what we'll measure in this study is whether or not people actually accept a flu shot when it's offered to them at the appointment, or if they get one somewhere else in the 3 days leading up to that after we've started messaging people, in case the messaging leads them to rush out to a local pharmacy and get their vaccine rather than waiting until they see their doctor. Their experimental condition, patients' experimental conditions, simply determine what text messages they would receive from their care provider in the 3 days leading up to their doctor's appointment, and what those messages would say, trying to encourage people to accept that flu shot when they show up and the doctor offers it to them. And we actually had a team of 26 different scientists who submitted the designs of these 19 treatments, and they had all different hypotheses about what might be successful to encourage vaccination. And just to give you a sense of the range, because I'm not going to get to talk about every idea tested here in detail, one team said, hey, could humor be used to boost vaccination rates? What if we told you a joke? So have you heard the one about the flu? Don't spread it around. That was one joke that was tested. Would it be particularly appealing? This is another team that had this idea to dedicate your vaccine to a loved one. We often dedicate running a marathon to someone we care about, for instance, but what about dedicating a vaccine? Or what if we told you a vaccine is reserved for you and tried to play on the endowment effect? Would that make you more likely to get a shot? Would you value it more if you felt it had your name on it? So we randomly assigned people to the conditions, and then we tested. And what we found in this particular study is, first of all, the text messages on average did improve the likelihood that people would accept a vaccine when it was offered to them at their appointment. If we just pool on average, the text messages led to a boost. But I also want to highlight that we saw a top performer that was exciting, that sort of leapt out of the pack and increased vaccination rates in this sample by about 10%. Though you might expect an attenuation of that in a replication, since this is the top performer is necessarily an outlier. What that message communicated is just that a vaccine has been reserved for you. And actually, 3 of the top messages used this reserved for you language and none of the rest did. So incredibly potent, it seemed, if we do just an analysis of this data. And when we did other things, they were not nearly as effective. Sharing a joke was one of my favorite ideas. It didn't perform very well. And generally, my predictions, the predictions of other scientists, weren't nearly as useful as testing, which is another important takeaway from this, that testing was more useful than expert prediction by far. Just to show you what this messaging strategy looked like, it was really very similar to what you might expect to normally get from a clinician. 72 hours before your appointment, you're told that a vaccine's available and you should get it, and here's the time of your appointment. And then 24 hours beforehand, you're reminded that this vaccine has been reserved for your appointment with the doctor and to please ask to make sure you receive it. And of course, it will be offered to you whether you ask or not, but it's giving you that additional prompt. Okay, so key findings from this study, these 2 reminder messages encouraging people to ask for the flu shot, letting them know it was reserved for them, boosted vaccination rates substantially at nearly 0 cost and significantly. And when we did sort of a meta-analysis, tried to look, across all these things, what are some of the shared attributes of the best performing messages? It seemed that generally the messages that framed this as a reminder to get a flu shot that was already reserved for you outperformed others. And it was also important not to use messaging that felt too casual or unusual to get from a provider. So those kinds of messages with interactive messaging or casual language or jokes actually perform very poorly. Okay, we ran one more mega study that was actually even bigger than this one, and that was with Walmart pharmacies, which have 4,700 locations across the US. And with Walmart pharmacies, we were nudging people to come and get a flu shot. So it's a little different than accepting one when it's offered to you by your doctor. Here, you actually probably have to get into a car, drive to your local pharmacy and ask for a shot. And we did this with patients who had received a flu shot at Walmart in 2019. So it is a select subsample, and that's important to point out. It's probably not ideal, but from a legality perspective, it was acceptable to message these people. And we thought we could learn a lot despite the limitations of the sample. So we ended up with almost 700,000 participants in this study who had received a flu shot at Walmart in the prior year and were being nudged to come and get one in the fall 2020 flu season. Patients in this experiment were randomly assigned to one of 23 experimental conditions, and we had about 30,000 people per condition here. We had 22 treatments and 1 usual care control where people weren't reminded to come and get a flu shot via text message. And again, it's a text messaging study. The outcome was whether or not someone received a flu shot end of the year of 2020. And people's experimental condition that they were randomly assigned to determined what text messages they received from Walmart on September 25th, which was launch date. And for up to 3 days after that, people could get 1 additional text message. And we had 24 scientists who designed 22 different treatments. And they were testing all different hypotheses, some quite different in the context of the pharmacy than they had around what might work to encourage people to accept a vaccine from their healthcare provider. But there were some overlapping ideas as well. So some of the ideas that got tested in this setting included, can describing a vaccine as a way to protect your family and friends boost uptake? Does learning that more and more Americans are getting flu shots each year make them more appealing? And would considering all the places that you could catch the flu make you more likely to receive your shot? So we randomly assigned people these different experimental conditions. The first thing I want to say is with enormous statistical power come very positive results. Every single text message reminder we sent significantly improved vaccination rates over and above the control. And on average, we can just say confidently that text message reminders therefore work. But we also see more variability. We can detect bigger differences between conditions and say that there is significant heterogeneity in the performance of these messages. And the best performer, interestingly here, was telling people a flu shot is waiting for you at Walmart, a very simple message that echoes the best performer in our prior study, which was a flu shot is reserved for you. Here we couldn't use that reserved for you language because there was some anxiety about stockouts, so we subbed in the waiting for you language, but it's really quite similar, and several of the top performing messages used that language and none of the low performers did. It also was effective, though, to say things like more Americans are getting flu shots than were in the past. Just to show you how simple the top performer was, it again just said, hey, it's flu season, come get this flu shot at Walmart. They prevent the spread. And then 3 days later, remember that it's waiting for you at Walmart. Okay, key takeaways when we analyze the data here. Again, this waiting for you language was important. And there are 2 messages that were a part of this top performing study. And I should say that came out as another thing that really mattered in the study was multiple messages were better than a single reminder. So nagging seems to work. And that waiting for you language seems to work. Importantly, you might be wondering, does this actually extend to COVID-19 vaccine take-up? That'd be a great question. Does this sort of ownership language that seemed to work so well, designed by some of our team scientists, matter when COVID vaccines, you could argue it's really different. It's a global pandemic. But the wonderful news is that Heng-Chen Dai, Sylvia Sicardo, and a team of collaborators, both of them were actually part of the team that did these mega studies. They sort of ran with this insight and went and rolled out a test of this kind of ownership language, come claim the vaccine that's waiting for you at UCLA Health Systems right when vaccines became available, and found that text messages reminding people to get a vaccine, again, significantly outperform not sending text messages. And when you use this ownership language, it improves take-up. So we can say that these mega studies developed insights that were used successfully to encourage COVID-19 vaccination, which is exactly their goal and was really exciting to see. And if you're wondering about why it might be that this was so successful, there are probably a lot of different reasons that ownership language matters. Maybe partly the endowment effect. It may be that it suggests to you that it's recommended. Why else would you have your provider reserving a vaccine for you? It may also seem exclusive. John Bogart of UCLA has done some wonderful follow-up work based on these exciting results showing in settings outside of vaccination, from downloading a book to joining or attending a conference. When you're told it's reserved for you, it seems to make you feel that it's an exclusive, enticing opportunity. So really excited that so many wonderful researchers followed up on these results from the mega study to dig into why it works and also show that it could help with COVID-19 vaccine take-up. Last thing I want to do before I wrap up this presentation, which it has been such a pleasure to give you today, is to share a few broader evidence-based tips for encouraging vaccination, which is going to be an ongoing issue around the world as we need more boosters every year, as we need to continue to get flu vaccines, and as other pandemic threats may arise. There is a lot of evidence now about what works and what doesn't. And the first thing I wanted to point to that I think we should have done more of in this case, by the way, is giving people vaccine appointments by default that they can easily reschedule. Just saying, we've put you on the calendar. Here's the date and time where we've scheduled you for a vaccine. You can, of course, reschedule or cancel, but come on in. There's wonderful research by Gretchen Chapman and collaborators showing that this significantly increases vaccination rates. I did work over a decade ago with a wonderful team of economists showing that maybe not as effective as giving people a date and time, but still effective and better than nothing, is to prompt people to write down the date and time when they plan to come and get a vaccine. So if you can't just give someone a default appointment, you can at least prompt them to write down what's the date and time and maybe communicate that to someone. And that planning action seems to be valuable in and of itself. We now know that text reminders to get vaccinated are very consistently useful, although I should say that the benefits of these approaches have also been proven to wane as we get to the more hesitant in a population. So I think these kinds of tools are going to be more useful as we're thinking about boosters among those who have already gotten a vaccine, and less useful among the small population of people who are real holdouts and vaccine hesitant. Similarly, among those who are trying to communicate to get boosted, where we're trying to close an action intention gap rather than have a persuasion challenge, communicating that a vaccine is reserved for you or a booster is reserved for you seems to be a very good idea. There's also some research suggesting it is powerful and useful to say that a vaccine is the norm. Everybody's doing it, you should do it too, is a much better message than, oh no, a lot of people still aren't doing it, we hope you'll come along and get one. Because when we think everyone else is doing something, it seems like a more desirable behavior and less risky potentially. I also want to point out that although there was some initial promising research, I'm discouraged by the evidence on the use of incentives. Having run a randomized controlled trial related to this myself in the city of Philadelphia with a vaccine lottery that we were able to randomize elements of, and also working with a team that analyzed data from across the United States on different incentive programs, we really didn't see benefits from incentives. So I don't think that's the right use of resources unless they're much larger than what was being rolled out, sort of in the $100 and less range. But mandates really do work. And so I think even though they can be unattractive in many settings, and if we can avoid them, we might want to, they also do have proven efficacy. And so when we are in a situation that's life or death and we need to use them, they should be used in certain cases. They work. Okay, let me leave you there and just say thank you to the amazing funders and collaborators who made this work possible. And it's been a real pleasure presenting it to you today.
If you want some high quality behavioural science from me and the team at Nudgestock, then check out 42courses.com. And for this weekend only, if you use the code Nudgestock22 at checkout, you'll be in for a fairly pleasant surprise.
Welcome back, Nudgestockers, and coming up very shortly we have the world-famous author Dan Pink talking about his latest book, The Power of Regret, and how looking backwards can help us all move forwards. But for
So if you're thinking these Ogilvy guys are pretty cool, but I'd like to find out a bit more. I'd like to find out a bit more about their kind of behavioural science and what they've been doing. Well, we've got two offerings for you there. On the right-hand side, we've got the Behavioural Science Annual, which we produce, and there's a great GIF online of Dan flipping the annual from earlier today. Check that out. But it's packed full of case studies from around the world, Savlon soap, which we shared earlier, and a lot more. But we also have our POVs, our point of view, our radio, Nudgestock Live, and Nudge Talk Live, which is our webinar series that we're launching just today in honor of our 10th anniversary, our 10th birthday, a series of 10 webinars that we'll be playing out across the year, covering everything from, as I mentioned earlier, Be More Netflix, how to do personality profiling and segmentation along different kind of behavioral and attitudinal lines or personality. And we're also doing things on health and safety, on behavioral communications, looking at the COM-B model of behavior to create CAN-worthy communications campaigns for you. So lots and lots of different things that we're covering in Nudge Talk. So do take another little tab off the website and register your interest there for that.
But now I'm absolutely thrilled to announce that we have a speaker that doesn't just have one New York Times bestseller. He has 5 New York Times bestsellers. The man that wrote Drive, To Sell Is Human, When, and A Whole New Mind is back to talk about his new book, The Power of Regret, How Looking Backwards Drives Us Forwards. And don't forget, for this talk, you, the Nudgestock audience, can ask Dan a question at the end via the Slido app. If you go there now, hashtag Nudgestock 2022. Today, Dan and Rory discuss the power of regret and how looking backwards drives us forwards. It's an absolute honour. We can't believe it's taken us the 10th Nudgestock to get Dan Pink. We're thrilled he's here. Please welcome to the Nudgestock stage, Dan Pink.
Hey, thanks for that really nice introduction. Hi, everybody. It's good to be with you from my home office here in Washington, D.C. I'm delighted to tell you about, looks like the slides got completely messed up, but we'll soldier through that. I'm interested to tell you about the latest batch of research having to do with this emotion of regret. I want to tell you some of the things that I learned. It's less about how to nudge people than it is about what's going on, what makes people tick, that gives us some insight into how and why to nudge them. So regret is a terrible feeling. It's that stomach churning feeling that the present would be better and the future brighter if only, and that's the key catchphrase for regret, if only you hadn't chosen so poorly, decided so wrongly, or acted so stupidly in the past. Now, we have this philosophy, not only here in America, but I think throughout the world, that regret is inherently bad for us, that we should be positive, not negative, that we should look forward, not backward. I have in this latest book, oodles of people from Portugal, from Brazil, from the United States with tattoos that say no regrets, who believe in this philosophy so deeply that regret is harmful, that they enshrine that belief on their body. And so before I get into the main part of what I want to talk about today, I want to try to recalibrate very quickly your understanding of this profoundly misunderstood emotion. This is an emotion that scientists have been studying for 50 or 60 years. Social psychologists, especially developmental psychologists, neuroscientists, cognitive scientists have been studying this emotion. And one of the things that they've come up with 2 key points here that I want to highlight for you. 2 key points. Good Lord. 2 key points that I want to highlight for you. The first one is this: that regret makes us human. Regret makes us human. This is an incredibly important point, that everybody has regrets. Everybody has regrets. The only people without regrets truly are 5-year-olds. Because their brains haven't developed the cognitive capacity to experience regret. It requires a great deal of muscularity and dexterity in our brains, and 5-year-olds just don't have that yet. So who doesn't really have regrets? 5-year-olds don't have regrets. People with brain damage don't have regrets, and sociopaths don't have regrets. Everybody else has regrets. There's research in social psychology showing that it's one of the most common emotions that human beings have. It's arguably the most common negative emotion that human beings express. And so this is kind of puzzling, right? You have this emotion that is ubiquitous, and yet it's very unpleasant. It's aversive, and yet it's everywhere. And that raises the question, why? Are we self-sabotaging? Are we miswired in some way? And the answer is absolutely not. The second thing we know about regret is that done right, regret makes us better. Regret makes us better. Regret makes us human. It's widespread, but it makes us better. The reason this aversive emotion is so ubiquitous is because it's useful. If we treat it right, we shouldn't be ignoring our regrets. We shouldn't be wallowing in our regrets. We should be confronting our regrets, dealing with our regrets systematically. And when we do that, when we take that third way between ignoring and wallowing, there's an array of benefits. Again, there's a pile of research showing this, that it can help make us better negotiators. It can help us solve problems faster and better. It can help us avoid cognitive biases, like escalation of commitment to a failing course of action or confirmation bias. It can help us become better strategists. It can help us get greater meaning in our lives. That when we actually invite this aversive emotion in a systematic way, we can use it as an engine for going forward. So So that's my very quick recalibration of our understanding of regret. What I want to move to now is the question of what do people regret? What do people regret? Because I think that gives us some insights. Now, scholars have been looking at this question for the last 20 years. In 2005, there was a meta-analysis of previous studies of regret that asked these studies asked people, what do they regret? Probe that question of what do people regret? And this meta-analysis from 2005 looked at all of these studies and said, hey, okay, here's an assessment of what people regret. So let's go to the next. I apologize for these slides, folks. They're profoundly and deeply messed up. So let me talk you. I'm really sorry about that. The slides are profoundly and deeply messed up. But let me talk you through them. I'm contemplating abandoning them in a moment here. So here's what we know about what people regret. The initial studies from 2005 showed that the biggest regret that people had was education. So the top regret was education, the second regret was career, and the third regret was romance. Then they realized that this meta-analysis, the underlying studies that they were looking at, all came from college campuses. And so, not surprisingly, that when in a college campus, education is in the air, and therefore education might be the largest regret. So in 2011, Neil Rose and Mike Morrison did a random digit dialing survey of the US population to get more systematically understand what people actually regret. So in the first instance, in the meta-analysis, it was education, career, and romance. In the second analysis, when they actually did a random survey, what they found was that romance now was number one, family was number two, career was number three, and education was a distant fourth. Now, very confusing. I decided to take on this project myself. So I put together the largest public opinion survey of American attitudes of regret ever conducted. And I looked at a sample of 4,489 respondents. So we put together, we're working with Qualtrics, a really, really fantastic sample of the US population, using a very large sample so we could stratify to represent the glorious diversity of the United States. And what I found, again, remember, previously it was education, career, and romance. Then it was romance, family, and career. What I found was it's all over the place. People had family regrets, as you can tell in this profoundly messed up, you can't tell in this profoundly messed up chart. People had family regrets. People had regrets about partners. And it was all over the place. And so we have this perplexing thing that when we ask people what they regret and have them slotted into categories, we don't actually derive any important insights. Now, there was a way that I tried to crack this nut, or sort of inadvertently crack this nut. And what I did is I put together something else, not only a quantitative survey, but a qualitative survey. Now, I know with this group, we can get into some of the methodological weeds here. We can get into some of the methodological weeds. And this is, I think, some of the value of qualitative research, the value of qualitative research. I put together something called the World Regret Survey, where I invited people around the world to submit their biggest regret. And we ended up with an incredible collection of over 20,000 regrets from people in 109 countries. 20,000 regrets from people in 109 countries. It's really amazing. And what I found, when you actually read through the regrets, you don't have people slot them into the existing categories, but I actually read through and listen to the language, that with remarkable consistency around the world, people seem to have the same four regrets, And I want to tell you what those regrets are. The first category are what I call foundation regrets. Foundation regrets, let me give you an example of these. Foundation regrets sound like this. Here's an example. I regret not saving money. This is a 43-year-old man from Tennessee. I regret not saving money diligently ever since I started working. It's nearly crushing every day to think about how hard I've worked for the last 25 years or so, but financially, I have nothing to show for it. Foundation regrets are small decisions we make early in life that accumulate to negative consequences later in life. And here's where it's an interesting example where the domain doesn't matter so much. It could be about education. Got lots of people saying, I wish I had worked harder in school and university. We have lots of people saying, as this guy said, I wish I had saved more money and spent less frivolously. We have lots of people who have regrets about their small health decisions that accumulate. So foundation regrets sound like this. If only I'd done the work. If only I'd done the work. The second category of regret are what I call boldness regrets. Boldness regrets. And these are an interesting example. These are an interesting example of how these regrets transcend domains. So let me give you a few examples of this, and then I'll pay it off. So here's a 37-year-old man from Ireland. He says, I met the most amazing woman in college and never had the courage to ask her out. So that's a romance regret. Here's a man from the UK, 53-year-old man from the UK. He says, I haven't been bold enough in my work life. I focused on not failing rather than succeeding. Here's a 40-year-old woman from Norway, says, not trusting myself to go for the dream of starting my own business. Now, here's why looking at this deep structure of regret is powerful. If I have lots of regrets around the world, like the guy from Ireland, where people say, X years ago, I met a man or woman who I really liked. I wanted to ask him or her out on a date. But I was too chicken to do that, and I've regretted it ever since. That's a romance regret. I have lots of regrets, a surprising number from university graduates saying they wish they had studied abroad when they were in university. That's an education regret. I have lots of regrets, as the ones that you see here, where people say, I wanted to start a business, I wanted to go out on my own, but I ended up staying in this lackluster job, and I regret that. That's a career regret. But to my mind, all of those regrets are the same. Powering them underneath is the exact same regret. You're at a juncture. All these regrets begin at a juncture. You can play it safe, or you can take the chance. You can play it safe, or you can take the chance. And when people play it safe, not always, but more than you would expect, they regret it. When they fail to take that chance, they regret it. And this is consistent with some of my own research, as well as previous research in social psychology, showing that overwhelmingly, people have regrets of inaction over action. When I did the quantitative part of my survey, my quantitative survey of the US population, I was really looking for demographic differences. And the demographic differences in regret were very few. Far fewer than I expected. But the one demographic difference that was powerful in the quantitative survey of the US population was age. When people were young, they have roughly equal numbers of action regrets and inaction regrets, roughly equal numbers of regrets about what they did versus regrets about what they didn't do. But as people age, the inaction regrets take over. When you're in your, very quickly, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, inaction regrets dominate, sometimes by a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 ratio. So boldness regrets sound like, boldness regrets sound like this. If only I'd taken the chance. If only I had taken the chance. Let's go to the third category, moral regrets. Moral regrets. Moral regrets are, again, you begin at a juncture. You can do the right thing, you can do the wrong thing. And when we do the wrong thing, most of us, not all of us, but I think most of us, like 99% most of us, regret it when we actually betray our values, when we don't do what we're supposed to do. We might feel a short-term exhilaration in that, but over time, because I think that we're actually moral animals and we want to do the right thing. And so at these junctures where you can do the right thing or you can do the wrong thing, people do the wrong thing, they regret it. So specifically, you have a lot of regrets like this one here. I was stunned at how many regrets you have like this. Here's a 37-year-old man from Canada. He's from Canada, who says, I regret bullying a few different kids in my grade growing up. When I think back on it, I cringe, and I can't help but wish for a chance to go back and change it. Lots of regrets about bullying, lots of regrets about marital infidelity. Moral regrets sound like this. Only I done the right thing? Fourth and final category are connection regrets. Here is a classic example of a connection regret. This is from a 47-year-old woman from California. She says, I deeply regret not reaching out to a childhood friend when she was fighting cancer. When I finally called her home, I learned she had passed away earlier that morning. Connection regrets are about relationships, and actually not mostly about romantic relationships, about the full spectrum of relationships in our lives. You had relationships that were intact or should have been intact, and they come apart. And the way that a lot of these relationships come apart is profoundly undramatic. I mean, I agree that we should sort of model some of our behavior on Netflix and look at, data about individual preferences and whatnot. But if you look at how these relationships come apart, most of them would make terrible Netflix series. You couldn't even get a pilot out of it because they're so undramatic. They drift apart rather than come apart cataclysmically. It's not like an Edward Albee play. They're not throwing plates at each other or anything like that. They are just slowly drifting apart. And what happens is one person wants to reach out. They say, oh, it's going to be really awkward to reach out. And besides, the other side's not going to care. So they don't do anything and the drift widens. And so connection regrets sound like this: if only I'd reached out. Now, I think these regrets are interesting. I want to make one last point before we bring Rory back on here for some questions. I think that these four regrets, foundation regrets, boldness regrets, moral regrets, connection regrets, which occur with remarkable similarity all over the world based on this mammoth sample of 20,000 regrets from all over. If I were to put this database on the screen and show you the regret, but black out the field that showed where the regret came from, I don't think that you could tell whether the person responding was a 32-year-old man from here in Washington, D.C., or a 58-year-old woman from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There's remarkable universality and consistency here. I think that's very, very interesting. But as I probed this, I thought there was something else going on, which is this: that these regrets are telling us something. They're telling us something really important, that when people reveal what they regret the most, they are telling you what they value the most. Let me say that one more time. When people tell you what they regret the most, they're telling you what they value the most. If you do something or don't do something 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and it's still bugging you today, that's important. That's a signal. That is meaningful data there. And so these four core regrets operate as a photographic negative of the good life. That when people tell you what they regret the most, they're telling you what they value the most. And so these four core regrets give us clues about what people ultimately want out of their lives. And so we can look at these regrets, and each of them seems to surface a fundamental human need. So foundation regrets: if only I'd done the work. I think that reflects our need for stability. A good life is not precarious. A good life is not wobbly. A good life has some stolidity behind it. It's not uneven. It's not, we have some footing in it. So foundation regrets reveal our need for stability. Boldness regrets. You know what? I think at a certain point, we all realize that we are on this planet for a vanishingly short amount of time. And at a certain point, we say to ourselves, when am I going to do something? When am I going to learn? When am I going to grow? When am I going to contribute? That the clock is ticking in some way. We don't necessarily think about that consciously all the time, but we want to do something. And so boldness regrets are ultimately about our fundamental need for growth and learning. Moral regrets, as I said before, and I'm happy to take questions about this, because morality is interesting, because I think we have a more or less consensus on what constitutes boldness. We don't have a pure consensus on what constitutes moral behavior. But when it comes to individual moral decisions, when we breach our own moral code, most of us, and I mean like almost everyone, feels crappy about it. And sometimes that crappiness lingers, which suggests that we have a need for goodness. And finally, we have connection regrets, which I think are ultimately about love. And not only about romantic love, but about the full expression of love that we have for ourselves, for our families, for our kids, for our parents, for our colleagues, for our friends, I think we're in some ways under-indexed understanding of the importance of, say, companionate love on a wider, more robust, expansive notion of what love is. One last point before I wrap up is right. Okay, if this is what people want out of their lives, then why would they not want it out of the part of their lives that they're at work? If I'm more right than wrong, let's just stipulate for 30 seconds that I am, that these regrets reveal what people most want out of life, then why would they not want it out of their work life? And so these 4 regrets give us clues, give leaders clues about how to build organizations in which people can do their best work and be their best selves, and where people can do their best work because they can be their best selves. So, so what we've got here is, so foundation regrets, if only I'd done the work. People need fair pay and predictability. Again, some solidity and stability to their work lives. Boldness regrets, psychological safety, to experiment, to learn and grow. I have hundreds of regrets around the world of people who said, I wish I had spoken up. I should have said something. I wish I had spoken up. That's not only on them. That's about being in an environment where they didn't have the psychological safety to speak up. They didn't have the psychological safety to experiment, to try stuff, to be bold. Moral regrets. I am convinced that the most talented people in the workplace, they want to work for great organizations, but they also want to work for good organizations. They want to work for organizations that have a degree of purpose, that are noble, that are honest, that are transparent. And finally, connection regrets. You know, one reason we work is for the sense of belonging and friendship and affinity, and that is profoundly important. And so, as I wrap up here, in this weird way, we have this emotion, regret, that we find aversive, that we don't like. It's unpleasant. And so our first instinct is to try to avoid it, is to try to say, I don't have any regrets, is to never look backward, is to sort of squelch any negativity and always be positive. And this emotion, this profoundly misunderstood emotion, gives some profoundly important clues about what makes life worth living. That the regret gives us, I think, a pathway to a life well lived and to organizations that allow people, as I said a moment ago, to be their best selves and do their best work. So with that, let me stop and bring back my old friend Rory for a few questions.
Well, that is an absolute joy. And I have to say, I certainly can't accuse you of a lack of boldness in that you've introduced a book about regret effectively to the self-help shelf of American bookshops. And it'll be really interesting to see how the book sells, because you can't really give the book as a present, because what's it saying if you give someone a book about regret? And is it likely that when you're surrounded by books going basically how deranged optimism is the secret for life and happiness and success, that people will actually pick out a book with such an incredible outlier thesis? Nonetheless, I think you may be very largely right. I mean, one, the fact that it's universal suggests that it evolved, and the fact that it evolved suggested it evolved for a reason. That's one really interesting thing, I think. Whether it's miscalibrated for the modern era is a question worth asking, I think. But I think your taxonomy of regret, your fourfold taxonomy of regret, is really, really fabulous. I mean, it's more or less all-encompassing, is it? That pretty much every regret you came across fitted neatly into one of those 4 categories.
Most of them. I mean, I don't want to overstate that every single regret out of those 20,000 fit perfectly into those categories. You have some that maybe that straddle categories. You have some that are a little bit more idiosyncratic. But I appreciate your initial comment, Rory, because you know what? If you know, it's obviously. I mean, you know, we know this from the research in nudging. It's a lot easier to confirm people's existing biases than it is to challenge their biases, and so. And as a writer and as a human being, I play the long game. And so there's a reason why in this book, we use the R word and we put it in big capital letters at the center. Yeah. We're trying to challenge the prevailing wisdom because the prevailing wisdom is wrong. I mean, if I can use this word, the prevailing wisdom is, forgive the phrase, bullshit. All right. To me, the definition of bullshit is something that is demonstrably untrue and dangerous if you believe that falsehood. And so to me, that the philosophy of no regrets, that we should be positive all the time, that we should never look backward, is misguided, unscientific, and not a pathway to a life well lived.
So you can see at a very simple evolutionary level, okay, if I go and eat some strange coloured berries and I'm very shortly afterwards taken ill, then the feeling of regret for having risked the berries undoubtedly will then discourage me from repeating the action. And there are some schools of thought, I think, in the decision sciences which suggest that regret avoidance is the fundamental kind of decision-making heuristic. There were two people at the University of Essex, I think, called Looms and Tooby, if I'm right, who wrote extensively about this. I've always had a long belief that mainly consumers pay a premium for brands as a form of regret minimization. In other words, brands don't guarantee perfection or optimization, but they do guarantee a lower variance outcome, which means you're less likely to regret having bought them, for example. And so, I mean, Daniel Kahneman, of course, did some research suggesting that you regret missing a train or a flight by 10 minutes much more than you regret missing it by half an hour. So there are some strange, in short-term regret, there are some strange kind of inconsistencies there. Even though the outcome is the same, the amount of emotional pain you'll suffer from narrowly missing something is very different from missing something by miles.
Right, right. Actually,
sorry.
Dan Gilbert did a lot of that research in literally in subway stations in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he saw that effect. One of the things that happens, Rory, when we anticipating regret is sometimes a useful heuristic, but it also can lead us astray. I have a whole chapter on that. And what it does sometimes is that we anticipate. When we anticipate regret, we sometimes make decisions that are not optimal decisions, but that actually are simply risk aversive decisions. And those are not always the same thing. We sometimes will buy emotional insurance that we don't need, and that can lead to suboptimal. You see this in the glorious research on people taking multiple choice tests and deciding whether they should switch an answer when they think they've gotten it wrong. And what the evidence shows overwhelmingly is that you should switch your answer. Most people are much more likely to switch from a wrong answer to a right answer, but people don't switch their answer because the perspective pain of switching from a right answer to a wrong answer is so great, and the perspective pain of sticking with a wrong answer is so modest that they make a suboptimal choice.
So the Monty Hall problem might be partly explained by regret aversion, that you're too unwilling.
The Monty Hall problem is absolutely right. Pick the other door.
Pick the other door.
Pick the other door. That is a powerful life lesson here from the research on decision making. It took me 5 years to understand the math underneath the Monty Hall problem, but the punchline was very clear. Pick the other door. Switch doors. If you're for those of you students out there taking multiple choice tests, the evidence is overwhelming. If you think you should switch your answer, switch your answer. Over time, you're going to get more answers right by switching.
So that's very interesting. I mean, I've got two questions here. Quite a lot of the questions do argue, I mean, a few of the questioners acknowledge that this can actually inform our future decision making very, very well. There are a few people who argue, I think rightly, that it can be toxic in that, for example,
absolutely,
you could use it to explain all the bad things that happened to your life. Now, the girl you didn't chat to in college, there's also, I think, a danger that you automatically assume that the alternate course would have been better, whereas that girl you didn't chat to in college might have ended up burning all your clothes and crashing your car. You know, it's very, very easy to assume an optimal alternative, and that could be dangerous. The other question I got twice, actually, is what's your biggest regret? Ours is not checking the slides, so we will be absolutely certain next year that we will rigorously check the formatting of all slides. But in your case, quite a few people have asked, and you can refuse to answer if you wish.
Oh, I absolutely will embrace the answer to that. But let me take the first one.
Of course.
All right. What's interesting about that? Okay, so for two points on that first one. Number one, what the research shows is that we basically for a British audience, we have to Tony Blair our regret. All right. There's a third way. All right. We shouldn't ignore it. All right. That's the predominant view. But wallowing in our regrets is an equally bad idea. What we should be doing is using our regrets as a signal, All right, and there's systematic ways to do that. And as you noted in sort of implicitly in that really brilliant deep dive you had for Dove, is that we have a problem, especially among young people, with negative emotions. Young people are being brought down by negative emotions because what happens is we haven't equipped them with ways to deal with negative emotions. And there's a systematic way to deal with regret, to use it, not to ignore it, not to wallow in it, but to use it as an engine for progress. We have science-based techniques to confront our regrets and enlist them. That's profoundly important. If we go either way, it's going to be bad. If we ignore them, that's bad. If we wallow in them, sort of their own lack of gumption in that moment. Finally, to your final question, my biggest regrets. I have lots of regrets, like everybody else. And I have a lot of regrets about kindness earlier in my life, where I was in situations when I was a younger man in university, even secondary school, university, early in the workplace. I was never a bully, but I was in many situations, Rory, where I saw people not being treated well, people being excluded, people being mistreated. And it wasn't like I didn't see it. I saw it. It wasn't like I didn't know it was wrong. I knew it was wrong, but I didn't do anything. And so it's a regret of inaction dealing with kindness. And it has bothered me for 10, 20, 30 years. Now, to wrap this up, I could ignore that, say, no regrets. You can't change the past. It doesn't matter. Or I could say, oh my God, I'm the worst person in the world. I'm a horrible human being. Or I can say, wait a second. The fact that this has stuck with me for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years is a signal. It's a signal about what I value, kindness, and it's instruction about what I should do in the future. So now if you look at my behavior based on that, if I'm in a situation where someone is being mistreated, I speak up now. Well, I didn't do that for the first 45 years of my life. When I'm in a situation where I see someone being excluded, I do my very best to bring them in. And so this is how we can use this misunderstood emotion as a way to work smarter and ultimately to live better.
Treated as a servant, I think that's an extraordinary thing. I've been slightly immunized about regret because in 1995 I worked with a very brilliant creative director, an American who decided to come to London to work for Ogilvy rather than starting a business with his mate. His mate was called Jeff Bezos. So by comparison with him, I can gloriously say he's gone on to lead an incredibly varied and interesting life. So I'm very, very happy for that. But by contrast with that, I don't have anything really to match it. But that has been fantastic and a complete eye-opener, almost equivalent. The only other book that has made me reconsider something so much is Syrian Sumner's book about wasps, where she actually suggests that wasps are actually rather important to the environment and we shouldn't really be quite so mean to them. So that is the second book of the year. I think you should sell them actually as a joint set, a book on regret and a book on wasps. That has been absolutely fantastic, Dan, and I can't wait to meet again. It's been wonderful. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How wonderful was that? Now, I don't have the WASP book to show you, but I do have Dan Pink's book to show you. You can buy this right now. Now, all day long, we've been looking into how you, the Nudgestock audience, how intuitive you are. And Tom and Dean, our question masters, have been finding out. So, Tom and Dean, how are we?
Well, thanks, Dan, and welcome back again. So, our third question asked you, why do we see so many curves in tech? Well, it may well have something to do with answers A, B and C here, but for our purposes today, it is Nudgestock after all. We're going to be looking at D. And when we say it's a friendly thing, more technically, we mean it's an evolutionary psychology thing. But that might have been a bit of an obvious option to have given you.
So, what we tested this time with consumers were 3 buttons. If you look at them, they're all very similar. So this is a pretty subtle test and a pretty tough test as well. You'll notice the one on the right has got completely squared off corners, and then the ones on the left have got either two curves or 4 curves. And what we're testing these against is a set of attributes, and to do approachable and friendly and likable. And you can see instantly, just from the look of the shapes there, that the one on the right hand side, the angular one, doesn't score particularly well against those attributes. Whereas the ones on the left, when you start to introduce round and curves, nice things happen, friendly things happen. So this is a pattern, although these differences are quite subtle here, this is a consistent pattern that we tend to get whether we're doing lab-based work or online-based work when we're measuring curvilinear kind of materials or shapes or forms or fittings or designs against more angular ones. And as Dean said, there's a sort of evolutionary psychology thing going on here. You know, we have a sort of inherent sense of danger. You know, we watch out for thorns and spikes and predators' teeth, and sharp edges are associated with risk and danger and potential harm. The brain is generally more inherently attracted to smooth curves and edges. There's a kind of hardwired avoidance and approach going on at play here. This can be seen demonstrated in cartoons, where friendly characters are often depicted with rounded features and physiques. Think of Baloo in the Jungle Book, and conversely, often grotesquely angular, sharper features with physiques that are pointy and evil, and certainly to be avoided.
So tech is often perceived as being cold, unwelcome, unfriendly, and actually quite difficult to use. Tech companies are borrowing actually from techniques deployed in architecture, interior and furniture design, where there's been a clear preference for curved contours. So a liberal use of curves in product, hardware and UI software design can make us feel more comfortable, more at home with tech, and as in our case, a little more likely to press a button. However, this is really interesting, a desire to make actions as smooth as possible, as smooth and as simple as possible, can go too far. So Amazon One-Click is the ultimate frictionless solution, but loses power of emotional engagement and therefore lacks reward. So we can employ techniques that add that reward back in by replicating the shapes and forms of real-world objects. So we use shadows and highlights, or the way the page turns in an ebook, for example. And when combined with sound, that can magnify the effect and create an extremely rewarding action, even in this digital frictionless world. When we understand these rules and the effect that they can have on us, we can subvert them and use them to our advantage. We can buck the trend and use more angular or unconventional shapes, such as Audi do. And when your brand has a touch of attitude, it can not only help you stand out, and it can help you build the brand's personality too. Audi's new RS7 has recently been described as a yob of a car, and its angular aesthetic signals quite clearly brute force, power and performance. Let's see what you thought in the test.
So if we look at the slider results, okay, so most of you thought it was a kind of friendly thing with about 20, I think that's about, can you see that from there?
20%.
Yeah, for Apple, and what was it for friendly thing? About, I can't
13% for a cool thing.
Yeah, and the top one, friendly?
That was around 60%.
60%, okay. So, I mean, it could be all of these things, but as Dean said at the beginning, it probably is more about friendly, and it's more about this sort of evolutionary psychology thing. And for technology, it seems to work really perfectly, because it's sort of the idea of using curvilinear designs and so on, it taps into this sort of implicit soothing of our human technophobia. Thank you. And now on to it's the last question, isn't it?
It is. So finally, our fourth and final question, is sonic branding all about recognition? So we'll be back in a bit to see what you and what our consumers thought.
Thank you, Cloud Army and Coley Porter-Bell over there. You're making me feel an awful lot better about all the friendly curves on this stage today. But next up, every faith has its festivals. And what do festivals mean? That's right, food waste. And in the behavioural sciences, we love the juicy, very difficult problem of food waste. But when we got the brief from the Waste and Recycling Action Programme in the UK, WRAP, to look at food waste specifically in the context of Ramadan, we knew we were going to have to bring in the very best from our network. And that very best is Shalina Jan Mohammed. She is the leader of the vice president of Ogilvy's world first Islamic marketing practice, and has been named as one of the most influential Muslim women in the UK and one of Ad Age's top 20 women to watch in Europe. Shalina is a leading expert on communicating with and engaging with and understanding Muslim audiences. Her book, Generation M, Young Muslims Changing the World, even coined the term for this new audience. So here to talk to us about fighting food waste in Ramadan, Shalina Jan Mohammed.
Hello, thanks for that amazing introduction, Tara. So we are thinking all things sustainability for this afternoon. And one of the exciting things about the brief that we got from Rappel, the name that some of you may be more familiar with is Love Food, Hate Waste, is about faith communities and the role that they can play in sustainability. And one of the things that we often overlook in terms of sustainability or any kind of behavior change is that large populations of the world are in fact very strongly religiously observant, or at the very least their religious identity plays a significant role in determining who they are. So for example, globally there are 1.8 billion Muslims, and around 90% of them, according to original research we've done at Ogilvy, shows that their faith plays an important role in who they are. So where we are, sometimes it's easy to think of ourselves as the nuns that don't have NONES, not the religious habit-wearing kind, that religious identity is important. And further, in terms of faith, there are embedded principles around sustainability, around protecting the environment and around stewardship. So it's very interesting to be talking to these faith communities. But also from a behavior science perspective, and I'm going to talk through all of these in the case study that we have in a second, there are already habits around behavior change that are built into religious prescriptions, which can make it quite intriguing, but also quite exciting to try and hook some of that change into that. And finally, we see with faith communities that we have certain complexities, very heightened experiences, which can then lead to quite creative solutions for other communities that might be engaging in similar kinds of behaviors. So that's what I'm going to talk us through. So watch out for those key points as I go through the case study with Love Food, Hate Waste and how we tackle food waste rising in Ramadan. So some of you will be familiar with the fact that Ramadan is a Muslim month of fasting. Muslims don't eat or drink anytime during daylight hours. And in the UK, the Muslim population is estimated at around 4 million. In the UK as well, this year, Ramadan fell in the month of April. And for those of you who are nerds like me, you will know that it gets light around 4 o'clock in the morning, but it doesn't get dark till around 8 p.m. And around the world, even if it's around the equator, you're at least halving the amount of hours that you can eat. So why is it that people are eating less or eating for less hours, but somehow food waste is going up? And that's the puzzle that we had to get to grips with. So we're trying to reduce food waste at a time where people are eating less. But Ramadan, like a lot of festivals, whether they are religious or cultural or national, is a time of great celebration. So people put their life on hold. It's a whole period of transformation. There's all that nostalgia that we have from, feelings like Christmas or Easter bunnies and chocolate eggs and so on. It's all about people coming together, focusing on the meal, breaking fast called iftar, and all the tradition and nostalgia and memory and feelings that you get from that. And the full table, as all of us who've celebrated any kind of festival will know, is part of that pleasure, is part of that joy, has the traditional foods that we are all familiar with. So essentially, we started from the place that the brief is, can you be a killjoy and completely ruin Ramadan and take away the sense of that meal that is so central to family life and so central to everything about the social as well as the religious customs? So we had to think about this. It's complicated. How do we reframe this brief away from being the killjoy, using the anchors that we have that are religious prescriptions, but also seeing if there are any cues? And so the first stage we had to go through is to understand the insights of what was happening in this community. And it's complicated. So I've thrown up some examples here of 2 religious imperatives that Muslims are tackling during this month, which at first glance appear to be contradictory. So on the one hand, there is a huge blessing, a massive religious imperative to share food, to invite guests, to be a generous host and have a party with a big iftar. So that means cooking lots of food. But on the other hand, there is also a very strong imperative in the Quran and Islamic teachings about not being wasteful. So our challenge is, how do we tackle these two seemingly conflicting religious imperatives, which everybody already knows anyway? And on top of that, we have to wrap in the social and cultural norms around that too. So people want to be sharing big meals with their family. There may be mother-in-laws, father-in-laws, in-laws who are trying to tackle that. And on top of that, we've got the rise of social media and what I've called the Instagrammable iftar. You've got to make sure your table is looking full. That's the complication of the what. But what about the who? Well, what we learn, interestingly, from a religious festival like Ramadan is that even though the prescription is the same for everybody, daylight hours, the way that people approach Ramadan is very different. And that unlayering, delayering, if that's a word, and trying to work out what's important for different people is really, really key. So in the work that we looked at, we thought about mothers who are responsible for the cooking. We can have a separate conversation about gender relations. Mothers who are primarily responsible for cooking, who may say that they have lost the meaning of Ramadan under the pressure of cooking. Fathers who perhaps leave it to the women folk but could get more involved, or the example I've shown here, which is children actually who may not be fasting and may be looking for a role in Ramadan. And we created this lovely Ramadan calendar to help children and their pester power help people guide through Ramadan. I'll come back to mention this in a second as well. So who we're talking to and the insight is also really important. Perhaps what was central to our approach, though, is those deep kind of insights. So the Islamic marketing element that I was bringing to the conversation, our behavioural science team, and the way that they built those little chunking elements into the interventions. And then, of course, testing what's working, what isn't. And sometimes you just come up with a kind of creative idea. So one of the things that we explored is the idea of the full table that I was talking about. And you can see on the left here a tablecloth with a relatively full table. Can we do something to the tablecloth rather than the amount of food to make it feel like it's much fuller than it actually is? So that creativity and all of these were put through testing as well. And so, that's like a really whistle-stop tour of how you take that community expertise, the imperatives that are already embedded, but people need to have foregrounded, and that intensity of Ramadan. So it's like 30 Christmas dinners. So you get all of that to look at by way of insight and about how to create behavior change. And what we took from that, actually, along with trying to reduce food waste for Muslim communities, is there were a lot of very heightened learning. So what does that tell us about Christmas, for example? Could we have an Advent calendar like the one I showed you for Christmas to get children to help reduce waste? What does that tell us about weddings? How do you have joy of weddings and that feeling of needing to be generous so you could reduce food waste? What about Thanksgiving, and so on and so forth? And so really the thing to take away, apart from a really interesting project about getting 1.8 billion people around the world to reduce their food waste, is what can we learn from faith communities who are ready to engage with sustainability but who are not identified as having their religious observance as something important, but who already have the anchors for us to create that change. Lots of food for thought, every pun intended. Back over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Shalina. I tell you, one thing that's not going to be a waste of your time is staying around with us for the rest of the next couple of hours and checking out the annual and Nudgetalk webinars available on the website. But now we're going to talk about some not luxury goods, not Veblen goods, but luxury thinking, luxury beliefs. Our next speaker is someone I'm a bit of a fan of. Rob Henderson is an American psychologist whose work really focuses on class and status and success. But his own personal life story is fascinating in terms of his path to success. From foster homes in the 1990s in California through to the Air Force, to Yale, and now Cambridge. Rob's life has certainly taken some interesting turns, but he's best known for being the proponent of luxury beliefs, a term that he coined in order to really describe the current American class system. Now, Nudgestockers, this segment may fire up your moral senses. It may ask you to think differently about your own perspectives, and therefore, hopefully, it's going to be really great science. Nudgestock, we give you Rob Henderson.
Let's start with a question. What do top hats and defund the police have in common? Before we explore it, I'll briefly tell you about my unusual background. Currently, I'm a doctoral candidate in psychology at Cambridge and a faculty fellow at the University of Austin. And before this, I studied psychology at Yale as an undergraduate. But before entering these universities, my life was a lot different. I was born into poverty and grew up in foster homes in Los Angeles and all around California. I fled as soon as I could at age 17, enlisting in the military right after high school. I then attended Yale on the GI Bill. That was a very different environment for me. At Yale, there are more students from families in the top 1% of the income scale than from the entire bottom 60%. Throughout my experiences traveling along the class ladder, I made a discovery. Luxury beliefs have, to a large extent, replaced luxury goods. Luxury beliefs are ideas and opinions that confer status on the upper class while often inflicting costs on the lower classes. In 1899, the economist and sociologist Thorstein Veblen published a book called The Theory of the Leisure Class. Drawing on observations about social class in the late 19th century, Veblen's key idea is that because we can't be certain about the financial status of other people, a good way to size up their means is to see whether they can afford expensive goods and leisurely activities. In Veblen's day, people exhibited their status with delicate and restrictive clothing like tuxedos and top hats and evening gowns, or by partaking in time-consuming activities like golf or beagling. These goods and leisurely activities could only be purchased or performed by people who didn't work as manual laborers and could afford to spend their time and money learning something with no practical utility. Veblen even goes so far as to say that the chief use of servants is the evidence they afford of the master's ability to pay. So for Veblen, butlers are status symbols too. In short, his idea was about how economic capital was often converted into cultural capital. His idea explains why status symbols are so difficult to obtain and costly to purchase. These findings were later echoed by the renowned French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu in his 1979 book Distinction, a social critique of the judgment of taste. In his body of work, Bourdieu described how distance from necessity characterized the affluent classes. In fact, Bourdieu coined the term cultural capital. Once our basic physical and material needs are met, people can then spend more time cultivating what Bourdieu called the dispositions of mind and body in the form of intricate and expensive tastes and habits that the upper classes use to obtain distinction. Corresponding with these sociological observations, the biologist Amit Zahavi proposed that animals evolve certain displays and traits and behaviors because they are so physically costly. Many people are familiar with the example of the peacock's tail. Only a healthy bird is capable of growing such plumage while managing to evade predators. A lesser known example, though, is the behavior of the African gazelle. When these animals spot a predator, the healthy adult gazelles often engage in what is called stotting. They repeatedly jump as high as they can, springing vertically into the air with all 4 feet raised. The signal this sends to predators is essentially, I'm so fit that I can afford to expend valuable energy to show you how strong and robust I am compared with the other gazelles. So for humans, top hats and designer handbags are costly signals of economic capacities, and for gazelles, stotting is a costly signal of physical capacities. Veblen, Bourdieu, and Zahavi all propose that humans or animals flaunt certain symbols and communicate in specific ways and adopt costly means of expressing themselves, all in order to obtain distinction from the masses. Affluent humans do this economically and culturally with their status symbols. Animals do this physically. A difference, though, is that human signals often trickle to the rest of society, which weakens the power of the signal. Once a signal is adopted by the masses, the affluent often abandon it. There are historical examples of this. For example, in the Middle Ages, spices were expensive and only the elites could afford them. It was a hard-to-fake signal of one's social rank and economic resources, but as Europeans colonized India and the Americas, the cost of spices dropped and the masses were now able to obtain them. As a result of widespread use, spices were no longer a status symbol. In response, elites decided they were vulgar, and during the reign of France's Louis XIV, court chefs banned sugar and spice from all meals except for desserts. Here's another example. In the US, dueling was practiced primarily by the elite for many years. One key reason why it fell out of fashion in the early 19th century is because this ritual of dueling was gradually adopted by the lower classes. In response, the upper classes abandoned it because it was no longer prestigious. And then it was outlawed in the late 19th century. So the yearning for distinction is the key motive here, and in order to convert economic capital into cultural capital, it must be publicly visible. But distinction encompasses not only clothing or food or rituals, it also extends to ideas and beliefs and causes. In his book Wasps, The Splendors and Miseries of an American Aristocracy, the author Michael Knox Barron examined the lives and habits of upper-class Americans from the mid-19th to the mid-20th century, and he writes that WASPs had mixed feelings about their fellow citizens. These upper-crust Americans viewed ordinary Americans as sunk in moronic darkness, and that it is a question whether a high WASP ever supported a fashionable cause without some secret knowledge that the cause was abhorred by the vulgarians. And this still goes on today. In the past, people displayed their membership in the upper class with their material accoutrements, but today, because material goods have become a noisier signal of one's social position and economic resources, the affluent have decoupled social status from goods and reattached it to beliefs. The upper class craves distinction. The French sociologist Émile Durkheim understood this when he wrote, "The more one has, the more one wants, since satisfactions received only stimulate instead of filling needs." And this is backed by recent research. A 2020 study titled "The Possession of High Status Strengthens the Status Motive," led by Cameron Anderson at UC Berkeley, found that relative to lower class individuals, upper class individuals have a greater desire for wealth and status. In other words, high status people desire wealth and status more than anyone else. So by now you may know the answer to the question I asked at the beginning. What do top hats have in common with defunding the police? Well, who is the most likely to support the fashionable defund the police cause in 2020 and 2021? A survey from YouGov found that Americans in the highest income category were by far the most supportive of defunding the police. They can afford to hold this position because they already live in safe and often gated communities, and they can afford to hire private security. In the same way that a vulnerable gazelle can't afford to engage in stotting because it would put them in increased danger, a vulnerable poor person in a crime-burdened neighborhood can't afford to support defunding the police. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, compared to Americans who earn more than $75,000 a year, the poorest Americans are 7 times more likely to be victims of robbery, 7 times more likely to be victims of aggravated assault, and 20 times more likely to be victims of sexual assault. Expressing a luxury belief is a manifestation of cultural capital. It's a signal of one's fortunate economic circumstances. There are other examples of luxury beliefs as well, such as the downplaying of individual agency in shaping life outcomes. A 2019 study led by Joseph Daniels at Marquette University was published in the Journal of Applied Economics Letters, and they found that individuals with higher income or higher social status were the most likely to say that success results from luck and connections rather than hard work, while lower income individuals were more likely to say that success comes from hard work and individual effort. Well, which belief is more likely to be true? Plenty of research indicates that compared with an external locus of control, an internal locus of control is associated with better academic, economic, health, and relationship outcomes. Believing you're responsible for your life's direction rather than external forces appears to be beneficial. And here's the late Stanford psychology professor, Albert Bandura. His vast body of research showed that belief in personal agency, or what he called self-efficacy, has powerful effects on life outcomes. Undermining self-efficacy will have little effect on the rich and educated, but will have pronounced effects for the less fortunate. It's also generally instructive to see what affluent people tell their own kids. And what seems to happen is that affluent people often broadcast how they owe their success to luck, but then they tell their own children about the importance of hard work and individual effort. Now let's discuss strange vocabulary. When I was growing up in foster homes or making minimum wage as a dishwasher or serving the military, I never heard words like cultural appropriation or gendered or heteronormative. Working class people couldn't tell you what these terms mean, but if you visit an elite university, you'll find plenty of affluent people who will eagerly explain them to you. When people express unusual beliefs that are at odds with conventional opinion, like defunding the police or downplaying hard work or using peculiar vocabulary, often what they're really saying is, I was educated at a top university, or I have the means and time to acquire these esoteric ideas. Often, only the affluent can afford to learn these things because ordinary people have real problems to worry about. To this extent, Pierre Bourdieu in The Forms of Capital wrote, the best measure of cultural capital is undoubtedly the amount of time devoted to acquiring it. The chief purpose of luxury beliefs is to indicate evidence of the believer's social class and education. Members of the luxury belief class promote these ideas because it advances their social standing and because they know that the adoption of these policies and beliefs will cost them less than it costs others. Advocating for defunding the police or promoting the belief that we're not responsible for our actions are good ways of advertising membership to the elite. Why are affluent people more susceptible to luxury beliefs? Well, they can afford it, and they care the most about status. In short, luxury beliefs are the new status symbols. They're honest indicators of one's social position, one's level of wealth, where one was educated, and how much leisure time they have to adopt these fashionable beliefs. And just as many luxury beliefs often start with the rich but eventually become available to everyone, so it is with luxury beliefs. But unlike luxury goods, luxury beliefs can have long-term detrimental effects for the poor and working class. However costly these beliefs are for the rich, they often inflict even greater costs on everyone else. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob Henderson. The revolution will not be televised, but the revolutionaries will be televised right here at Nudgestock 2022. Thank you for giving even us class-obsessed Brits something else to consider in terms of privilege and status. Fascinating stuff, necessary stuff. What's been your hot take? Are your olfactory bulbs twitching out there? Get tweeting with hashtag Nudgestock 2022. Let us know what you thought of that and everything else besides. What has been the biggest, cleverest thought of the day? And maybe you too could win one of Sam Tatum's books. But for now, what's the weather like in social, Fiona?
Well, some of us have been taking a wander around the Nudgeverse. And I mean, I've had a go myself. I'm not as good as some of our audience. I've walked into walls. I've walked through walls. But as I said, people have been taking a wander. And last year we were called the Glastonbury of nerds. This year, Jason Vuvu is described us as Sims meeting behavioural science, which is like a step up, I think. And Chris Rawlinson, as you can see him there, he's truly embraced the Nudgeverse because he's turned back time, regrown his hair, and actually gone for broke with an outfit that's absolutely amazing. And we even have some people having some firsts in the Nudgeverse. We've got Floritza, and I hope I'm saying that right, Janari, and she's gone for her first gallery viewing. You can see her just there on the right. And Anna Lewis and her mates on the left have been having a dance off or busting some dance moves with what are they? Clap and waxing or waving or something. But anyway, whatever it is, they're having a great time in the Nudgeverse. So if you haven't been in there already, I think you should give it a try. And back to you guys.
Do take a look around the Nudgeverse. It's open all day, although make sure you're still sticking with us right here. We've got a lot more to come. And share all your tweets. What are your hot takes on the cold science? Hashtag Nudgestock 2022. I have another thank you to make, though. A big thank you to our partners at the B2B Institute, whose adverts you will have seen today. They are a think tank funded by LinkedIn, partnering with the world's leading experts in academia and industry. The research produced by the B2B Institute helps marketers to use behavioral science to provide a new, more nuanced framework for understanding behavior, elevating the value that creative and experimental marketing mindsets can have on solving problems and unlocking opportunity. You can access these resources yourself by visiting b2binstitute.com. There's a load of resources there for you to take a look at. But right now, we're going to go to another little ad break from our glorious sponsors. When you come back, we're going to see how brands are getting the subtle but very important framing of sustainability wrong. See you in a sec.
If you want some high quality behavioural science from me and the team at Nudgestock, then check out 42courses.com. And for this weekend only, if you use the code Nudgestock22 at checkout, you'll be in for a fairly pleasant surprise.
Welcome back, Nudgestockers, and we're nearly ready to unleash the EV beast of Rory Sutherland in his electric Mustang. Stay tuned for that. But first, anybody who has ever worked with me knows that I love relative insight. I love relative insight. One of the tools and that we use all the time in our department, and a sponsor of today. If you haven't heard of the tool yet, let me tell you a story. They were actually developed by the University of Lancaster's linguistics department, which is probably one of the best linguistics departments in the UK. And they were originally designed to spot paedophiles who are masquerading as children in online chat forums. And the way they do this is by comparing the language of different audiences. So the subtle little clues in their language that would flag that this individual was not the same as the rest of the set. Really important stuff. And then someone came along and said, do you know what? Marketing could do with that. And since then, the options have really been endless. It's a big data natural language analysis tool that can process and compare any different data set, whether that's different audiences who might speak in a different way. I mentioned earlier that we put transcript verbatims, but we've also put into that tool Amazon reviews, how brands speak in social media versus their audience, how people speak in different channels, company reports to compare them, all kinds of stuff. The options are really endless. So how can big data natural language analysis help us understand some of the challenges for framing sustainability? Well, we just so happen to have Jamie Hamill from the Ogilvy, I was going to say behavioural science practice, sustainability practice, on stage here with us today with Alex Kibble-White from Relative Insight to tell you why sustainability communications needs to get real.
Great, thanks so much, Tara. Hi, I'm Jamie and I'm here with Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex.
And we're here to share the findings from our new report, Sustainability Communications Need to Get Real. We're going to share a top line of what we've discovered from our research, and at the end of this talk, we'll share a link to the new report if you wish to find out more. So we work with clients every day to help them address sustainability issues. And what we're seeing is a growing conversation around action on environmental and social issues. Yet at the same time, these issues seem to be worsening. And we find this quite troubling, and it's something we really wanted to dig into. So we worked really closely with our partners at the Relative Insight team to look into these conversations online to try and find out what was happening. I'll hand over to Alex, who can take you through that in a bit more detail.
Thanks, Jamie. So Relative Insight helps you analyse and visualise text data. So originally, like Tara was saying, we were born out of the need to keep children safe online. So our tool compared online conversations so that we could identify when someone wasn't a 13-year-old girl, but was in fact a 40-year-old man. And now we use that comparative methodology to work with brands and agencies like Ogilvy to help them get great insights out of any text data. So think surveys, social, CX data as well. So we use this comparison methodology to understand how 3 different audiences talk about sustainability: brands, the general population, and the media. When we analysed the language of these audiences, what we found was a disconnect in conversation, and I'm going to take you through some of those disconnections now. One of the first disconnects that we found was that businesses speak about large-scale operations, so very big picture thinking, whereas the Gen Pop are focused very much on what is tangible, the daily, the immediate, what can they see happening now that is making an impact, and what can they do today. A nice bit of data that we found that helped create this insight was this one around the infinite use by the general population, which means that basically brands didn't say these phrases at all in their comms when we were analysing that language. Zero waste, plastic bags, eating meat, and sustainable travel. So this highlights a real disconnect in the priorities of those 2 audiences. Another one that we found was that in the media there's a key focus on the journey that businesses are on. So again, if we think back to that sort of making it tangible for the general population, they actually get quite frustrated with this and see it as inaction from those from the brands, that they're not focusing on the now. And a great quote that brings this to life The thing that gets me is the hypocrisy from stores who make bold claims around being sustainably focused when their system clearly isn't set up for it. And the final one that I'll take you through is that businesses call attention. So they want everyone to think about and talk about their sustainable strategies. They talk a lot about it. This is really frustrating for the general population because we can see that their choices, and they feel as well that their choices are being restricted and they're not able to make that decision for themselves in terms of how they can contribute to their sort of sustainability efforts. And again, another really nice quote that brings this to life. Choose to feed my family or hit some abstract emissions target. I know what I choose.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. It's a really powerful quote, that one, isn't it? And I think what it shows is that corporates and brands, they're operating at a very high level and they're using a technical vocabulary that is not connecting with the real reality that their audiences or that the general population see. We're talking about the same issues in sustainability, but it's like we're speaking a different language to one another. And this is a problem because this disconnected conversation, we believe, is dividing us at a time when we really need to be coming together to deal with these, many of these sustainability issues. We've defined this problem. We call this the action connection dilemma. Businesses are taking action, but they're not communicating about those actions in a way that connects with the reality of their audiences. Ultimately, sustainability has many systemic, or presents many systemic challenges, and we're going to require all of these audience groups to come together to take action on them. And that starts by talking to each other in ways that we can all understand. And it's not just that conversation, the initial conversation that's a problem, it's the effects that starts to have. So we're seeing the general population is becoming 5 times more likely to associate conversations around sustainability with misinformation. They're hearing what businesses are saying, but because it doesn't connect with their reality, they don't believe it's true. And in turn, we're starting to see a really negative emotional response to many of these issues. We're seeing sadness overriding happiness in terms of the emotions associated with the conversations happening. And again, this is a problem because ultimately, to create the enabling conditions we need to see change and progress, we would hope to see a positive and optimistic conversation happening. Now, the research isn't all doom and gloom, and it does point towards some opportunities for businesses to better connect their efforts with the realities of their audiences. We're seeing really strong calls for both leaders and leadership, and we believe that signals there's a space for businesses to really step up and talk about the work that they're doing, but again, critically in ways that connect with the reality their audiences are facing. And in turn, sustainability is still seen as a key factor in any purchase decision. It's just about how that decision is framed. So we've seen from some respondents that when sustainability is seen as an easy thing to do, then they're very keen to do it. Again, it's all about how do you frame the work that you're doing and how do you frame that in terms of the benefit that provides to your end audience. So in summary, our research has discovered that there is a disconnect between the ways in which businesses are communicating about the actions they're taking and the realities in which their audiences, the general population, are actually experiencing many of these issues. And we believe this disconnect is dividing us at a time in which we must come together. Now, it wouldn't be a talk like this without us also setting up that we think there's a solution to that problem. And that's why I'm really pleased to be able to invite on stage my colleague Jordan from the behavioural science practice, who's going to talk about how we can apply a deep understanding of human behaviour when designing communications to help bridge some of these gaps and to help close that action connection dilemma.
Amazing.
Come on, Jordan.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Thank you. So there are lots of ways that we can use behavioural science to overcome this action connection dilemma. I'm going to take us through 5 key behavioural science strategies that we can use to make our communications as effective as possible. So first up, if your actions just aren't connecting, so if your audience just aren't reacting in the way that you thought they should, try reframing your message in order to tailor it to your specific audience. So for example, whether you're more assertive or more suggestive in what you're saying should depend on whether your audience already care about the cause that you're championing. Next, if people feel disempowered, so if people just feel like my individual actions don't really make a difference, then consider highlighting the collective effort. So talk about the behaviours of others or how social norms are changing, really pull that social lever in order to spur behaviour change. Next, if the problem just feels too overwhelming, and this is often something that we see in sustainability challenges, then it can be really powerful to focus on the solution and positivity rather than the challenge. So give people actionable steps that they can take, really boost their self-efficacy, rather than necessarily using negativity in order to spur change. If the issue feels too abstract, so if that psychological distance is just too great for people, then make it more tangible, make it more concrete. So if you can focus on the consequences that are really in the here and the now and today, it makes it far more tangible for people rather than thinking about the long-term future. And finally, if the facts just aren't working, then consider drawing on people's lived experiences. So use storytelling rather than statistics in order to boost engagement with your message. Now, as a species, we're hardwired to respond to narratives about people far more than we are to respond to anonymous facts and figures. So allow your audience to empathize with what you're saying by drawing on people's lived experiences. So there we have it, 5 key behavioural strategies for addressing the action connection dilemma. Jamie, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jordan. So we hope you've enjoyed the talk today. As we say, this was a summary of a report that we've written that is now available. If you scan the QR code, they're back in vogue. On screen now, you'll be able to find the link and find out more. Thanks very much for listening to us today.
Thank you so much, Jordan, Jamie and Alex. Absolute delight to have you here, and do download the report. There is surely no more important brief than the brief to look after Spaceship Earth right now. And Relative Insight, thank you, what a tool. Check it out if you haven't already. Another partner that I almost hate to share with everyone because it's almost so good. Just our little secret till now, but for all of you Nudgestockers.
So a very insightful talk. And another partner that loves insight is Trinity McQueen. So they're a behaviour-led insights agency in London and Leeds. Their mission, make audiences more predictable and uncover the insights that create better products, communications and experiences. To do this, Trinity McQueen observes rather than asks. They use the latest technology to look beyond what people say and develop a truer picture of what people do. They operate across gaming, financial, FMCG, media, retail and utility sectors, and we thank them for their sponsorship today. We're about to find out whether Rory managed to drive the Skoda and Ford clients to Nudgestock on time in our one-of-a-kind special, The Electric Ride. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But before that, I'm delighted to reintroduce to the Nudgestock stage Paolo Mercado. Now, before Paolo joined Ogilvy, he had an illustrious career at Nestle. And Tara, are you more interested in single-digit growth or double-digit growth?
Double-digit growth.
Okay, we'll go with that one then. So Paolo and his team managed to use the power of behavioural science and observation to gain double-digit growth of a Nestle product in the Philippines. That's no mean feat for those of you that have tried. I'm sure you're going to want to know how Paolo got to double-digit growth using the power of behavioural science and observation. So without further ado, it's a pleasure to reintroduce Paolo Mercado.
Hello. My name is Paolo Mercado. I'm the head of Ogilvy's behavioral science practice in Asia. I'm here to share with you my experience with behavioral observation and why I think marketers should be relying less on survey questions and much more on observation to unlock hidden growth opportunities. I just wanted to share a little bit about my background. I actually started in advertising when I was 9 years old. Having been a child endorser for chewing gum and other products at that time. And I developed this passion for advertising, communications, and marketing. I went on to study psychology, and I taught psychology and consumer behavior for about 4 years, while at the same time being an advertising strategist and planner. Later on, I moved into a marketing role for Nestle, where I was doing communications and consumer insight at the global level, and then later on as head of marketing for Nestle in the Philippines as well as in China. So overall, I had 25 years of applying consumer behavior insights for more effective marketing. And what attracted me to joining Ogilvy in this role for behavioral science last year was really this passion for understanding what works with consumers. And I'm inspired, like many of my colleagues, with this quote from David Ogilvy on really trying to understand people, and that the trouble with market research is that people don't think what they feel, they don't say what they think, and they don't do what they say. And it's the last part that I really want to share today on how that became very real for me in one of the cases that I had worked on. So this is a very simple case, and one that stood out for me, how we really need to understand and see what people do and not just trust in what they say. So this involved a very simple but iconic product of Nestea iced tea. Now in the Philippines, Nestea is a powdered beverage, so you mix it to be able to drink it. And in this particular case, the brand had a problem. The brand in 2004, 2005, it wasn't growing. While Nestea was the leader in its category, it was losing market share from other adjacent categories. So the brand team had the challenge of turning around the business. So how can we stimulate growth for Nestea? And at first, the brand team took a very rational, strategic marketing approach backed by market research data. So they went through retail audit. They saw that the adjacent category of powdered juice was growing in share. Powdered iced tea was declining in share. They came to the very rational conclusion that if powdered iced tea is to take share from the adjacent category, it needs to offer competitive product benefits. And we went the standard route of going through concept testing and looking at various ways to improve the formulation so that we could be more competitive in the powdered beverages market. And the concept that won out with high purchase intent and likability was adding 100% vitamin C into Nestea. And great, pre-testing said that this would work. Unfortunately, when the product was launched, it didn't make a difference. The decline in share was still continuing, and we were not making a dent on the powdered juice category. So there was really an opportunity for us to try something very different. And at that time, I was fortunate enough to have one of my insight managers studying her master's in anthropology at that time. And what she suggested was that, you know what, we're not really getting the insight from either the retail audit data or from concept testing. What if we just take a look at what people are actually doing? So what she said was, let's be like Sherlock Holmes. Let's visit the scene of the crime to understand what's happening. And that's what we set up as an insight project. We looked at not one household, but 3 types of households. A household that was consuming powdered juice regularly, and then Nestea households that would consume iced tea regularly. But then we also distinguished 2 types of Nestea households. A group that was light users, maybe 1 glass a day, and then another group that was taking much more in that household. And this is what we saw when we conducted these in-home interviews. First of all, that powdered juice was not a direct competitor, mainly because they were being used in very, very different occasions. So powdered juice tended to be morning with breakfast or light afternoon snacks, while iced tea was more lunch, dinner, and it was a heavy meal companion. In fact, if you looked at the behavior of iced tea usage, it was more similar to carbonated soft drinks, that it was really a heavy meal companion, and it was shared also with the family. The other thing, which was I think the game changer for us, is we saw that there was a huge difference also between light users and heavy users, because the light users were rule followers, whereas the heavy users were rule breakers. And what's the rule that I'm talking about? On every pack of Nestea at that time, there was a mixing instruction. Take 3 teaspoons of Nestea, put it in a glass, add ice, and enjoy. And that's exactly what the light users were doing. So that wasn't surprising. What was surprising for us is how the heavy users would do it. They didn't follow the instructions on the pack. They would take the whole bag, cut it open, pour it into a big pitcher, and then add ice, and then serve it with meals. It became a very convenient way for them to share Nestea with the family. And this wasn't just one household that we observed this. It was in every heavy user household in varying sizes and shapes of pitchers to be able to serve Nestea to their family during meals. So this one really was the one that unlocked a hidden opportunity for our team. So we decided, let's not approach this only with an ingredient innovation. Let's look at changing behavior from mixing by the glass to mixing in bigger sizes. We enabled it with an innovation, designing an iconic Nestea pitcher that was designed to fit easily into a refrigerator, and then also reinforced that with advertising. And we made the product, the new packaging and pitcher available through promotional through in-store promotional offers. So this one worked we hit double-digit growth not only in the first year, but for several years thereafter. And in fact, what had happened in hindsight now, knowing the behavioral science principles, is that we had increased the capability of people to adopt a new behavior with a picture. We motivated them with the advertising, and we gave them the opportunity to actually enact that behavior through the promotional items that we distributed. And what had happened was, after years of declining share and no growth, we doubled the business within 3 years. So for me, this was a pivotal experience to really start paying more attention to observing what people do, not only in home in consumption, but also in shopper behavior and in many other behaviors to unlock behavioral opportunities. And I'd like to end this short sharing with let's say, a modified quote from Daniel Kahneman, who said that economists think about what people ought to do while psychologists watch what people actually do. And I'll change one word to that, is that marketers tend to also think about what people ought to do. And marketers should adopt a behavior similar to psychologists and watch what people do. Go beyond retail audits, go beyond concept testing, watch what people do, and perhaps through that, we can unlock the hidden opportunities for brand growth. So with that, thank you very much for allowing me to share during Nudgestock, and happy nudging, everyone.
Our man in Manila, Paolo Mercado. Thank you so much there, Paolo. And in case you missed it, that was double-digit growth, I think, that he stimulated there. Coming up shortly, we have Maya Shankar, the inspirational Maya Shankar, from the White House, yes, that one.
The actual
and
one.
The real White House and Google. So we've got some really fantastic applied behavioral science that we're going to share with you, and an incredible, quite moving story as well.
But now we are incredibly excited to bring you a debut for Nudgestock this year, a brand new format to the Nudgestock stage, an innovation on the age-old panel. This year we're putting a panel inside of a car. So this year Rory is due to pick up the VIPs for Nudgestock to deliver them here. They include Kirsten Staff from Skoda, Dan Jones from Ford, and his co-author of Transport for Humans, Pete Dyson. Now they're on a journey of understanding that for the adoption of electric vehicles is going to be as psychological as it is technological. They're also supposed to be on a journey towards Nudgestock. Will Rory get the VIPs to Nudgestock on time? Will they get lost? You're about to find out. I'm delighted to introduce to you a Nudgestock first, the electric ride.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I think we're running late. Right, okay, on our way. I've been ranting on for ages about how range anxiety in countries like the UK or the Netherlands is a bit of a red herring. And it's a costly red herring because it causes people to have bigger batteries than they need, which makes the cars heavier and more expensive than they need to be, and so on. But the range thing in America, I see why that's an issue, because you've got, well, first of all, you've got 110 volts at home.
Yep.
You have extremes of cold sometimes.
Yep. And heat.
And extremes of heat, which might mess with the range, but you have no train alternative for a lot of journeys. You know, so it's quite common for people to live 500 miles from their parents.
And vast interstates.
And huge interstates where if there's one charger out of action, you're stuck in a kind of, truck stop outside Boise, Idaho, and, a serial killer's just escaped from the local penitentiary and it's dark. That's slightly different from kind of stopping in Bourton-on-the-Water, having a pot of tea.
Have you heard about Google Maps introducing the eco-routing feature? They have it in the US.
No.
It's coming to the UK this year. By default, it'll give a more ecological and fuel-efficient route, and then you have to pick. No, I want the quicker route. I think it's going to cause a nice conversation or trigger a nice thought about how much people are willing to add a bit of journey time to save a bit of fuel.
Because normally you wouldn't even think about that, would you? You wouldn't think which journey is going to be.
I don't think so. Yeah.
You might think about which car should I go in, but you wouldn't think about which route should I take.
One of the things that sort of irks me from the behavioural point of view is everybody quotes charge time from 0 to 80% or 0 to 100%, which in reality is something you never do. You have this incredible performance, which I will probably demonstrate at some point, but you drive like a Quaker. It's really strange. It's like you're almost sort of spreading peace and love to all the other road users, partly because when you have to slow down or stop, you don't feel you've been robbed of your kinetic energy. So you don't feel that sense of resentment, which is, God, it took me it took me 2 minutes to get up to this speed and I've lost it all. Yeah. I've currently got this on active mode, so as you see, when I stop here, actually didn't do it there, but it will do, it'll say 100% of energy recovered. So it actually gives you live stats on
your regenerative
braking, yeah.
That's to your point about gamification, isn't it? It becomes a little challenge.
It does.
And
see how many additional miles of EV range you can top up along your journey.
Well, I think Rory will talk about this at any level of marketing, that it's where you direct somebody's attention, that we're interested in the thing that we're pointed towards. And if you're always pointed towards go faster or shorter journey times, but there's other things you can point people's attention to.
And the emotion of it, I think, like going back to your point, Rory, about driving an EV and having that feeling like you are doing something good and that you're kind of giving back and you're doing your part as a pride point almost, right?
Yes, I mean, I'll be absolutely candid. I don't think I bought the car primarily for environmental reasons, but it's one of those things where actually your attitude follows your behaviour. Right. I've become more and more conscious of. I think if you offered me a free Bentley now, I would feel slightly uncomfortable driving around in it.
That's really interesting.
Which is slightly odd. It would just feel sort of slightly, wouldn't feel very zen.
Yeah.
Having had this experience of 6,800 miles driving with zero emissions, I'd feel kind of a bit yuck.
A bit guilty.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What was your main driver then?
My main, beforehand, I had a 5-litre Jaguar V8. So I have actually.
So you're just making up for it.
I'm basically. You're absolutely right. I'm still.
You're in deficit.
I'll have to drive about 70,000 miles before I've undone the damage.
Paying for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was interesting you were talking about the quietness of the car, and when we were in the pandemic and we were all locked down and everything was so peaceful, wasn't it? You'd go out, there'd be no cars on the road, and I wonder if that's really changed how people feel about the noise of traffic. Definitely changed it for me.
Well, in the past I've not bought flats and houses because of pollution and noise fears. Apparently the behavioural science tip is you should never buy a house near a junction.
Right.
Because although your brain can get used to constant traffic, things like constant braking, the occasional accident, cars accelerating and stopping, you never completely sleep if you live near a junction.
Yeah.
But there were several places in London I didn't buy because they were too close to the Westway, and it occurred to me that in 20 years' time, nothing to worry about. Well, tell me about this, because this has what's called sound screen, and the windscreen is apparently noise reducing.
Yeah, I think I think a lot of manufacturers have the similar technology where we can layer in specific types of glass technology to reduce noise. And then you also have the very clever sort of speaker systems which can emit anti-noise, a bit like noise cancelling headphone technology, so that you can it sort of drowns out a lot of those noises that are familiar to us on motorway, tyre noise, other vehicles, etc.
I think one thing you will find with electric cars, given the general fact that tyre noise is and suspension noise is the main irritation, you will get more campaigning for better road surfaces.
Yeah.
I mean, interestingly, Pete, you'll know this already, that the original campaigns for better road surfaces were driven as much by cyclists as by motorists.
Well, yeah, it was the cyclists that wanted to tarmac and asphalt the roads first, which you can imagine, this is 100 years ago, and then the motor vehicle came along. And of course, another thing to show that the roads have always been shared with, it's not the car as dominant, but bike, the lorry, the courier. Yeah, loads of stuff.
That reminds me of the Domino's campaign that was so great a few years ago, where they were going around filling potholes with this Domino's truck and leaving the Domino logo on there, because they were saying that all these potholes in poor road conditions were leading to pizzas sort of turning upside down upon delivery to people's houses. So they took it upon themselves to help repair roads.
I always have this set on one pedal driving, where effectively if you take your foot off the accelerator, the car it doesn't brake, it regenerates using the motors.
Yeah, and that's a strange thing to get used to.
It's very strange. It's very strange to get used to.
It's like a Dodgem, isn't it, on the road?
Yeah. But actually, having got used to it, I accidentally turned it off a few weeks ago and found it very weird driving in the old way, where you naturally coast when you take your foot off the accelerator.
And I live in Milton Keynes, so we have lots of roundabouts. So first of all, when you're getting used to that acceleration, and then when you take your foot off, it does take a little bit of getting used to. I think confidence as well, you know, when you're pulling out a roundabout, particularly if it's really busy, but you know that your car will just pull off really swiftly.
Good time for a bio break and a cup of coffee, or any other multitasking you want to do. Well, we have a quick charge. We're running a bit late, as expected. Not to worry, wagons roll.
Really interesting thing going on with brands as well with electric vehicles, isn't there? I don't know if you've noticed where the brand snobbery has almost disappeared.
Yeah.
And people are just looking at the cars for what they offer, and that, you know, they might look at a Ford, they might look at a Skoda, they might look at an Audi, you know, and they're all kind of jumbled up in the consideration set, which is really interesting.
We're seeing about 80% people at the moment come out of those traditional kind of so-called luxury brands into our
So, well, this is exactly it, because on the Mackie forum, there's a UK section of the Mackie forum online, and there's a surprising number of ex-Jag drivers like me, and
all trying to make up for
exactly, we're trying to compensate.
We've definitely seen it in Skoda, people coming out of all sorts of cars that you wouldn't originally have anticipated to be Skoda driver.
Oh, sorry. But here it makes little skewomorphic V8 noise. You see,
and you get that same feeling. I can see Rory's grin.
Sorry, exactly. His childish
grin.
One of your vertebrae near your neck.
That should be what it's about as well, though. It's not just about a practical A to B. It should be fun.
Are you sure you know where we're going?
I'm fairly confident. The sat nav seems comfortable.
How are we doing for time?
Touch and go.
So before you made the decision, Rory, did you think everything through, all of the how you're going to charge it, answer any range concerns?
Well, I must admit, I thought that not having a home charger would be more problematic than it's turned out to be. In the event, it's really not been an issue at all. The second thing I think is important is that I was able to try this car for 4 days while still keeping my existing internal combustion engine car. And I think one of the secrets to selling electric cars is to allow people to try them out while they're still keeping their parallel running, you call it an IT. Because I think asking people to sacrifice their conventional car on the same day they take delivery of an electric car, there's quite a lot of sort of loss aversion and fear going on at that moment. Whereas what I suspect would happen is if people had both alongside each other, they'd feel reassured by the continued presence of their petrol car, experiment enough with the electric car to solve all the problems for themselves, and then they'd pretty quickly find out they were driving the electric car 5 times more often than the petrol car.
Until there's like a cultural tipping point where people are just assuming that because there's so many people driving an electric car that actually it's mine, and I can trust the rest of society that helped me make that decision.
Okay, so it looks like we're here. The world's premier festival of behavioural science.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, you can't wait. How exciting can this be?
Yes, good job,
Wonderful.
Rory. Thank you.
There we are. Thank you very much. Out we hop.
Hello. Welcome to virtual Nudgestock.
That was absolutely fantastic. What an ending with Nick Dockia's smile there. And what an absolutely incredible job for the Ogilvy social and content team led by Chris Marley, Marshall Catheter and a whole host of other brilliant people. The Electric Ride is now available for you to watch again on YouTube whenever you'd like. Share with a friend that you think would enjoy the content as well. What an incredible job there. We're thrilled with that. Now, it's time to go back over to Washington, D.C. to speak with Chris Graves.
Dan, thanks very much. Listen, I have a question for you, Dan. Have you ever been knocked off your track, knocked off your life trajectory? And, if we haven't, we will be. And if you have ever been made seriously giant change in your life, you know how incredibly difficult that can be. But our next Nudgestock guest, Maya Shankar, is a real expert in this. It's happened to her in many different ways. She's a cognitive neuroscience. She's podcast, A Slight Change of Plans, which Apple awarded her the Best of the Year. She's the chair of the White House Behavioral Science team, and she was the first behavioral science advisor to the United Nations. But that's not always the path she was on. Well, joining me now is Maya Shankar. And Maya, what was, your blockbuster podcast, A Slight Change of Plans, really alludes to a major change of plans in your own life that sort of shaped your future in terms of behavioral science. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's great to chat with you, Chris. Always so much fun. So when I was 6 years old, my mom brought down my grandmother's violin that she had brought with her all the way from India when she immigrated to this country in the 70s. And my mom had only meant to show me the instrument, but I was so quickly taken by it that I very quickly asked for a pint-sized violin of my own. And so I began playing the violin at age 6, and very quickly I developed big dreams. And I auditioned successfully for the Juilliard School of Music when I was 9. And then when I was a teenager, Itzhak Perlman asked me to be his private violin student. And so this was such a crystallizing moment for me, because I felt like, one of my idols in the space is giving me that vote of confidence.
So
that
wait,
I felt
let's
I needed.
just emphasize that for a second. Itzhak Perlman was taking you on. One of the greatest violinists in the history of music was taking you on as his student.
Yeah, it feels pretty unreal. I think actually later on, I asked his wife. I was like, technically speaking, I was a lot worse than my peers. Why did Perlman take me on when he did? And she said, well, I think he kind of liked your personality. I was like, okay, great. I got the personality card in the music world. But he said, I felt like she had something to say. And I think that's because at the end of the day, Chris, the thing that motivated me so much about the violin was human connection, right? Was being able in some way to translate what I was feeling inside into my instrument and to potentially make people feel something that they never felt before, even total strangers in a room. And so I was just completely enamored. I was so enamored by the instrument and being able to perform. And then I had my very unexpected slight change of plans. I was 15. I was studying at Perlman's summer music program, and I overstretched my finger on a single note. And doctors eventually told me that I could never play the violin again. So all those big dreams I'd had for myself just came crashing down. And I felt a really profound loss of identity in that moment.
And so what led you then to neuroscience?
Yeah, so the summer before college, I was supposed to be in China touring with my musical classmates. And instead I was in Connecticut with my parents, equally cool summer situation. And I was perusing their bookshelves, and I stumbled upon an old course book that my sister had in college. It was Steven Pinker's The Language Instinct, which many people joining Nudgestock might be familiar with. And I remember opening the book, Chris, and not expecting very much, right? And instantly just being in awe of this organ that we all have, the brain. And he details the very sophisticated cognitive machinery that's operating behind the scenes that gives rise to our ability to comprehend and speak language. And up until that point, I had completely taken this ability for granted in myself. I never even thought twice about it. And so then when Pinker pulled the curtain back and showed me what was behind that, it just lit up my imagination. And I started asking myself questions like, well, if that's behind language, what's behind our ability to make complex decisions, or our ability to emotionally connect with other people, or what's behind falling in love, or asking grand philosophical questions? I mean, it just opened up this whole new world for me. And I'm so grateful for that moment. And by the way, I'm such a big fan of pop science books because they can really open the door for people who have never had exposure to a field, you know, and light, and totally spark this curiosity. But you know, there's this concept in psychology called identity foreclosure, which refers to this idea that we can foreclose on an identity prematurely. This is certainly the case in adolescence, but research shows it can persist well into adulthood. And I had absolutely fallen prey to identity foreclosure at that moment. I was first and foremost a violinist. I had basically stopped exploring all the other identities that I could potentially embody. And so I remember feeling acutely that while I expected to grieve the loss of the instrument, I did not expect to grieve the loss of myself, which is ultimately what ended up happening. And so what I was forced to do in that moment was to try and see my identity as more malleable and to be open to other pursuits. And Steven Pinker's book gave me that lifeline to something else that could make me passionate. And I think one really important lesson I learned from this whole experience of navigating this life change of plans and then so many other curveballs that life has thrown my way since, and that I'm hopeful is going to be helpful for people who are tuning into this, is, you know, we really care about having these sturdy identities in life, right? We often attach ourselves to very specific identities as we move through the world because it can give us this sense of security in a world that otherwise feels random. And what I learned from losing the violin at an early age is that it can be much more stable to attach our identities not to specific pursuits, like to being a violinist or, you know, being an astronaut or whatever it is that you attach yourself to, but instead to the features of that pursuit that really light you up. And so in discovering that the thing that made me tick in playing the violin was actually human connection, I was able to find that through line in so many pursuits following that, right? So I found it as a cognitive scientist who was studying the science of what it means to be human and to move about in this world. I found that human connection when I was working in the Obama White House and at the United Nations, working at the intersection of behavioral science and policy, where at their core, so many of these issues were so inherently human, you know, and I was able to connect with people, you know, on the ground in Flint, Michigan after the lead and water crisis, talking with folks who've been recently incarcerated, talking with principals whose students were going hungry every day at school because they weren't getting access to the school lunch program. I mean, there was such a human component to that. And then today, with my podcast, A Slight Change of Plans, it is an excuse to go into a room with someone I've never met before, cut through all the pleasantries, and dig really deep about these transformative moments in their life that have changed them. And so I would urge everyone who's listening to ask themselves, like, what is my through line, right? When you strip away all the superficial features of the things that I do, what is still there? And I think that can make us more resilient in the face of change.
Now, Maya, earlier you referred to yourself with an identity noun. I was a violinist. And we know from behavioral science that, for example, in Get Out the Vote behavioral science, telling somebody they're a voter is more important than saying, go vote. It's that identity. But can identity serve as a barrier as well as a catalyst when you're looking for change?
Yeah, it's exactly as you said, Chris. So identity priming, it can absolutely be a double-edged sword. It can be used to good effect, like what we saw with the voter identity priming. I know that there was a research study run with the Red Cross in which they showed that if you simply remind people that in previous years they had been donors to the Red Cross, you're priming them for their status as, you know, charitable members of society. They're not only more likely to donate in subsequent years, but the magnitude of their donations actually increased. They became more charitable. And so we can absolutely see, you know, social identity priming used for good, but there is a flip side to that, which is at these really critical junctures, at these critical inflection moments in life, sometimes people are wanting to depart from a prior identity. And those labels can hold them back, because we know from research that people will act in ways that align with their social identities, either their current ones or their aspirational ones. And so if we label prematurely others or ourselves, it can hold us back. And so this was very salient in a partnership that we had. This was while I was in the Obama White House with the social and behavioral sciences team. We were partnering with the Department of Justice on a reentry guide for people who were leaving prison. And when we looked at the guide, we noticed that there were some harmful language that was being used in the guide: ex-prisoners, ex-convicts. That's holding people hostage to their past. And so what we did is we scrubbed the guide of backwards looking language in favor of forward looking language, like community members, job seekers, right? This is giving people that psychological chance to part from their past, inhabit a new identity moving forward, and actually act in ways that align with that.
So let's move to your podcast now, A Slight Change of Plans. It's a real hit. Tell us what you've learned at two different levels so far from your guests in terms of personal change, but then I want to turn the telescope around. There are many people who join Nudgestock who are looking at organizational change. They're taking their employees through a digital transformation, a pandemic transformation, a merger perhaps. So let's start with what you've learned on the personal side for individuals, and then let's turn it around to advice for those leading organizational change.
Yeah, so, Dan Gilbert introduced this idea that we are really bad cognitive forecasters back in the day, right? That we're bad at predicting the types of things that will make us happy or unhappy. And I found the exact same thing to be true in the area of change. We are bad cognitive forecasters when it comes to how the big changes in our lives will change us. And I think that's fundamentally because we have overly simplistic models of how change operates. When we think about how a change will affect us, we tend to think about the specific change itself, almost as though that change is operating in a vacuum. And so we think about the most obvious things that might result from that change. But that fails to appreciate that our lives and our psychologies are very complex, and change in one area of life can have lots of unexpected spillover effects in other areas of our lives that are hard to predict. And so what I've learned from my guests on A Slight Change of Plans, and again, they have stories that, cut across the full range of the human experience, is that there's this underlying universality to their experience, which is they surprise themselves in just how complex the outcome of a change was. Changes that they initially coded as exclusively bad turned out to have much more nuanced and multifaceted effects on them. And changes that they exclusively coded as good were much more complex at the end of the day and had some negative consequences. And so I think what I've learned overall from making this show is that, while I might have been tempted to give different advice to a person who is going through an expected change, a willed change, and an unexpected change, an unwilled change, now I feel very differently about that. I feel like I would give the same advice, which would be to approach change with a profound amount of humility. And to audit oneself during the change, to look for ways that we might be changing even outside of our conscious awareness as a result of the exogenous event that's happening in our lives.
If you look at, let's say that you're now leading transformation at a large company, to what degree do you need to first take on board the difference of the individuals there? For example, a loose versus tight culture, or whether somebody's more wired with a prevention regulatory focus versus promotion. Because behavioral economics and nudges for the longest time have been treating us as a species and less as individuals. And what are you discovering in change that makes it easier or harder for individuals, and then for a corporation to understand that and have perhaps a multifaceted approach to organizational change?
Yeah, there are of course going to be differences at the individual level. In the domain of change, I think what's been very reassuring for me and also makes organizational change is more feasible because it's very hard to accommodate for these idiosyncrasies in large organizations, is that while people's change stories look very different on their surface, I mean, in a slight change of plans, you know, we hear from a Black jazz musician who ends up convincing dozens of members of the Ku Klux Klan to leave the Klan. We hear from a 30-something health nut who gets a stage 4 cancer diagnosis in the middle of quarantine and suddenly loses his identity as a fit person and gets his leg amputated below the knee. We hear from a woman who ends up going blind in her 20s and then goes on to win MasterChef. And then we hear from notables like Hillary Clinton and Amanda Knox and Tiffany Haddish about these turning points in their lives. And again, on the surface, you would think, you know, how could I possibly learn very much from this person who's not at all like me, who has lived a very different life than I have? But what I found is that the psychological strategies that people use to navigate change are actually quite similar, which is actually a very reassuring message because it means that we can learn from people's stories that don't look exactly like ours. And that's been reassuring for me at a time when we are experiencing unprecedented change. A motivation for me in starting a slight change of plans in the first place was feeling completely overwhelmed by what 2020 was throwing our way and being intimidated by the specifics of what 2020 was throwing our way. But then I made sure to put on my cognitive science hat and realize, okay, while the specifics of this situation may in fact be unprecedented, our human ability to navigate change is absolutely not unprecedented. We as a species have done this change rodeo so many times before. It's a feature of what it means to be human to know how to navigate change. And so I remember thinking in that moment, okay, well, this is great news, because what this means fundamentally is that even though I do feel unprepared by the specifics of what I'm being thrown in this moment, I can learn, I can mine other people's stories, I can mine the science for wisdom about how I can successfully navigate this moment.
Maya, you've probably seen the Lowenstein news study where he does a bit of soul searching and reflection on nudging and behavioral economics. And it presents us a bit of tension for us all in this field, because he says, listen, there's the individual and then there's the big systemic fix. And really the systemic fix has the greatest impact if you're thinking about existential threats like climate change, for example, or maybe even gun violence. And therefore, by focusing on individuals, maybe we're focusing on the wrong thing. Now, you've worked in both public sector and private sector. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it highlights an interesting tension. And I saw this play out during my time in the Obama White House. One of the projects that we were interested in working on was with the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, so formerly known as food stamps. And what the research was showing is that when you deliver the benefit at the beginning of the month in a one-time payment, you find that by the end of the month, emergency room visits increase, health outcomes decrease, disciplinary actions at school increase. And so there's an issue of smoothing consumption over the course of the month. And so behavioral economists would propose, hey, maybe you should actually make it a bi-weekly benefit to help smooth consumption. So you're giving them the benefit, twice a month, and that helps to even consumption. The issue when we started to bring this proposal to different members of the DC community is that we heard from a lot of advocates, activists in this space, that the overall sum that we are giving as part of this supplemental nutrition assistance program was simply not high enough. And so the challenge there is that if we were to try and optimize using this behavioral nudge, the delivery of this benefit, then it might be obfuscating a much larger issue, which was that people were not getting paid a sufficient amount to live comfortably. And so that was a moment where my teammates and I had to back off and realize, yeah, you know what? The bigger fight here is actually just getting the overall amount increase of the program. Then we can work on optimally designing it. But there's a fundamental need that has to be met first.
And then finally, very briefly, in all of the amazing guests you've had on your podcast, A Slight Change of Plans, what has surprised you most?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll just end with a personal story, which is while I was recording season 2 of A Slight Change of Plans, my husband and I were thrown our slight change of plans. We had a miscarriage with our surrogate for a second time. This time we lost identical twin girls to a miscarriage. And I remember just being so devastated and again, so humbled by that moment, because as someone who, you know, has dug into the science of change, who was listening to all these stories from my guests, I felt again unprepared at that moment and was so unsure about how to process this experience and how to grieve. And what I ended up doing was asking my producer if he would interview me as a guest on my own show so that I could process my change experience out loud and try and make sense of it. And I found that to be a deeply therapeutic experience for me to process this change out loud and try and blend what I knew from the science with my own personal life in that moment, and found it to be a very healing experience. And so on a personal level, that's what surprised me the most, because I never, ever expected to bring such a personal side of me to the show. And then I thought to myself, well, you've asked this of all of your guests, and you yourself need to be willing to do this too. And since then, I've just heard from, you know, so many people from all over the world who have shared how that episode in some way helped them. And that was a huge silver lining for me. You know, I heard from a mother recently who had lost her 21-year-old son to a drug overdose. And she said it was in sharing my story that it helped unlock healing for her and helped her see the loss differently, helped her see her relationship with her son differently. And yeah, I just can't imagine a more powerful, you know, way to have, you know, being able to turn what was otherwise just heartbreak into something potentially helpful to the world.
Maya, thanks so much for that. And that's probably a great technique for all of us at an individual level, but maybe even at an organizational level, to actually go through the process out loud rather than in quiet introspection. Yeah. Maya Shankar, creator of A Slight Change of Plans podcast with an amazing array of guests. Go check it out. Maya, thanks so much for joining us today on Nudgestock.
Thanks for so much.
What if your favorite soda brand advertised itself as sweet, brown, and fizzy? Of course, soda brands don't market this way because they understand the power of brand. They don't obsess over product specs. Instead, they try to be the biggest brand in their category. B2B companies, on the other hand, delude themselves into thinking that buyers always look for the best product in the world. We call that the product delusion. But the reality is that buyers don't waste time searching for the best product in the world. They don't maximize, they satisfy. And because B2B buyers are risk averse, they usually go for the brand they trust, the brand they already know. Find out why the product delusion is holding us back in B2B.
Nudgestockers, we are heading into our last hour of 10 hours of beautiful behavioral science and creativity. But stay watching, because there's so much more to come. And many Nudgestockers out there over the years, over the last decade, have seen their lives changed by just one presentation. Perhaps it was Wing Commander Keith Deere's presentation on watching eyes theory. What were the presentations that changed us? And could it be the next presentation for you? Our Festival of Behavioural Science really speaks to both the academic and the applied worlds, and our next speaker is almost the perfect embodiment of this. Milena Novinsky is a behaviour change specialist with over a decade of experience in the experimental study of cognitive neuroscience and human behaviour, and over 8 years of experience crafting evidence-based solutions on sustainability, stakeholder management, reputation risk, issues management, operational model design, and behaviour change. As the former behavioural insights lead for PwC globally and the current lead of the behavioural science and AI and analytics practice at IBM, Milena is recognised as a leading expert in weaving behavioural and data science within traditional problem-solving paradigms to tackle some of the toughest challenges facing business, facing society, facing planet Earth. Talking to us today about why the future of strategy is behavioural, all the way from Toronto, please, Milena Novinsky.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here. And Maya, I have to say, I'm such a big fan and had such a good time listening to you. And I love the fact that you talked about profound humility being required when we talk about large change, because I often say that compassion is the first and foremost principle that we need to hold in change. Change is very hard, it's very dynamic, it's very complex. And compassion for the human spirit and human nature is obviously a profound need in change. So I obviously am here to talk to you guys about behavior change as it relates to strategy. And for the last decade, I've had the pleasure of spending my days helping organizations create and execute on strategy that is both inspired and, of course, informed by behavioral science. And to put very simply, I do fundamentally see on the day-to-day and in the ground of working with my clients that behavioral science allows us to disentangle some of the assumptions that we have about behavior change and intentions that erode our ability to deliver the value of a good strategy. And really, there is no strategy that is more susceptible to value erosion than that of transformation. And so it is primarily due to the fact that changing risks are occurring for businesses today. Organizations are making bigger bets, arguably bets that are so big and so ambitious that they are truly worthy of the moonshot nomenclature, to try and compete with a very fast-moving competitive landscape and higher expectations of the role in business in society today. And these risks are very real, they're very tangible, and they're grounded in assumptions that underlie our estimations of value generation. I think, Maya was talking about this fact that we are fundamentally bad at forecasting. This is very much true, but when you are developing strategy, when you are calculating the potential impact and the value of making those big bets, those forecasts are required. And so how can we make those forecasts in a way that align with our business, are most likely to actually generate the value that we're looking for and help curb some of that true erosion? Now, if there's one thing that we do fundamentally understand, it's that risks tend to rise and fall with the ebb and flow of transformation. And for this reason, it's less about preparing for every single detail, but actually having the right tools to be able to navigate the complexities of the unknown. And let's be serious, transformations obviously carry a lot of unknowns. And this is because we know that the transformation path is very non-linear. So here we've got something where we would project sort of a linear plan of value creation. It often tends to erode at very particular moments. And so what does that terrain actually look like? How do we plan for it? I think there are two primary essentials that you need when you're navigating strategy of transformation. One is that you pack your bag wisely, ensure that you've got everything that you need to help handle the trip in stride and actually navigate the terrain. And the second is that you know your pivot plan. And I think the pivot plan is such a key concept of transformations that we don't talk about enough, we don't plan for enough. And that's something that I think is truly an essential when you are preparing for this journey. So what does a transformation journey sort of actually look like? Obviously, good strategy charts a journey with a very clear North Star, a suite of parameters that indicate success. You've got assumptions that are cataloged, you've got accountabilities that are defined. Everybody around the table ideally is on the same page. You've got your big bet plan crafted and everybody is ready to go. And now, inevitably, what ends up happening is that life is obviously not very clear cut. We all know this, we understand it, we experience it in our day-to-day. And at some point, the world will actually change enough that your preparation has run its course. Now, the core elements might still be true, but you find that the car is a little bit rocky, the nuts and bolts are a little bit loose, and that's just because the organic nature of the world that we live in means that there will be complexities that we will not account for. And this is often when you need to pivot. And the truth is, you're not just going to have to pivot once, you're going to have to pivot a number of times. And perhaps one of the most beautiful things about transformation is that once you reach your end goal, once you reach the top of that peak, you've generated your value, you've achieved your North Star, you actually realize that it's just one step in a much bigger journey. And that really your ability to navigate that next step in the journey is the ability to catalog and really learn from your previous experience in order to take you further into the future. And I think this is why, transformations and this understanding of a very bumpy terrain is not new. Obviously, the transformation how-to is vast and varied. The notion of a bumpy and rocky ride is not novel. And there are hundreds and hundreds of articles out there in terms of why transformations fail, why you need to pivot, why value erosion occurs, and how to navigate them successfully. And this has led to a proliferation of root causes where patterns do exist, but I think the nuances are plenty for organizations. I think Maya talked on that very well in the previous session. This notion of complexities being true and nuances being important. And organizations need to determine which of those risk factors are relevant for their journey and how to best tackle them. And there are so many here that it sometimes can be very overwhelming. And I do think that's one of the reasons why transformations are difficult from the get-go. But as it relates to behavioral science, there are true root causes where behavioral science plays a critical role, where the miscalibration of behavioral change assumptions that underlie our strategy play a more dominant role than others. One of those is the inability to actually drive sustained change. And I have a sneaky feeling that everybody around the table at Nudgestock talks about this a lot in their day-to-day. And the second is really about having that foundational framework in order to drive pivots. And so this is where the simple translation from business to behavioral terminology is incredibly illuminating, and actually the first step of behavioral strategy, which is taking a strategic pain point, an issue, a problem that is solved that is going to drive your North Star strategy, and translating it into a core behavioral problem. So for example, if we take the inability to drive sustained change, really this is about not having a behavior change model at the core of decision making. When we talk about a lack of a foundational framework in order to drive pivots, really this is about not having a behavior change model that is at the core of measurement and tracking. And when we break these down into sort of our essentials in terms of how to navigate complex change and transformations, this is where it very much is about having the foundational frameworks in order to drive your pivots, and obviously the behavioral models to drive the sustained change. That means building a behavioral model into the way that the problem is defined, the way that the assumptions are quantified, and how that execution plan is actually crafted. And it's about building a behavioral model into the way that data is tracked and measured, with generated insights tactically guiding the optimizations for those pivots. So this all sounds very good in high level 10,000 foot ideation. Obviously, putting it into practice and understanding the core steps around how this works is where the rubber really meets the road. And so what I want to spend my last couple minutes with you guys on is, how do you actually break down a really meaty strategy with these behavioral foundations to guide your way through transformations and pivots? The very first piece, which I talked about earlier, is the translation of that strategy. So here, as an example, the business strategy is to improve proactive customer engagement by leveraging new tools that help employees manage their time and interactions with customers. That very first translation is to a behavioral strategy of driving employee adoption of customer relationship management tool. Seems very simple, but even that first piece of just redefining the strategy around the behavior that you are trying to encourage has such a powerful way of opening up our flexibility to understand the potential assumptions at play and craft our plan for how to actually navigate. The next step is to then bring the behavioral model into play. That behavioral model here, I'm talking about the openness to change model. It's well documented, specifically in terms of those 4 predictive factors that actually drive marginal utility in change of employee behavior and adoption of new ways of working. Those 4 factors are that the program and the change in the new world has to drive a positive experience, has to drive immediate value, has to be easy to integrate into their day-to-day lives, and it has to actually create structure and routine. So this is the model that is going to underpin and allow us to drive that behavioral strategy. Now, every model is not going to be perfect perfect. This one is derived from the ivory tower. But on the day-to-day, when you are working with your clients, when you're working with your own organization, it's about fine-tuning, calibrating, and validating those model factors to align with the real experience of your employees on the day-to-day. But it's really important to understand that the academics have done a lot of heavy lifting here. They've done a really good job triangulating and understanding what those variables are, and our job is to bring that at the foundation of the assumptions that are driving our work. The next stage, of course, is to actually define what we call the vectors of value. So it's breaking it down into two predominant vectors. Here you've got positive experience and immediate value being your the value through real-time impact value vector. The second is the ease of integration and creating structure, creating your value through real-time ease vector. And you guys might be saying, why on earth do you need two vectors? And I promise I will get to that for you guys. But this foundationally lies what we call your strategic blueprint. And your strategic blueprint is your overarching strategy that's going to calibrate your assumptions. So we've got vectors of value that are your higher order values that sit at the core of your mission and vision for change. You've got your guiding principles, which are the core factors that are derived from the behavioral model that you have chosen to solve the behavioral problem at the core of your strategy. These are really the principles that are driving your day-to-day strategy, execution, and design decisions. That then allows you to fundamentally create your experience architecture. And a lot of change programs. This is, yes, of course, change management, but it's the broader features and functionalities that are actually created to drive the new way. So here, for example, you've got positive experience. You build the new way to reduce friction and personalize the experience. To drive immediate value, you are building the new way to provide action-based feedback and create perceptions of value and reciprocity. For ease of integration, it's about aligning the new way with the old way through triggers and cues and existing structures at play. Or for creating structure, this is about building the new way to create more opportunity for routine and repetition. This is your strategic blueprint. This is what's going to guide all of your foundational elements that is going to launch you on that journey. The next key piece is, how do you actually then derive your pivot playbook? How do you then know what to do when things are not going as planned? And it's about rerouting or regrounding yourself in those foundational variables. So the first piece you need to do is identify the data, the core data feeds and sources that will allow you to track and measure how each of your features and functionalities within your transformation program are feeding into those four factors of positive experience, value, integration, and structure. You then, of course, have to take those actual data feeds and transpose into your two vectors of value. Again, I promised why I would say that you need to identify those two factors as opposed to leaving it open to four. And that's foundationally so that you can optimize using a 2x2 optimization playbook. Of course, I'm a strategy consultant. I'm born and raised after my PhD of being a core consultant. I love a good 2x2 because I think it helps simplify the problem in a way that is meaningful. And when it comes to behavior change, it's a great way to allow for optimization. This effectively allows you to plot the data of the discrete program features that are driving your new way and gives you a very real way to know how you need to optimize. For those features and functionalities that are in your top right-hand quadrant, you know that you can leverage those through experience bundling or reclassification to actually move the needle on the other programs and features that are not being sort of adopted primarily in the way that you would expect. Your features and functionalities that sit in the top left-hand quadrant, you know you need to optimize them for ease. There's too much friction, there's too much barriers or too many barriers in the way. On the bottom right-hand quadrant, you're going to actually optimize for impact. They need to have more positive reinforcement. There needs to be immediate value, either through tangible or intangible means. And the quadrant that is perhaps the most important in pivoting and transformations are those that fall in the bottom left-hand quadrant. When you are sitting around a boardroom and you are trying to decide really tough decisions on how you are going to move forward in a transformation, where to automate, what features you need to actually give up on. You know, those sunk costs are so hard to navigate. This gives you an evidence-based and true framework for being able to have that conversation that is rooted in the expectation of change. basically features and functionalities that sit in that bottom left-hand quadrant are going to be very hard to change or very expensive to do so. So we have to down-regulate our reliance on the human and think more about how we can optimize in alternative ways for those features and functionalities. What's great about that is you can then take those optimization efforts, you pack them in your bag, you redefine the way that you're thinking about some of your assumptions, you're tightening the calibration to both your understanding of your employees and your organization, but of course the terrain that you are navigating as well. And perhaps most importantly, also then going back to your guiding principles, going back to your strategic blueprint and fine-tuning it to the way that your organization operates for when you finish this transformation and move on to that next piece, that bigger, that meatier, that enterprise-wide transformation that's helping you navigate change. So I'm hoping today that I've sort of convinced you guys that behavioral science can sit at the core of strategy. There's foundational ways to do it. It's just about us actually making sure that we're taking that business strategy, redefining it in terms of the behavioral assumptions that underlie our assumptions of estimated value, and then really tethering to those frameworks, both in our guiding principles and our strategic blueprint, but of course in the way that we design our pivot playbooks through optimization tools. And I think I am exactly at time, which is a little bit wild. I don't know how that actually happened, but open any conversation. I think Rory is supposed to have a couple minutes here.
Yeah. That's fantastic. It's wonderful to see you again, by the way.
Hi, Rory.
There's probably nothing other than change management which promises so much but so frequently fails to deliver. And would you say to a large extent that's because it's effectively done with a structural neatness first, psychology last approach?
You're really putting me on the spot there, and I hope none of my colleagues are joining, Rory.
Of course, I
think, I think change management in its traditional frameworks is exactly as you say. It takes a very process, people, technology sort of framework first. What the evolution of change management looks like, I think, is exactly what I shared today, which is what are those core foundational principles that will allow us to drive change in a more systemic fashion. But I do very much see it as an evolution of the pre-existing change management functions. To sort of give my change management friends, a bit of a flower, if you will, is that they are also not often brought into transformations in an effective way. They are often an afterthought and brought in at the end of transformations. If they were brought in at the right time and brought in from the very beginning when strategic conversations were happening, I think overall they would be more successful.
Do you think perhaps, presumably this approach can also work for things like mergers as well, is that right? You'd see that as absolutely part of the same category.
Absolutely. And we've tried and tested that with a number of organizations. Primarily, this is around identifying those vectors of value that are true to the nuances of the two organizations that are merging together, right? There are great foundational behavioral models that help us understand integrations of different populations and different, teams or groups. And so identifying what those two vectors of value are and identifying where in that true integration plan you are accounting for those variety of factors is critical. And we've seen great success with that.
Do you think there's a wider philosophical question at work here? So your fellow Canadian, who you probably know, Roger L. Martin, who I was introduced to by actually both Dilip Soman and also by the B2B Institute at LinkedIn. He writes quite a lot in his new book, A New Way to Think, that the narrative, probably driven by the shareholder value movement, the narrative now tends to see value as something that's created organizationally at head office, whereas his preferred reframing is that value is actually created on the supermarket shelf, or it's created in the interface between the company and its customers. And that probably things like the shareholder value movement, probably inventions like the spreadsheet, have actually caused us to prioritize what you might call organizational and operational neatness, as seen from the top, crucially, over the real business of value, which actually happens at where the tires touch the tarmac. actually in the marketplace. And there's an interesting question. There's a wonderful book by an anarchist writer called James C. Scott, which is called Seeing Like a State. And his argument is that lots of schemes fail because the design of the scheme has to make sense to the people at the top, and the compromises they make in order to achieve legibility and comprehension lead to solutions being delivered to the bottom which are completely misaligned with the interests of the people they're often designed to serve, in fact. Do you think there's actually a kind of, that actually in a sense, the top-down approach to change management, particularly when it's principally designed around what you might call the organogram, is problematic in itself? Do you think or do you think this system can actually overcome that? I'd be really impressed if it can, because I'd be delighted.
I think, oh, Rory, I love your question so much. This is the nut that we're trying to crack, and these are the conversations that we have every day. And foundationally, it's because those who are at the top of the organizations are making the decisions. There's a lot on the line, and naturally, we know we have an aversion to ambiguity. We don't necessarily like uncertainty, especially when the risks are very high, and so we manufacture neatness. And we know that neatness does not occur. And foundationally, that's what creates that, really rocky path of transformations that I showed visually earlier. I think actually being able to have foundational behavioral frameworks when you are having those conversations and calibrating those assumptions actually helps create more realistic expectations at the most senior level. What tends to happen is that we have this understanding that, the general employee base and our forecasting of the future is based on the intention of an individual, what people think is best, what people think other people will do, what people say they will do in the future. Everybody around this table at Nudgestock knows there's a very large gap between our intentions and our actual behavior. I fundamentally believe the value of behavioral science is in the ability to understand and calibrate and know when those gaps are open and how to close them. But I think the problem that this creates at the senior leader level is that we have an expectation reality gap. So whereas in behavioral science, we talk about the intention action gap at the ground level, the person level, at the organizational level, it creates an expectation reality gap. And what I'm seeing in organizations that are more mature is they are open to understanding what that gap is and how frameworks like I talked about today can calibrate and better close those assumptions.
Yeah, I've heard some very interesting work from Shopify, for example, where they've taken a very, very interesting approach. For example, they're less keen on this. They're happy to have smaller teams, which means slightly greater people in middle management, because they just find anthropologically that works better. The other thing that always interests me is I think the need for neatness tends to remove too much autonomy in the interest of neatness, because everybody's role becomes more and more tightly defined. And of course, autonomy is partly a source of status, but it's also a huge source of employee reward. And the extent to which actually you are allowed to make discretionary decisions or use your own judgment is a great part of what makes work enjoyable. And of course, seen from the top, it's what makes work messy. And so I think, the interesting question is, I suppose, your bottom left quadrant, isn't it? You can optimize fairly successfully. And the bottom left quadrant is where you simply say, actually, this isn't working. We have to go back and rethink, which I think is really, really interesting. So you'd see the process as kind of iterative in a sense. Yeah.
It is. And, large scale organizations are trying very hard to move towards more agile operating models. They are trying to reward failure. They are trying to create metrics of success that were not on the performance scorecards of employees 5-10 years ago, where it is around these messy elements that do generate long-term value for the organization, shifting some of their value generation models to try and demonstrate more quick wins that are true indicating leading indicators of that long-term success, to try and create some of that neatness within a messier structure. I think it's really challenging to do when you are beholden to shareholders, sort of to loop us back to your original commentary. Value generation is very difficult to do when you are making mistakes.
Yes, perfect.
especially in a quarterly environment. It really strangles a lot of organizations, but I get the joy of seeing really big organizations around the world try and tackle this. And I am happy to say that in the 10 years that I've been consulting, we are at a really exciting space. And I think that's partially because our eyes are open to some of this. And I think stakeholder management and stakeholder value is more valuable now than it was before. We have made that shift from shareholder to stakeholder value in terms of generation, and that is putting a lot of pressures on business to change the way that they operate.
Absolutely, that was absolutely fantastic. Well, all I can say is more success to you, because anything that sensibly acknowledges these factors in going forward, it can only be an improvement. So more success to you, and hope to see you later in the year in Toronto. It's been an absolute joy. Milena, thank you very much indeed. That's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you for having me.
What a pleasure.
Have a lovely day.
Thank you. You too. Right, I think now we go back to Washington, D.C., just trawling down the coast a little bit, and we'll see how Chris's Wi-Fi is holding up. Chris, how is your Wi-Fi?
Rory, how do I look? Do I look okay? Do I sound okay?
Absolutely HD. Perfect. Yeah, couldn't be better. I think we can go and introduce you to Eric, and I'm here as a fallback just in case things go a little bit strange. So I'll be
Rory,
here.
You've never been a fallback. You've been a pillar, never a fallback. The labeling is important. The language is important. You're nobody's fallback. So thanks very much for that. How many decisions would you guess you make a given day? A dozen? 2 dozen?
I mean, consciously or unconsciously? Interesting question. I mean, unconsciously, I think it would go into the thousands. But so many of them are effectively taken autonomically, as it were. But significant ones, sort of 20, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah.
I think people think that when they're making choices and making decisions, that they're pretty empowered to what they think is the best outcome. But what we're going to hear about now is someone who's been called the world's leading expert on choice architecture. And there's so much that happens that's invisible in terms of influences and below conscious level, as you said, Rory, about this. Eric Johnson, our next guest, is the Norman Eig Professor of Business and the Director of the Center for Decision Sciences at Columbia Business School in New York. He's been the president of both the Society for Judgment and Decision Making and the Society for Neuroeconomics. He has been a pillar in the behavioral science community for decades. Now, Eric has a brand new book. I've read it twice. It's called The Elements of Choice, Why We Decide Matters. And I have to tell you, it's not only what you would expect from a legendary scientist in terms of being very rigorous and robust, it's fun, it's practical, and it's just a delight. So no matter what industry or area you're in, public sector, private sector, you're going to find a treasure trove of insights here. We asked Eric to come back to Nudgestock, and well, thank goodness he chose to join us. Eric, over to you.
Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here. I'd like to see Rory. Hopefully we won't have to see him again. Don't take it personally. But it will be fun to talk to both of you. What I want to do is take 5 minutes to introduce the topic and then have a conversation. And so let's talk about what we want to do, which is design better choices. We want ourselves and people around us to make better choices. So how do we do that? Let me start with a story about someone who was a mentor to me very long ago and far away. This is Herb Simon, who I suspect most of you don't know, but he's actually perhaps the first behavioral economist. He's certainly the first non-economist to win the Nobel Prize. Now, I was lucky enough to go to graduate school at Carnegie Mellon, and Herb was one of my mentors. And he had this very pretty analogy I want to share with you. It's sometimes called Simon's ant. And here's the story. If you're trying to understand the behavior of an ant on a beach, it's going to look very complicated. They're going to go left, go right, go forward, go all sorts of places. It looks really complex. But from the ant's perspective, it's really simple. They're simply trying to go from their nest to the food and back to again. Their rules are simple. What makes it difficult is the fact the beach is pretty irregular. There are stones here, there's rocks, who knows, maybe there's a picnicker walking by. But the ant's swerves are actually very complicated, but they're made complicated by the environment, by how his decisions, or do I have to say her, his or her decisions for an ant? His or her decisions affect their behavior. So here's the thing. All of our choices have a hidden partner. Whenever we make a choice, we're actually going to be very influenced by the environment. And that environment is not something that happened because of waves or wind. It's actually because there's a hidden partner, somebody who we might call a designer, who's made this choice environment for us. So let's give you a couple examples. This is a plane cockpit. It actually turns out to be a US Air Flight 1549, the famous flight that landed in the Hudson. Somebody designed the environment here. They decided where every gauge goes, what colors are there, and it turns out that's done very systematically. They put people in a flight simulator, and they get to learn how to fly. And how do they say, is it a good cockpit? Well, they have you simulating a landing at Charles de Gaulle. If you crash, it's not a good environment. This is a good example of design that's very scientific, very empirical. Let's talk about another choice environment, another place you make choices that's a lot less serious, but maybe not. And that's dating sites. You go to a dating site, somebody has made a set of decisions that are going to influence your behavior. For example, they've decided, are there pictures or not? How many options are there? Do they describe Brad as having hit by his favorite movies or his favorite sports? What do we do there? That, it turns out, since about half of all relationships in the US at least start online, to determine a lot about your happiness and potentially who you mate. So who's ever doing the choice design there is having a big influence on your behavior. You may not know this. Let me give you a very good business example. Google actually has a deal since 2014 with Apple to be the default search engine on your iPhone. Now, I'm not going to ask you all to look at your phone and see what the default search engine is, but about 90% of you have it set to Google. Now, is this done by a handshake, a word of mouth? It started out with about $1 billion. According to estimates from financial analysts now, Google pays Apple about $12 billion simply to be the default. Now, you can change this in 5 seconds. Just 3 clicks if you know where you're going to change to one of the other search engines. But very few people do. And $12 billion is a lot of money. You could buy a quarter of Twitter for that. So that impact is huge. So the point I really want to make is that we're all designers and choosers. With our family and our friends and our teams, we actually present choices to other people. And in doing so, we actually affect their behavior. Sometimes it's something we know strategically, particularly if you're a tech company, you do experiments to find this out. But the reality is most of us are pretty haphazard. The second point I want to make before we go back to Chris is very important. And that is when you talk about choice architecture, people normally think about something I've done a lot of work on, which is defaults. What happens if you don't make a choice? As I continue to do research in the area, something very important appeared to me, which is there are a lot of other tools for choice architects. So for example, like in our dating example, how many options you present people changes what they choose. The order of options is going to be very important. A little bit complicated, but very important. What is first on a shelf will change its frequency of choice. What attributes you use to describe the options, how you describe them, and there are many, many other characteristics of choice. All of these influence what we choose. And so I'm looking forward to discussing with Chris this, but the important point I want you to take away from this is you are making choices in environments where somebody else has decided all these things. But you're also a choice architect, that you're also, when you face a choice to people around you, you have made a choice implicitly, haphazardly about all of these things. So when I talk to my wife, who happens to be in the business, I think about how many options do I present her? Which order do I present them? These are really important decisions that we're making as designers that we're just not all aware of. So bottom line is it's an illusion that we alone are all responsible for our choices, whether it be as individuals or as firms. We are always the hidden partner in choice architecture. Let's go turn it over to Chris.
Listen, tell us a little bit more about how choice architecture works. We know about defaults, which is what is the option that is the non-option. In other words, if I do nothing, what happens? And it seems like, whoever owns the default, for example, Google buying being the default, whoever owns the default wins. But surely it's more complicated than that.
I think it is. And what's also interesting is when we realize we have these different tools, let's say defaults and sorting, we want to think about, is there something they have in common? Do they have a common framework? Are the drivers of those two things similar? So let me go back to our dating example. For example, there is a concept I like a lot called a plausible path. In the world, when we're making decisions, we look at a small subset of information, and that information influences us. We also ignore a lot of information, and of course, that's not going to influence us. So the notion of plausible path is, how do we decide what part of the very rich information that's out there on a website or in reality in a store influences us? And I think it's very much what's easy to process. So let's go back to our dating example. You saw 3 pictures there with lots of information. I'm going to argue that the pictures are easy to process. Reading the text, like what Brad's favorite movie is a lot harder. And if I give you more options, you're going to tend to look at the easier to process information. So you're going to end up, like on Tinder, looking at the pictures and nothing else. And so pictures get to be very important. So a plausible path is influenced because I've made some information easy to see and others harder. The second big driver, I think, is what I think of as assembled preferences. We don't know always exactly what we want. We're making up our ideas of what our ideal product or ideal mate would be on the spot. And it's going to be influenced by things like labels. There's a very cute study that I love quite a bit done about labeling chopped meat, hamburger meat. And this clever psychologist essentially labeled it either 7% lean or 30% fat. Now, those are obviously the same thing. It adds up to 100%. The meat is either lean or fat. But people had very different preferences with the two labels. And why? Well, it's pretty clear. When I think about fat, I think about clogged arteries. I think about maybe it's juicy. When I think about lean, I think about muscle. I think about what's good about it. And so people tasted literally the chopped meat with the two labels, and it tasted differently with the label because what came from memory. So plausible paths, what's in the world and what do we see? And assembled preferences, what do we recall from memory? And those are, I think, the two big drivers.
How can marketers better make use of this as choice architects without going to the dark side, which is something you've investigated as well? How can, it seems that our intuition may not be great at this, though we flatter ourselves. So as an intentional strategic approach, how can marketers be better? Can you give us some examples where it's going well and maybe not so well?
Yeah, one of my favorite examples involves a German car company I was doing some work with. And they had, like most German car companies, a very fancy configurator. You actually got to build your car online. And it had a lot of choices, first off. You had to make 56 different decisions. So that's interesting. Is that the right number of decisions? But the one that was interesting to me was the fact the default was always the cheapest. Now, this is interesting because the default is cheap. That means I'm going to buy a smaller, more economical engine. But when we asked consumers, they weren't particularly looking for the smallest, most economical engine. In fact, Germany being a place where there are autobahns with no speed limit, it's actually dangerous to have such an engine. You want to actually have something in mid-size probably. So they were actually encouraging their customers to have engines that were less satisfying for them. And of course, for the company, this was less satisfying because they were making less money. It turns out they actually changed that with a set of recommendations, and they ended up making about 5,000 more euros in revenue per car simply by changing the default. So that's a good example of how not to do it. What they did then is actually probably a really good example of how to do it. We thought about doing fancy user modeling. Maybe we should build an AI that actually tells you what the default should be. They had a much better idea than anything we had. They said, what kind of consumer are you? What kind of driver are you? Are you looking for a family car or sports car? And once you checked one of those boxes, they changed the defaults for the rest of the website to correspond to that person. So if you said sports car, you got defaulted into fancy high acceleration engine. If you said family car, you got seat belts, airbags, baby seats, things like that. So the defaults differed depending upon what kind of customer you were. And I think that's actually a very pretty example.
And shouldn't that be used more in things that are very tough for most people to understand, like financial products? For example, if you're shopping for an annuity, which is something that just seems so complicated, opaque, and yet I don't see companies, for example, labeling, as you did, saying perhaps like to be a sporty driver, or maybe even anthropomorphizing and saying I'm more of a Chris than an Eric, based on, say, life stages and needs and what have you. What do you see in the world of financial services that could greatly improve if they use this kind of thinking?
So let me start with financial services choice architecture 101. And that's when you go to Ogilvy and you sign up for the retirement plan, they probably have a default option for your retirement. And that actually turns out to be a pretty sophisticated option. They have something called a target date fund. What that is a fund that's, all they need to know is your age. So your employer probably knows how old you are. So if you're 25, you should be exposing yourself to high risk. You want lots of stock. And they'll sign you up for the target date fund, say 2060, which will start out high in stocks. And as you get older and don't do anything, which most people do, it gets converted to bonds. And so basically it does an investment for you automatically. 102, this next is some of these wonderful robo-advisors actually do a very nice job of asking you, what are you saving the money for? And if you say for retirement, they'll put you in one kind of account. You say for a house in 5 years, they'll put you in another account. They actually understand the goal and will allocate your investments knowing what that goal is. So those are two very nice examples in investments. Annuities is a great example and a very hard product to sell.
Yeah, and I've always wondered why. I mean, it's easy. Humans get anthropomorphizing. I'd like to get a Tara versus a Dan, a Rory versus an Eric. Is that anthropomorphizing really just represents a bundle of views or goals? To what degree?
Right. I mean, it's a bundle of attributes.
This...
You're right, of a person.
Yeah. Yeah. So why aren't we doing more in marketing this sort of humanizing? As opposed to the item benefits?
I think actually people often, when I talk to people who are in marketing, they often use names for market segments. There's a Sarah, there's a Paul, there's
personas.
Ahmed. They have personas. That's very common, but the breakdown is they use that for communication, but not as much for presentation of products to people. I think there's a very interesting breakdown there. It's a great question.
What about, you mentioned, and I'm a big fan of personalization, and I'm wondering to what degree choice architecture works. I don't mean generically, but you take an approach and decide this is how we're going to present these options. To what degree does a nudge or choice architecture, to what degree does its impact depend on the innate internal wiring of individuals, or do you find a generic effect?
It's a really good question. So we've been thinking a lot about and studying, and I think the field has been really interested in how do different interventions affect different people. I think you talked a little bit about this with Maya, for example. And what's interesting in lots of the work we do, in financial services particularly, it's the people who are least sophisticated who are most affected by choice architecture interventions. So I send you off credit card shopping. I tell you, this is what you're looking for. Can you really find the best credit card? And it's going to take a little math because there are interest rates involved. It turns out people who are high in financial literacy, they tend to do okay with or without choice architecture. But it's people at the lower end of the spectrum, either poorer, have less resources, have less financial literacy, that are most affected by choice architecture. The good news, and it's really good news, is that it's a very inexpensive way for a firm to get people to choose better products by giving them this choice architecture underlayment, sorting by cost or nudging them by using a default. The bad news is they're also more exposed to bad choice architecture. So if you are on the dark side, if you're trying, this is actually the most vulnerable population. So there are big individual differences. And one really simple thing to do is customize the choice architecture. I think the example I always use is Netflix, which produces 30 million different homepages every day. They are doing an awful lot of experimentation to do that. I call that a choice engine because you actually can do lots of things you can do online that you couldn't do with a paper form. It's interactive. It actually will change the choice architecture given the kind of customer you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking Professor Eric Johnson. This is a wonderful and incredibly useful new book, The Elements of Choice, Why the Way We Decide Matters. It goes into so much more depth and practicality than we've had time today. But Eric, thanks yet again for choosing to join us today.
Thanks so much, and thank you for choosing to have me.
And back.
Thank you, Chris and Eric. What a wonderful time talking about choice. And still to come, we're going to be casting our eyes into the future of behavioural science. But for the moment, we still have that question of how intuitive are you, the Nudgestock audience? So, Tom and Dean, take it away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. So, we asked you, previously we asked you this question. Is sonic branding all about recognition? Well, actually, interestingly, sound can play many roles in branding. In fact, it can play a role against almost every dimension. But today, we're going to look at how it can improve recognition, and so distinctiveness, and how it can also be used to add emotion to a brand. We tested Netflix animated ident, firstly without the familiar dum-dum sound, and then secondly together with their well-known dum-dum sound. Let's see what that sounds and looks like. Tom.
So, yeah, thanks. So testing this at a deeper kind of consumer level, if you look at the left-hand side, you can see how people responded to the logo as it stood before the sound. You then add the sound, and you can see across all those dimensions, attention, anticipation, excitement, and modernity, an uplift, and quite a significant uplift. And this hopefully demonstrates that beyond recognition, this is not about recognition, this is about augmenting attributes and associations in the mind. We talked this morning about constellations of associations. You're enriching the associations people have with that logo by sonifying it.
Great. So clearly, distinctive sonic branding linked with motion or an animated identity of some sort creates a really satisfying experience for the viewer. Well, historically, broadcasters have had an unfair advantage in the brand landscape as the medium provided the perfect platform for animated identities that were presented along with sonics. Well, nowadays, brands should be able to express themselves digitally in living, breathing, emotive and expressive ways that incorporates animation, movement and in fact, behaviour. Tom.
So this time we did the same trick in a way in terms of testing this time a static logo of Audi's 4 conventional rings, very well established. But on the second part of the test was to sonify it effectively with that distinctive heartbeat sound that is used across the Audi touch points. Let's have a listen. Sorry, that should play. Okay, we can't hear the. I don't think we can hear the heartbeat, but you're probably familiar enough with it. So what did we find? Well, actually the results here were pretty puzzling and slightly kind of non-intuitive for us. Instead of seeing what we saw on the Netflix, where we saw a boost in terms of the sonification, in this particular case we saw not just a kind of flattening off, but actually a softening of those attributes. So what's going on here? So sometimes when you do this kind of testing, it's not that obvious. We have a theory on this, which is that what we did there, if you notice, we had a flat logo the static logo, and then we played the sound on it, which you didn't hear, but we played the sound on it. But there was no movement. It was we had the same static image, and we have a theory which is that there's an expectation, if you like, what people have, particularly with a brand as sophisticated Audi, that there would be an animation around that particular sonification. And where you have a flat still, perhaps there's a kind of dissonance there in terms of an expectation that is just not being satisfied. They may be expecting something vibrant and dynamic, and what we're serving them up in this particular test, by the way, was something that was a flat, motionless still. Dean?
So we know that sound can be highly evocative and can trigger emotion. Sound impacts us neurologically as well as physically. Hairs on the back of your neck stand up, you get tears in your eyes, tingling up the spine. And we know that sound has powerful memory embedding and reactivation properties. This is an opportunity for brands to really exploit the multi-sensory amplification effect when using visuals, but we must ensure that there is neurosensory sync. So it's really important that these things are in sync, otherwise the experience is disappointing and in fact frustrating. So absolutely, sound is not just about brand attribution. There's an opportunity to trigger and reinforce other brand experiences. Let's see what you thought. So actually, here are the results, Tom.
Yeah, so about just under half of people thought that the answer is no, that it wasn't just about branding. But I think we've hopefully explained to you in these last few minutes that there's actually more to it than just recognition or brand attribution, depending on how you want to call it. There is potential to do it. And we certainly see out there in the marketplace a surge in interest in audio and voice and music. And we see brands looking to take flat 2D logos, transform them into digital, live, living, breathing entities, which take on their own kind of associations themselves and really help to build and enrich brand associations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom and Dean. Dean, coming from Ogilvy's design and branding agency, Coley Portobello, who really understand immersive branding and System 1, as we can see in psychology. And Tom from Cloud Army, we are absolutely privileged to have you as a sponsor here today. Brilliant testing, some really illuminating insights there across the course of the day. So thank you for that. And now we're going to have another couple of words from our glorious sponsors.
With
background
in protecting
children online.
Relative insights.
Comparison platform. Extract
Value
from any
text data.
Language is fascinating, but it's the differences that matter. It's all relative.
It's not a conference, it's not training, it's a festival! It's a festival and you make it what it is. So for the last time today, I'm going to have to hand over to Fiona to tell us what's been happening in social, Fiona.
All right, thank you, Tara. So we've been looking at where people have been tweeting us from today. So we've got some really interesting things going on, as you can see on screen. So we've got Chris Webber in his garden wearing what looks like a hard hat. I don't want to ask why, but thanks for joining us, Chris. Looking good. And we've got Sharif, I hope I get your name right, Akimpelu, and he's making sure he's not missing out on anything. He's got us on TV, he's got us on tablet, he's got us on phone. And then we've also got Kabu Oliver, who's in South Africa. And Kabu has sacked off studying today to come and join us, which is obviously, it's between us, obviously, Kabu, but thanks, mate. I will say use the hashtag. And Guy Peters, Where's Guy? There's Guy on the left. Guy's watching us from his mum's crochet room. So I'm going to ask you, Guy. Guy, are you the reason why a song or movie for knitting hashtag has been trending over Nudgestock earlier on today? We did beat it, but at one point it was up there above us, and I wonder whether Guy's the one responsible. And then there's a final shout out to our colleagues in the Ogilvy Toronto office who are having a watch party. And then last but not least, we want to thank you, all of you. I think we've had people watching from over 31 countries from around the world. So Nudgestock would be nothing without you guys. So thank you all. And back to you, Tara. That's it from me.
Thank you, Fiona Uwagwu, Head of UK Content and Social in the Ogilvy UK. You can tell it's the end, almost, of 10 hours of fantastic behavioural science and creative content. And there is one more sponsor that you've been hearing from throughout the day, and I mentioned way back 10 hours ago. And that is 42 Courses. They have been a sponsor since almost the very beginning, really. They've backed us, and we as a team have fed into an awful lot of their training materials. So last year we crashed their website when we went live with their new behavioural science program in communications. Well, this year they've got a new training module, a Nudgestock focused training module, but we haven't crashed the website yet, gang. So please, you need to go on to 42 Courses, and there is a discount code, Nudgestock22. So 42courses.com, please, if nothing other than to give us a lovely KPI of crashing their website again so that we can get them back here next year as a sponsor. But now, I think some people have joined us on stage.
We have more friends. Now, you're about to step into a time machine, everybody, going back from 2022 all the way back to 2012. Oh, isn't the world a nicer place now? Well, it's lovely to be back. Joined by the founders and the founding members of the Ogilvy Consulting Behavioural Science practice. On the left is a man named Rory Sutherland, who you may know. Here we have Tara Austin, founding member, consulting partner at the Behavioural Science practice. We have Sarah Elado-Farrell, who's our consulting partner and health lead. And we have Jez Groom, founder of the Behavioural Science practice back in 2012, who now leads Cowrie Consulting, and also wrote a fantastic book with April Vellicott called Ripple that's well worth a read on the topic. So I want to start by asking the founders some questions. The 15,000 people that registered for Nudgestock today are very grateful that you did found the practice, and we're pretty thankful as well. So I'll go to Jez, then Rory. What was the reason that you started the practice, and why did you feel it necessary to take it outside of government, which is where it was at the time?
Yeah, I mean, so firstly, it's amazing to be here, to be back. So thank you very much for the invitation, and it's amazing. And so yeah, I think reading Nudge, I mean, I think the Save More Tomorrow program is amazing. Like, it's amazing behavioural innovation, but it is a bit boring. So when you read that book, I really do think that, like, flying the urinal just really captures the imagination. And I think, yeah, if it had been left to maybe policy and the public sector, I think it would be brilliant. But I think the creative verve and the excitement, and I suppose the inspiration that people like yourselves, and I was fortunate to be here for a while, I think it just adds that zest. Yeah, that's the bit that I really, really love.
Fantastic. So creativity. Rory, what was your take on why you started?
Yeah, I mean, interesting question about why not to be purely governmental. And my argument's always been that consumer capitalism is the Galapagos Islands of understanding consumer behaviour, okay? And there are recurring patterns, okay? So you can learn something on a chocolate bar and apply it to a pension plan, but you can do the same in reverse. So it's always seemed to me completely self-defeating to constrain yourself. The other problem is if you're only altruistic and you're only governmental, my great fear would be you'd lose your sense of mischief, which is an essential part, actually, of the creative function.
We've certainly got plenty of it here.
Yeah, keeping that sense of slight mischief alive is, I think, really, really important. Yeah. Also, I have no problem in selling things. I mean, that's what we do in advertising. George Lowenstein's work shows that actually skinflints outnumber spendthrifts about 2 to 1. So for every person who actually spends too much, there are 2 people who are actually spending too little. So we're doing them a favour by encouraging them and providing them with the choice architecture with which they can actually finally reach into their wallets and improve their lives. No problem with that at all.
So we know mischief's important. So I want to ask everybody now, what do you think and hope is the future of behavioural science and the impact that it can have. So I'll go with Jez, then Sarah, and go down the line.
Yeah, so something that struck me, Rory says things that strike me all the time when I was working with it, was Rory compared the behavioural science market to the CD-ROM market. And what it meant by that was kind of technology adoption and essentially maybe following that curve. And I think what I saw in the early days, the last decade, I think, was definitely this kind of innovators and early adopters. And but I'm really super excited now because it's taken 10 years for behavioural science to be an overnight success. And I've done some sort of market estimate work, and there's about 7,000 of us behavioural scientists in the world right now. It costs about £100,000 to run one of those. So the market is worth around about 800 million worldwide, and about 200 million of that sits in academia. So there's about 600 million pounds currently being spent in organisations or in consultancy. But the brilliant thing, this is brilliant, is we're now getting to early majority of that curve. So the market's going to be worth 2.4 billion, right? And that's really, really exciting. It just means more jobs for people to do this amazing job. So I'm really looking forward to essentially, certainly the next 5 years, and a lot more people having a great time in behavioural science.
That's good news for the Nudgestock audience. Sarah, what's your future?
Well, first of all, I think it takes about 10 years for any overnight success, right? I mean, that's the definition of an overnight success, 10 years in the background first. So I think behavioural science reminds me, or has been reminding me over the last few years, of the way that digital developed, that there were digital teams and digital departments in otherwise analogue businesses, and now every business is a digital business. And I think behavioural science is going the same way. We're seeing it become like the equivalent of the Intel Inside chip, that actually every core business function is being infused with behavioural science in order to make it, that bit more effective. And I really think it'll become a core capability in the next few years rather than a standalone unit.
And Tara, without mentioning psychedelics, behavioural science.
Well, I completely agree with everything that has just been said, really. So to say something different, we're sitting here within Ogilvy, one of the biggest advertising agencies within the world, and I do believe that Nudge has sat a little bit separate from communications, that it's been the fly in the urinal, it's been changing processes, it's been tweaking, maybe direct mail, but not necessarily informing campaigns. And I think we're going to see an awful lot of that, more of that. I mean, we already believe we are the secret sauce for the whole of the Ogilvy network in the behavioural science practice. And I think we're going to see not only that happening within Ogilvy, but sadly, within our competitors as well. That's where I see it going.
I mean, the one thing we've, I think, inherited from academia, which is entirely positive, is a kind of collegiality. In that, so far, and does this last for another 10 years? I don't know. We certainly haven't reached that level of hyper competition where we become secretive, we don't share our successes, we don't talk to our competitors in the pub.
Yeah.
And so preserving that collegiality and information sharing is the really critical thing. I always think once a business gets hyper competitive, it's time to get out, because that's the point at which the price of being in the game isn't actually worth the prize. Someone described getting to partner in a law firm in London. They said, it's like a pie eating competition where the prize is more pies. Okay, that actually appealed to me. But there is that thing where I think we have this, and that actually applies to relationships between us, academia, other competing practices, governmental practices, where there's a general spirit of generosity, which I think is highly beneficial in the early stages of any kind of nascent discipline.
And perhaps that's also because we are very much working in that Venn diagram of, yes, the brand and the business world, but also the public sector. Is everyone who works in this field of behavioural science is motivated by working in the public sector and getting people to waste less food and getting people to not flush tampons. These are the kinds of briefs that we really get out of bed for. It just so happens that we also work for KFC, which, by the way, Rory's dressing gown is a KFC dressing gown.
And they are available personalised at the KFC online shop.
KFC online shop. So there's a plug for you. We're not afraid of big business, as well as getting people to eat less sugar. Sugar swaps is something that we're working on in the same month that we were working with KFC.
Yeah, so if they make such wonderful dressing gowns, we'll do it. Rory, while we're down there with you, Nudgestock, 10 years, there's a lot, we've had over 500,000 views on YouTube of the talks alone. Do you have a favourite moment?
I try not to have an all-time favourite moment, but the one I'll look back to on my deathbed is undoubtedly discussing with Daniel Kahneman, in reference to his book Noise, a problematic speed camera on the M11 near Chigwell. I always like to reduce things to the trivial, and the chance to speak to a Nobel Prize winner about Chigwell speed cameras was just too good an opportunity to miss.
Well, I'm glad we could make that happen.
Oh, it did.
I'm really, really pleased. Tara?
I suppose one of the moments that really changed my life was actually listening to Dave Trott. I think it was probably 2015 or so, when he was talking about Edward de Bono and lateral thinking. And that really prompted me to end up becoming a trainer of Edward de Bono's lateral thinking, and has really expanded my mind and hopefully stimulated a lot of very lateral creative ideas in the workshopping that we do. So thank you, Dave.
Sarah?
My favourite moment was 2013 when Rory was on stage with Nassim Taleb, and I remember having a moment where I felt like I and my life and the lives of pretty much everyone I knew was legitimised by Nassim Taleb when he said the way to strengthen a system is to continually apply lots of different types of pressure and stress to it over long periods of time. I thought, oh, we're all doing it right, so.
You're right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank God for that. Jez?
Can I be cheeky and have two?
Go on.
So my first one was the Dr. Jules Goddard. He had a talk about the fatal bias, and he talked about businesses are so focused on efficiency and not on experimentation. So he legitimised making mistakes, which I really liked, and I'm going to lunch with him on Monday, so hopefully he'll pay. And the second one was Dan Lockton, and he really, really opened my eyes to the power of behavioural design. Like, for me, it was a real kind of moment where I kind of go, okay, behavioural design is kind of the future of the industry. So thanks, Dan, for that.
Actually, Jules's book, it's co-author, I can't remember the co-author, but it's called Uncommon Sense, Common Nonsense.
Absolutely.
Which is a digest of things which are widely believed in business, which are rubbish, effectively. What you might call the mantras of business is one of the most fantastic books I've ever read. So I'm really happy to give it a plug now.
Absolutely. Well, it's been absolutely fantastic. It truly is a special moment to have us all together back again, the time machine back. And a massive thank you to Rory and Jez for starting the practice, because without that, we wouldn't have the 15,000 people tuned in today. We wouldn't have the 10 years of cases that we have today. We wouldn't have the impact that Nudgestock has had. And it feels like it really has had a great impact on the field of behavioural science. So thank you so much to both of you for that vision and for keeping it going today. It's absolutely fantastic. We're thrilled now that we will be joined by many other people.
Come on stage, guys. Come on in. Come on in. Some of the Nudgestock team. Let's get them in here.
Some of the guys virtually at the background.
Some of the gang. That's it.
And remember, we're live, so run.
You can
run.
Come on in.
So this is the fantastic team that is behind Nudgestock that makes the whole thing happen. There's a whole army of people that make Nudgestock happen.
Gets it.
Behind.
Get in. Come on. God, look at them all. Aren't there so many? We've got an army here. It's a Herculean effort to make this happen. It's a Herculean effort, and there is a huge team. We can't possibly name them all, but certainly Chris Graves in Washington, Paolo Mercado, our man in Manila, there's Alex Kibblewhite up there, and who's this? Dane. Dane, yes. And so we got some on the Zoom. Paolo, I think, is happily asleep now. We miss Sam Tatum. He's down under very, very much. But the team, huge. Thank you so much to every single one of you for what a huge effort today is. It really is. And on top of the day job as well.
And obviously a massive thank you. There have been many people that have made Nudgestock happen over the years. Our Nudgestock event lead, Anna Cairns. Round of applause, everybody.
Yes, Anna.
Woo! It is no mean feat. She's going to try and not drop the cake, as I imagine she's going to walk over. Fingers crossed she drops the cake. It's been absolutely fantastic. Don't forget that you can get more Nudgestock if you want even more. If you go onto the website and look at Nudge Talk live sessions, you'll look at our mini Nudgestock sessions throughout the year, and you've got our podcast on there and our point of views.
Many of our speakers feature on Nudge Talk. Please do come along and take a look at that. And thank you to our speakers today, this year. I don't think there was a single bum presentation. But also thank you to our speakers for the last 10 years. You have been a part of making this what it is and building this audience and this field together. But thank you to our sponsors as well today. I'm not going to list you all. I think you've had enough from me. Thank you to our sponsors, and thank you to you at home or in your offices, wherever you are in the world, one of those 30-odd countries. Thank you for watching. And now, unless we want to say anything else, I'm just going to say that hopefully someone here that's watching, some student out there, you'll be here in 10 years' time still doing this and changing some of the world's most tricky behaviours. But for now, from everyone at the Ogilvy Behavioural Science Practice, wherever you are in the world, thank you for watching and see you next year.
See you next year.
See you next year.